The Rallying Point. My Story of the New Guard. Eric Campbell. It was at the suggestion of Bruce D. Shields, Esquire, archivist at the Australian National University, Canberra, that I undertook to write my story of the New Guard. It was politely but firmly conveyed to me that it was my duty to do so. I needed but little persuasion. I had read odd articles on the subject, from which I realized that if a coherent and truthful account of the movement was to be preserved for the information of the present and future generations, it would need to be written by someone who at least knew at first hand something about the subject, and time was marching on. This was again forcibly brought home to me after the manuscript was ready for the publishers, when by chance I happened to read an article on the New Guard in the Australian Encyclopedia. Defective in its facts and fallacious in its inferences, it does ill service to an interesting period of Australian history. Of necessity, the work is largely one of memory. In the first place, some written records that would have helped me with dates and the exact sequence of events were lost when our homestead at Billaboola went up in flames on 26 January 1946. Secondly, the movement was controlled by verbal instructions to the self-governing localities. There was neither time nor money for the written word. This particularly applies to the period from February to July 1931, when all publicity was shunned. During these 4 months, the movement grew from nothing to a mighty force, well organized and disciplined, and so, apart from wild rumors and unsubstantial items in the press, there is nothing for the historian, whether searching after truth or sensation, to get his teeth into. Accordingly, I felt that I could best fulfill my undertaking to Mr. Shields by writing a simple and straightforward account of the origins and growth of the New Guard, relying on a clear recollection of the times and of the events, and this I have endeavored to do. When I had completed the first draft of the manuscript in December 1963, Mr. Shields was kind enough to arrange for a few clean copies to be made, and at the same time to have it read by 4 or 5 highly qualified people in and around the Australian National University. The comments, criticisms, and suggestions I received as a result of this were a great help and enabled me to strengthen on revision what I had written. A suggestion that I eagerly followed was that I could obtain a copy of the attestation paper from the police report on the New Guard, which was published in New South Wales parliamentary papers under date 23 December 1931, a copy of which could be seen at the Mitchell Library. Until then, I had not known that such a report was in existence, although I remember inviting Mr. Mackay, then chief of the CID, to inspect such records as we had at the New Guard office, and that subsequently he caused 2 of his senior men to do so. A copy of this report is to be found in the appendix to this book. I had been quite content to rely on my memory for the accuracy of my story, but I was gratified nevertheless to note how fully the report, within its scope, corroborated what I had already written. Following on the same suggestion, I also found at the Mitchell Library files of 2 New Guard publications, The New Guard and its successor Liberty. I have not drawn on them for material, but I recommend them for study by anyone interested. Despite the depression, and despite the work entailed in organizing and guiding the movement, and the passing irritations inherent in a job of this kind, I thoroughly enjoyed the experience and the association with so many grand, loyal Australians. And even today, although our ranks are thinning, wherever I go in New South Wales I find, from the chairman to the commissionaire in the city, and from the grazier to the aging stockman in the country, the same firm handshake, the same friendly look in the eyes, and the same words, "We were in the New Guard together." Yumbera via Yass, New South Wales, Eric Campbell. Publisher's note. This account of the formation and activities of the New Guard is published as an original historical document of considerable importance. Little documentary material about this organization is known to have survived, and when definitive histories of Australia in the Depression era come to be written, the recollections of one of the chief actors in some of its more dramatic events will provide a valuable first-hand source. Chapter 1. The Meeting at the Imperial Service Club. At 7:30 p.m. on the evening of 16 February 1931, 8 Sydney businessmen met by appointment at the Imperial Service Club, Sydney. The club was at that time comfortably housed in a suitable red brick building with bow windows fronting the street, and situated on the eastern side of O'Connell Street, about midway between Bent and Hunter Streets. Its membership comprised serving and ex-service officers of the Navy, Army and Air Forces of the British Empire, though naturally the majority of the members were ex-AIF officers. It had been formed shortly after World War I, and after early difficulties, it was now well on its feet, thanks to the untiring efforts of a few senior officers who believed that such an institution was an essential social unit. The meeting had been organized by a number of club members, 5 of whom, all ex-AIF, were present and acted as hosts. The club secretary, I learnt, had been told by the conveners that the meeting wished to discuss some business in strict privacy, and he had agreed that the dining room could be used as soon as the club dinner was over. Accordingly, we moved through the large dining room to the far end, where a large table with chairs around it had been set aside. Except for 2 or 3 late diners, the room was empty. The club dinner was an early affair, designed for substantial refreshment rather than gastronomic revel. The late diners soon drifted away, the room was cleared, unwanted lights put out, and those grouped around the table had the room to themselves. It was a typical Sydney night in February, hot and muggy, so coats were cast aside and we were ready for business. One of the party, T.P. Clark from memory, had disappeared, but soon returned shepherding a drink waiter with a tray laden with tankards of cold beer. This helped a lot. Before recounting what took place, let me make brief reference to those present. First, there were the 5 conveners, whom I feel in all fairness can justly claim to be basically responsible for the creation of the new guard. To name them, there was George E. Knox, Major MC, 13th and 45th Battalions AIF, at that time manager of the Sydney branch of the Eagle Star Insurance Company, who recently retired after a distinguished career as general manager of that company. He now lives in Melbourne and remains a director of his company, and is the same man who was prepared to stand against Mr. Holt, the federal treasurer, at the 1961 federal elections, but under medical advice was persuaded to stand down. I had not known Knox for long, but I took to him immediately. He was clean-cut and soldierly, cool-headed, and with tons of common sense, loyal to the core, and his morale was in the top bracket. He could not stand communism at any price. The second man for mention, I think, is Norman Plomley, Captain MC AIF, who was with the new guard from first to last. He was a successful tallow merchant in the city and died during 1963. Plomley was a fine, handsome type, held his head high and did not care a damn for anybody. He called a spade and loathed anything approaching jingoism. In common with the rest of us, he was pitiless when it came to communism. Thirdly, there was Arthur Lancelot Rickard, Major MC Field Artillery, AIF. He won a DSO in addition in Syria in World War II. He was the son of Sir Arthur Rickard, a well-known Sydney businessman. Rickety, as he was affectionately called, was without question one of the gamest men I ever served with. We were together in 12th Army Field Artillery Brigade, AIF. He and I were always firm friends. And then there was T.P. Clark, Captain MC, a field gunner in the AIF. Clark is still, as he was then, a well-known insurance broker in the city. I did not know Clark in France, and I first met him at the end of 1923 at Holsworthy Camp, where he was commanding a battery of the Newcastle Brigade, which I took into camp. I was much impressed by the way he handled his job, and I met him that evening of 16 February with the same feeling of friendly confidence that I still have. Clark did great work for the organization in its early days. The 5th man was Augustus Gibson Farley, MID, Lieutenant and Adjutant, 34th Battalion AIF, who was associated with an old established family firm of merchants of the same name. That evening was the first time we met, but I was soon to learn that in him we had a man of exceptional merit and character. His untiring efforts on the organizing committee and his skill in handling and forming the coastal localities, both in the north and the south, earned my lasting respect. As time went on, his brother, John Farley, by his outstanding loyalty and ability, was to prove himself a tower of strength. These 5 conveners, taken singly or in a bunch, were as good a sample of the AIF types as one could wish to find. They and I were much of an age, around the late-ish 30s. In addition to myself, there were two other guests, Arthur MacArthur Onslow, a director of Camden Park Estate, and a Mr. Grant, a dentist from Ashfield. MacArthur Onslow I knew well as a friend and a valued client, and I hold him in affectionate remembrance. On leaving Oxford University, he joined the 7th Dragoons and saw service in the Boer War and afterwards transferred to the New South Wales Mounted Rifles. In World War I, he lost out on the toss. He had to stay back and manage Camden Park whilst his brothers served with distinction. When there's a war, one has to be really quick to get to it before the MacArthur Onslow men. Unfortunately for us, he had to go abroad on business not long after the meeting, and we were thus deprived of his help, which could have proved considerable. As it was, he did his best to arrange for his brother, Major General George MacArthur Onslow, to take his place, but this was not possible as General George had already pledged his help in another direction. Mr. Grant proved to be a valuable man and was locality commander of Ashfield locality. I have no record of his service or initials. It was obvious he was a Scot. These 7 I have mentioned, plus myself, comprised the personnel of the meeting. To complete the record, I give my own particulars. I quote from a police report of September 1931. The commander of the New Guard, Colonel Eric Campbell, DSO, solicitor, and a member of the firm of Campbell, Campbell and Campbell, solicitors, of 66 Pitt Street, Sydney, has a distinguishable war record, with the reputation of being a skilled organizer on military lines. Whilst we sat round the table in casual conversation, as we dealt with the cold beer, I took a buying glance at the others. It was natural that I should do so. I had come to the meeting by invitation with the object of organizing a citizens' movement, as detailed in Chapter 6, and these were the men who were to help me. Some I knew well, and they had my full approval. Others I did not know in relation to the task in prospect. 2 I had only met that night. The main concern was to ascertain the motive that actuated each of them to come along. Patriotic duty, an axe to grind, or what? I was obviously letting myself in for a lot of work and was not prepared to risk failure by association with duds or self-seekers. However, as it turned out, I need not have worried, as time was to show how fortunate I was to have had such men to work with. The beer being finished, business proceeded without delay, and I was by common consent asked to take the chair. The meeting, though, was quite informal, and a chairman was not really necessary. It was more of a round-table conference of men who were deeply interested in the matters under discussion. The atmosphere of earnest concentration would have been apparent to the most casual onlooker, although occasional flashes of humor brought bursts of responsive laughter. All I had to do was to set the ball rolling by reminding those present that we had met to consider the formation of a selected body of loyal citizens that would be capable of handling any disruption of law and order or the breakdown of essential services that might well be brought about as a logical consequence of the state government's economic policy and projected legislation. I asked that each one of us sitting round the table should feel at liberty to express his opinions without reservation and not to hesitate to express his disagreement with anything that was said by anyone else present. I also stressed we only wanted members who would be unhesitatingly in favor of what was to be decided, and anyone who wasn't was free to forget about it. A very frank discussion then took place, and each man in turn stated his views on the economic and political outlook. There was a complete unanimity of opinion, but expressed in a wide diversity of style, particularly in regard to adjectival emphasis. I remember that MacArthur Onslow, rather to my surprise, was the most emphatic and outspoken. "I agree with every word you've said, Eric, and I'm right behind you. The time has come for us to get ready to defend our rights. I'll back you to the limit." As he stood up with one hand resting on the table, he was a handsome, well-bred figure. It was decided that the meeting form itself into an organizing committee with power to add to its number provided any new member was unanimously approved, for the purpose of creating a movement of loyal citizens for the maintenance of law and order, essential services, and for the prevention of communism. I was appointed chairman of this committee with a casting vote. That the first objective of the committee was to arrange for a larger and more representative meeting as soon as possible. That the form and details of the organization be left in my hands to prepare and submit to the committee for consideration, that the movement was not to be a secret society in any form, but at the same time it would shun publicity. It was decided at my request that the question of the ultimate leadership stand over until the movement was on its feet. At this stage, I put before the meeting a paper I had prepared as promised during the previous weekend. It was a concise statement set out on one page of quarto of the principles, objects, and policy of a movement such as we had just decided upon, and I called the movement the New Guard. Well, I really cannot explain. It was new and it was a guard, and that is all there was to it. The meeting agreed that every intending member should know exactly what he was being asked to join and where he stood before being asked to sign on the dotted line. In other words, it took the place of the army attestation paper we all knew so well. I have managed to get hold of a copy of this attestation paper so that it could form part of this record. It was hard to come by, although there were many thousands of them in existence in 1931-32, but today they seem to have gone with the wind. Here it is. The New Guard stands for 1. Unswerving loyalty to the throne. 2. All for the British Empire. 3. Sane and honourable government throughout Australia. 4. Suppression of any disloyal and immoral elements in government, industrial and social circles. 5. Abolition of machine politics. 6. Maintenance of the full liberty of the individual. The objectives of the New Guard are: A. To unite all loyal citizens, irrespective of creed, party, social or financial position, subscribing to the above principles in one association, pledged to give effect to the same by loyal support of the New Guard's duly appointed executive committee. B. To take all proper and necessary steps to give effect to all or any of its principles. C. To closely cooperate with other similar organizations, and particularly those in country districts. The policy of the New Guard is: A. To organize so as to proceed with the New Guard objects as early as possible. B. To honestly face all facts relevant to the New Guard's principles, objects and policy, to decide upon and carry out within its power, without fear or favor such action as may be from time to time in the true interests of Australia. I, the undersigned, apply to be admitted a member of the New Guard, and I solemnly and sincerely declare that I subscribe to its principles, objects and policy, and that I will loyally abide by and give my services to the same in every detail. The document was read and was considered by the meeting, and with one minor amendment it was approved and adopted. The amendment was indeed a minor one. It amounted to this: MacArthur Onslow had become a bit pernickety on word meanings and disliked the word subversive. The draft I had prepared said, the suppression of all disloyal and subversive elements. MacArthur Onslow grew quite cranky about it and kept saying, subversive of what? In God's name, what does it mean? I hate bastardized Latin adjectives, so someone suggested immoral instead. This did not really fill the bill, but all agreed to it. So subversive went out and immoral went in. We then all signed the approved as amended attestation paper, and thus became then, and they're the first 8 members of the New Guard. I kept this attestation paper for a long time, and I think it was destroyed by fire when our homestead went up in flames in 1946. Today it would have been quite a souvenir. The meeting then closed. My car, a 1929 model single-seater Studebaker 8 President, was parked at the curb outside the club. No parking problems then, and I drove home to Turramurra via the 5 bridges, in preference to waiting for the vehicular ferry, and I got home by 11 p.m. I am writing this just 2 days short of 33 years after the meeting took place. During this period, there have been so many momentous changes in human affairs that an outline of the period with which I am dealing is, I feel, essential. Without this, it might well seem incredible that the voluntary efforts of a few individuals of limited influence and practically no funds could have created within a matter of weeks a highly organized and disciplined force of many thousands of capable men, had the occasion arisen of maintaining law and order and efficiently running the essential services of the whole of the state of New South Wales, and all this without costing the community one penny piece. The next 6 chapters will therefore be devoted to giving a sketch, and only a sketch, of the times and recording the earlier efforts directed towards forming a citizens' movement, and the New Guard story will be continued in Chapter 8. Chapter 2, The Background. The rise of the New Guard was closely interrelated with 3 factors: the Depression, the political situation, the influence of war service on the returned ex-servicemen. Dealing with these in turn, there had been boom conditions in Australia from 1925 until August 1929. These stemmed from 2 sources: a buoyant and increasing volume of exports, with wool prices high and rising, with the price of wheat at a satisfactory level, and a continuous inflow of capital from overseas through annual governmental long-term borrowing. The overseas boom prosperity made these possible. Our government spent both capital loans and rising revenue with the speed of light, and not always in the wisest manner. The banks undid their purse strings and vied with each other in an almost true spirit of competition for new accounts, and the lending policy for both established businesses and new ventures was extremely generous. From the man on the land to the city worker, things were good, and this happy situation, on all sides regarded as permanent, was accepted as spoils to the victors of World War I. Towards the middle of 1929, there was a definite but indefinable feeling of unease in the city. It was all very vague, and no one could say why. It was almost a case of extrasensory perception. The professional and business age group from the mid-50s onwards would merely shake their heads and say, "You are too young to remember the bank smash of 1893. I would agree, having only been born in that year. But I would reply in effect, "That may be. We know the reasons for 1893, but what is wrong with the present situation?" I would only get a generalization such as, "Boom and bust. That's what always happens in Australia." One of them said, "You wouldn't remember a Sydney tailor who advertised that he would give a block of land free with every suit made to measure." There had been warnings, it is true, from sources that should have commanded respect, but as these were more prophetic than objective, they did not really register with the man in the street. The younger generation, and particularly the returned soldier full of vigor and confidence, and who had been inured over years to face difficulties with composure, brushed off the pessimists as wind-up merchants and calamity howlers. Events, however, were soon to prove that the fears of the harbingers of gloom were well-founded. Incidentally, had one paid heed, it would have made little difference. It was just like being told the horse wouldn't win after the bet had been placed. The first blow was the alarming fall in prices at the opening of the wool selling season in August 1929, and as Australia was then, as it still is, riding on the back of the merino, the blow was a staggering one. With almost equal abruptness, the other prop to the nation's prosperity, overseas borrowing, cut out. There was the same reason for both these happenings. The post-war boom in Europe and USA had burst with dramatic suddenness, and Australia being a dependent economy, it burst here too. As a result, the national income fell from £645 million in 192-29 to £459 million in 1930-31. The facts and figures, with graphs to match, of the intense financial and economic crisis that followed immediately on this loss of income can be found in yearbooks and the works of eminent economists, faithfully compiled and easy of access to anyone who may be interested. For my purpose, it is sufficient to point out that the various governments, all with large expenditure programs on hand, when faced with a sharply declining revenue and no loan monies to finance public works, just did not know what to do. Even without new works, the ever-growing proportion of the community that depended on the government paycheck for their bread and butter either had to be paid or dismissed to swell the ranks of the unemployed. The Depression was heralded by the coming of a glacial era of frozen finance. It was rumored in Sydney that the banks had met in Melbourne and decided on a policy of drastic credit restriction. What truth there was in this rumor I do not know, but the policy forecast followed on its heels. No one will deny that the banks had every right to safeguard their own interests, or that they always acted well within their legal rights. But I feel that if the extent of the ensuing damage to both morale and production had been foreseen, they would not have tidden the public on so tight a rein. Well-established businesses with adequate internal capital were able to meet the new conditions with only a loss in turnover, which could be met by lessening the number on the payroll. But the existence of the undertakings were not in jeopardy. It had been overlooked, I think, by our financial magnates that years of boom prosperity had created a vast number of new ventures, both in commerce and industry, which had been gladly financed for working capital by bank credit, and also that the tendency of established businesses had been to extend their plants and operations to keep up with expanding trade. In consequence, both these classes of enterprise were in no shape to meet the impact of depression, and the resulting losses were most distressing. In the first-mentioned class, the new ventures, many had been started by returned soldiers. In their anxiety to overtake the years lost overseas, and with the determination to conquer in peace as they had in war, they went flat out with a pat on the back from the bank manager and an assurance that they had nothing to fear. Naturally, they too were out in the cold when their overdrafts were frozen and they could not carry on. But they faced it with characteristic courage, and the digger, looking at the ruins of his cherished hopes, might be heard to mutter, "Well, anyway, they can't make you love the child." I too lost some of my savings, but was much more fortunate in two respects than most of my mates. Firstly, I still had an almost princely income by the then standards from a thriving practice, which despite the depression kept us busily engaged acting for receivers and liquidators instead of buyers and sellers as in boom days. And secondly, some of my mining ventures were soon to more than recoup my losses. To my mind, a bad feature of the depression from a national point of view was that it divided the community into different camps instead of uniting them in the face of common hardship. Each group, in the pursuit of its own security and advantage, had but little regard for those less fortunately placed, and there was no one able to answer the obvious questions that were on all lips. What is it all about? How long are these conditions likely to last? We know that wool prices have tumbled and loan sources have dried up. But why? What steps are being taken to meet the situation and curb unemployment? When I say there was no one to answer these questions, I mean that there was no one really worth listening to. And so, it was a great opportunity for oddments of all types to speak with the voice of authority. Left-wing Labour and the Communists loudly proclaimed that it was a capitalist conspiracy to crush the worker and force him back to the chains of serfdom. Self-styled economists of all sorts, from quite good to very silly, offered their opinions in long pamphlets. Small groups got together and, in an atmosphere of hush-hush, read copies of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion and darkly hinted that they were convinced that it had all been engineered by the international Jews. Advocates of social credit got quite a good hearing, and so did inflationists of all shapes and descriptions. The British Israelites, too, had no mean following as they devotedly worked out, with the aid of data gleaned from the Old Testament and a revelation of the secrets of the Great Pyramid, why we were in such a mess and what was in store for us in the future. Whilst these minorities let off steam, the sound core of the people, depressed but calm, waited for a lead from someone in authority. Like the mock turtle, they wanted it all explained. But here was the snag. There was no one amongst all the political leaders throughout Australia, nor amongst those prominent in banking and finance who measured up to national leadership. Boldness was entirely lacking in their makeup, and caution with a capital C governed all their actions. And this brings me to the political situation. In the federal sphere, the Bruce Page government did not survive long enough to accomplish anything other than to commit suicide. In August 1929, it was defeated on a proposal to abolish the Commonwealth Arbitration Court, and Parliament was dissolved. At the immediately ensuing election in October 1929, the government was soundly beaten and Labour, under the leadership of Mr. Scullin, was returned with a large majority and with a mandate to preserve the standard of living under all circumstances. Such a problem would have puzzled Mandrake. It was certainly too much for Mr. Scullin and his able treasurer, Mr. E.G. Theodore. In New South Wales, the Nationalist Country Party coalition was in power when the Depression hit us, and it remained in office under the premiership of Mr. Bavin for a further 15 months. That is to say, this government had occupied the Treasury benches for a similar period during the days of prosperity. It was the same coalition of parties as comprised the Bruce Page government in Canberra. But the New South Wales government was a sorry turnout, inert and dumb. The cabinet, through its own sources of information, apart from its direct approach to party members in Canberra, must have been well informed of conditions abroad. It must have had forecasts of the coming economic depression, and it is hard to forgive the lack of preparation to meet it. This was bad enough, but it is almost unbelievable to think Cabinet could stand by and do absolutely nothing of any value during 14 months of depression. That is, from the end of August 1929 until October 1930. During this period, the rate of unemployment amongst trade unionists alone rose from practically nothing to over 20%, but this did not spur the government alone to vigorous action. The fact that thousands of homeowners were in daily terror of losing their roof trees to mortgagees did not deprive the cabinet members of the smug arrogance of little men in positions of power. Housing finance at that time consisted mainly of a first mortgage for 3 years at 6 to 7%, and this amounted to 60% of an approved valuation. A second mortgage generally to the builder for a similar or shorter term at from 8% to 10%, and its amount was determined by the purchase money less the first mortgage and cash deposit. I am speaking, of course, of the small homeowner, the small businessman, the salaried executive, and the worker. In the ordinary affluction of time, a proportion of these securities were always falling due, and the owners unfortunate enough to be in this position and probably out of work or hard-pressed for cash anyway, were in a desperate jam. There were no alternative methods of refinancing, as investors who had been prepared to lend on this class of security were now as scarce as feathered frogs. First mortgage money was diverted largely to investment in gilt-edged securities on a depressed stock market, or was kept liquid for bargains, of which there were plenty for the man with ready money. Spec builders, being amongst the first to shut up shop, discounted their second mortgages for a fraction of their face value, and so the owner was often faced with a new creditor. The only course was to stave off the evil day and hope for a streak of charity in the mortgagees. In addition to overdue securities, the financial stringency caused a large proportion of homeowners to be unable to keep up their installments of principal and interest, and they too were thus exposed to the risk of proceedings being taken for default. I put this up on behalf of clients more than once to members of the state parliament, hoping for some legislation designed to give temporary relief, but I got nowhere. The plight of so many citizens just did not seem to register. The high moral tone was the danger of interfering in any way with the sanctity of contract. Crusts thrown to the unemployed in the form of doles and food relief satisfied the political conscience. I admit to feelings of deep indignation when I realized that on the one hand there were thousands amongst the jobless who were veterans of the AIF who had fought in Flanders Fields and in the Middle East to make the world safe for democracy, and on the other hand, the overwhelming proportion of those remaining prosperous were those who had dug in and consolidated on the home front during the course of World War I. I have often wondered whether it was lack of brain and heart that kept the Bavin government from grappling with the situation, or whether they were merely carrying out the instructions of the keepers of the party funds. But whichever way it was, the government's decisive defeat at the election of October 1930 was richly deserved. Well do I remember listening to the policy speech of the Nationalist Country Party coalition at an open-air meeting near Killara, when the outgoing government had the effrontery to ask the electors for a mandate for a further term. In vain, I listened for the outline of any plan of adjustment. Mr. Bavin's text was, "The state is facing an extremely grave situation, and there is nothing we can do about it." The Country Party spokesman said in rugged outback Australian, "Tighten your belts, boys, we are in for a terrible rough time." Is there any wonder the electors turned their backs on such a negative approach? The obvious result was that Labour swept into office with a large majority. The Labour leader, Mr. J.T. Lang, was certainly no Moses to lead the electors out of the wilderness, but he was an astute politician of no mean calibre, and with his sense of mass psychology, he at least gave the people some hope, and in their desperation, they decided to give him a go. Turning to the third factor, the year 1929 saw the task of repatriating 250,000 ex-servicemen substantially complete. Thanks to the years of prosperity, the men of the AIF, apart from a small percentage of unemployables and those still suffering from war disabilities, formed a vigorous proportion of the state's commerce and industry in all its grades. But they were still soldiers at heart. This is well illustrated by a happening in 1925, which incidentally was a precedent that played no small part in the conception of the new guard. It will bear repeating. During 1924-25, there was a lot of industrial unrest on the waterfront, strikes, and so forth. Under the able leadership of Tom Walsh and his mate Johnson, the waterside workers were making themselves particularly obnoxious by holding up the discharge and loading of cargoes for various unsubstantial and frivolous reasons, and thereby causing grave losses to commerce and business generally. The federal government was not amused by this disruption of national trade and sought to meet the situation by bringing in, towards the end of June 1925, an immigration amendment bill, which when it became law empowered the government, during a state of serious industrial disturbance, to call upon foreign-born trade union leaders believed to be concerned in the dispute to show cause why they should not be deported. Under this power, the government in August 1925 called upon Walsh and Johnson to show cause. Walsh was a Glasgow Scot of Irish derivation, and Johnson was, I believe, a Scandinavian. During the period these men were being held for deportation, a friend of mine called to see me at my office. This was John Scott, DSO, an ex-major of the AIF and an infantry soldier with a first-class record. Scott told me that Prime Minister Stanley Bruce, who had served with distinction with the BEF as a Captain MC and Croix de Guerre, was determined to deport Walsh and Johnson, but was rather concerned lest the occasion should lend itself to civil disorder. Mr. Bruce, said Scott, felt that the more militant unions would grasp the opportunity to put on a really big demonstration that might well prove to be beyond the power of the police to control. The PM, I was told, believed that 500 stalwart ex-AIF men to help the police was the answer. Scott had been asked to organize such a force of 500 hand-picked men. He asked me to help him. I readily agreed, and in a matter of days, the job was completed in complete secrecy. There was no writing, and no man selected knew who the others were. The High Court ruled that the amending act was ultra vires, and so Walsh and Johnson were set free, and of course the force was not needed. It was the enthusiasm with which every man approached agreed to come in that showed me the service tie was as strong as ever. They did not volunteer out of dislike of the men to be deported. I doubt if many of them cared tuppence one way or the other. It was just that the Prime Minister wanted a job done, and they were glad to do it. It was not really surprising when one realizes that most ex-AIF men went overseas as callow youths in their late teens or in the 20 to 30 bracket, and that through intensive training and years of hard fighting, they had come home veteran soldiers, with the commissioned ranks full of accomplished leaders and able administrators. They had been part of probably the most effective volunteer citizen army that can be found in the annals of military history. When the armistice was signed in November 1918, years of war had changed a force of citizen volunteer origin into one with a highly disciplined military professionalism, combined with expert technical skill and proven valor. The feats of arms of the AIF, the Somme battles of 1916 and 1918, Messines, Passy-Hendel, Mont-Saint-Quentin, Villers-Bretonneux, and the Hindenburg Line, to mention a few in Europe alone, more than entitled Sir John Monash and his generals, and indeed every member of the army, to a military triumph, after the tradition of ancient Rome, on the return of the victors to the homeland. It would have been so simple and beneficial to the troops, to the Australian public, and particularly gratifying to the parents, wives, and relatives who had borne with such fortitude the years of separation and anxiety. The embarkation of the 5 divisions, battalion by battalion and battery by battery, at French ports, a matter of a few miles from where the troops were camped or billeted, presented no difficulty. Units would have been landed intact at the port from which they had embarked, and so each state capital, where there was ample camp accommodation, would have enjoyed a thrilling military spectacle. An infantry brigade in full marching order swinging through the city streets with bayonets fixed and bands playing would have pepped up no end the national morale and added to its understanding. But this was not to be. The effect of the muddle-headed plan of demobilizing by drafts from each unit in France and Britain presented a very different picture of the AIF to the Australian public. My own experience will serve as an illustration. Realizing that the draft plan meant a static period of gradually slackening standards and of no value to anyone, I took advantage of my claims as a law student and sought, and was granted, early demobilization. And so in January 1919, I found myself in charge of a draft of around 1,000 men of all ranks from about 50 different units, which detrained at Le Havre and embarked on a transport, bound for Southampton and thence by train to a large demobilization camp at Codford in Wiltshire. There would have been well over 20,000 troops in camp. It was overcrowded, uncomfortable, and not well run. That is no reflection on the camp command, as it could hardly have been otherwise. Everyone looked fed to the teeth. I went to London on leave and only returned a fortnight later in time to pick up a troop train for Plymouth, where one embarked, in company with 1,600 others, on SS Anchises. The troops, in line with the system, were from all states and from nearly every branch and division of the AIF, all mixed up like plums in a pudding. Few had mates, and all were missing the comradeship of their units in France. All were flat broke, weeks and weeks in camp, with plenty of leave saw to that. I had been pressed at AIF headquarters, London, to accept the job as OC troops on the ship, but I could see no future in that, and declined with thanks, and went as a passenger with no duties. I had a good cabin, excellent food, and every comfort. Of course, the men were all thrilled to be going home, but naturally were soon utterly bored with troopship food and troop deck discomfort. In due course, detachments were landed at Albany, Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney, and Brisbane, in each case just an unorganized party of all ranks and units, a mob of details. The Sydney draft was taken by waiting transport like tourists to Victoria Barracks, and there subjected to a haphazard medical examination, and turned out on the wide, wide world. The method of demobilization, which I have shortly described, had an important bearing on the task of employment of the returning troops and their assimilation into civil life, and it is for this reason that I have dealt with it. It should be obvious, without going into details, that the system of repatriation made the job all the harder to both sides. Dumping shiploads like this on the labor market also led to misunderstanding and even bad feeling. The attitude of the home population to reabsorbing us soldiers into civilian life was not over-enthusiastic, but this is understandable. Australia had been painfully short of manpower over the war years. The 333,000 fit men who went overseas left more than a gap in the workforce of a people of 5 million all told. The labor market was wide open and the opportunities unique, but it would be unjust to regard all stay-at-homes as shirkers and all volunteers as heroes. The reverse was sometimes the case. Many eligibles with heavy responsibilities had the fortitude to stifle the desire to enlist, just as a small percentage of volunteers found enlistment a welcome form of escape. Those who had worked themselves into good jobs during the war years were naturally keen to hang on to them and did not look kindly at the prospect of losing their employment to a returned soldier. The employer was torn between loyalty to the man who had seen him through on the home front and the man who had helped to make the world safe for democracy. Employers, too, were inclined to be scared, even to the point of being distrustful of the digger, and this did not make for harmony. Those dug in on the home front, too, had all the symptoms of suffering from acute inferiority complex, and this state of mind certainly did not help. One of the roots of the trouble lay in the fact that the middle-aged to elderly employer had not changed. He was still mid-Victorian in outlook and manners, whereas the average digger had changed out of all recognition through his varied experiences in other lands. Both wanted to do the right thing, but they just did not understand one another. Many a lad who had given up his job 4 years before to join the AIF came back an experienced leader, and possibly with a decoration or two. The minor position he had left was still open to him, and he was welcomed back. But the different boy who left is now a veteran soldier, accustomed to take command and responsibility far greater than his boss had ever thought of. He looks at the world through different eyes, and he hates the idea of putting the clock back 4 years. The boss thinks his employee is ungrateful and has a swelled head. The ex-digger thinks the boss a silly old goat. Both may have been right. Instances such as this in different settings were more than usual, and even in family businesses, it was at times a question of the temperament of the parties, whether the association continued or broke up. One of my brothers, who returned after 4 years in trench mortars, was not a bit satisfied with the job offered by the bank in which he had been a senior teller before he enlisted, and he resigned there and then. He died in October 1963, a wealthy man. In my own case, I faced civil life as a time-expired articled clerk with 2 sections of the final law examination to pass as well as the practice paper in Section 3. My business value was accordingly very little indeed, seeing I had been away long enough to forget even the little I had learnt. So there was only one thing for it. I bought the necessary textbooks, went home and read 10 hours a day for just under 2 months. I had arrived home at the beginning of April 1919 and set to work towards the end of that month. I sat some time in June for the exams, and mirabile dictu I passed the lot, with a VS, very satisfactory notation by the examiner. I do not know who the examiner was, but as I had done a normal 12 months' work in 2 months, I feel he must have been particularly kind and tolerant. I was admitted as solicitor in September 1919, and having decided to seek my fortune in the city rather than in the country where I had been articled to my father, I started looking for a job. I interviewed a number of senior men in the profession. Some were family friends, and to others I had letters of introduction. They were all uniformly courteous, but none of them very helpful. They all seemed to think I was a very young man. I thought I was quite old, having turned 26 in April. Most of those elderly solicitors were on the rather pompous, self-satisfied side, and seemed to regard the returned soldier as one who had come home after an escapade that would hardly bear close examination, a kind of prodigal son. One said to me, "I'll see what I can do, but frankly, you know much more about guns than law," which was fair enough and only too true. Another said, "You can hardly expect me to displace one of my staff to make room for you simply because he did not go to the war," and this was also fair enough. However, a very firm friend and a fellow battery commander in France got me a job as a managing clerk in a prominent firm of solicitors where he himself was employed. I grabbed it with both hands. My salary was £4 a week, not princely, but at that state, I probably wasn't worth much more. It was raised to £5 later on. I thoroughly enjoyed my few months with this firm, and it gave me the opportunity of relearning what I had forgotten and getting to know some of the ins and outs of a city practice. I left to start practice in partnership with my friend, who got me the job. It was a very happy association, and we never looked back. Just before I gave notice of my intention to leave the managing clerk job, an incident occurred which it is relevant to mention on the returned soldier subject. My employers, acting as agents for a London firm of solicitors, were seeking to locate a man whose father in England had left him a large sum of money. The matter had been in hand for some 18 months, and a search by correspondence had been conducted with praiseworthy determination. The clerk in charge of the matter was away ill, and I was told to continue with the good work. Clues as to the whereabouts of the missing heir had led to a paper chase all over the Commonwealth, but to no avail. He was still missing. The correspondence file was very bulky, and it took quite a while to wade through it. The missing man's name was an unusual one, and he had a string of initials. It looked as if there could not be 2 of him, so I decided to go to the GPO and have a look through the directory. It was a slim chance, and quite an unorthodox way of tackling the problem. But luck was with me. 2 minutes with a large dusty directory on the ground floor of the GPO, and I had a name and initials and address of a man identical with the particulars sent from London. I wrote him a letter that day. He lived in a near suburb, and he was waiting for me next morning at 9 o'clock. He was in his 50s, in a shiny navy blue suit and a bowler that had seen better days. He was the man all right, and was mightily relieved to learn of his good fortune, and told me he was short of cash in an expanding business. I told him that, subject to personal identification by some well-known citizen to link him up with the papers he produced, I would immediately cable London to remit the money, a sum of around £30,000. His reply was that identification was easy. Mr. A, the senior partner of the firm employing me, would fix that right away. "You know Mr. A?" I asked with considerable surprise. "Know him. I have been a client here for years, and lately I have been in the office about every week trying to raise finance. This was a staggerer. Here were we trying for 18 months to find a man who actually was a client of the firm and a frequent visitor at the office. Before I could think further, he asked, "When did London first advise you of this?" I looked at the instruction cover and told him. He bounced out of my small room, only pausing at the door to say in a loud voice, "I'm going to tell Mr. A what I think of him." Apparently he did in good measure, as in a short while I was summoned to the presence, and well and truly ticked off for giving the show away. Not one word of thanks for doing in less than 24 hours what 18 months' correspondence had failed to achieve. I merely said I was engaged to do work and not to tell lies. I had done the one and would not do the other. Mr. A, very red in the face, replied, "You returned men are a very unsatisfactory lot, and I wonder we have anything to do with you." The remark just showed the real feeling. Of course, the explanation was simple. It was a large firm and another partner had dealt with the matter unknown to Mr. A. I was indignant and failed to see any humor in the incident, but my friends did. They roared with laughter. I had paused on my way to the Manly Ferry to have a beer at Aaron's Exchange, and I felt that afternoon I needed it. There I met half a dozen AIF friends who had jobs in the city. One of them looked at me and said, "You look a bit cheesed off, Campbell." It was still the era of surnames. "What's wrong?" Without disclosing professional confidences, in broad terms I told them. After recovering from their amusement, one of them, then a clerk in a shipping firm, said, "Look here, you've been home nearly a year. Don't you yet realize that the old boys in Sydney can't stand a bar of us? It's time you woke up." This kind of friction died down as time went on, but it was still there. And with the financial anxiety, which at times with many bordered on desperation, during the early months of the Depression, it came again to the surface. The returned men felt that they had been let down with a thud by their peacetime leaders, and they were apt to get together much more. It is open to anyone to disagree with the importance I have attached to the three factors discussed in this chapter, or with the views I have expressed in dealing with them. One may turn the subject matter inside out or upside down, but one cannot escape the fact that at the end of 1930, the people of New South Wales were very unhappy and deeply disturbed, and being wrought, perplexed in the extreme. Unemployment was alarming and rising each week. 23% of trade unionists were out of work, and a great many in addition who did not belong to a union. The beggars and the needy who daily called at office and home bore eloquent testimony to that. Money was tighter than ever, and there was not one indication of when or how things would improve. The magic balm of Labour's election promises, like the ointment of the apothecary, began to stink, and the large swinging vote that put Mr. Lang into power began to realize that the bull in a china shop proposals in the Lang Plan were not the answer. Although the state was riven with incompatible opinions, there was general agreement on one important aspect, which was that parliamentary government had descended to an all-time low. In addition, there was an all-pervading feeling that our cherished traditions of liberty, justice, and fair play were in jeopardy. The All for Australia League sought to mend the position by getting better types of men, free from the shackles of party politics, to stand for Parliament. The Riverina movement believed that the solution for southwest New South Wales lay in the creation of a new state with Wagga as the capital, and they marched to Sydney to press their claims. The Labour left wing and the Communists, who were in a powerful position constitutionally, rubbed their hands with glee and said in effect, "This is our opportunity to attain Labour's basic plank, the socialisation of production, distribution and exchange," and they set to work flat out to gain this Marxian objective. It was at this stage the new guard took a hand. Chapter 3: Early Beginnings. During the early months of the Depression, most people were too concerned with their own affairs to bother about economic causes or political solutions. The problem was, how can I best marshal my resources to meet present conditions? In any case, very few knew enough about the subjects involved even to hazard an opinion. It was the economists, not the politicians, who told us what it was all about, and it was the economists who guided the governments eventually to adopt measures that made recovery possible when trade conditions improved. In my own case, it was the economists' first manifesto in April 1930 that stimulated my interest in subjects I had never bothered about much, although I had a fair background of reading in economics. My own inexpert assessment, which I know was shared by quite a lot of others, was, I am afraid, a sad oversimplification. I related the national problem to that of a family that was suffering from a major loss of income, and in consequence, I believed that it was a case of cutting down expenditure to a figure which would, following the Micawber prescription, result in happiness. It seemed clear to me that by cutting down the wages of labor on the one hand and the wages, interest, of capital on the other, and by reducing governmental expenditure to a real minimum, the cost of both goods and services would fall to a level that would enable the people who were prepared to exercise an unashamed thriftiness, to live and prosper notwithstanding the disadvantages of less spending money. We would dare be poor for that. Given the cooperation of the three interests, capital, labor, and government, such a plan did not seem impossible of fulfillment in 1929-31. Life was less complicated, and the economic structure was not dominated by the mass production and high-pressure merchandising of non-essential goods and the stranglehold of HP, but the parties wouldn't play. Capital wanted the worker to take less wages without drastically reducing the interest rates that, due to the wide margins of profit in the boom days, had been within the power of industry to pay. Labor demanded that interest be cut to the bone, but was adamant that the wage rates should not be touched. In the sphere of state government, the balancing of the budget under the Melbourne Agreement provided for expenditure in excess of the taxpayers' ability to pay, whilst the Labour policy just amounted to killing the goose. I had met Sir Otto Niemeyer and talked with him. I did not like him at all. He seemed as cold as the fish in an icebound pool and indifferent to the suffering that would be the result of his one-sided idea of undiluted deflation. The state election campaign towards the end of 1930 I followed with great interest. It seemed to me that the outgoing government's policy of deflation would result in the rich getting richer at the expense of the poor majority, whilst the Labour policy of violent inflation was only a means for the majority to get square rather dishonestly at the expense of our established institutions. I could not see any future in inflation, and it must be remembered it was not long since the German experiment in that regard had demonstrated the effects of that form of escape. German marks had been sold freely in the stock exchange lobby. One could buy, say, 100,000 one day for £5 only to find they were worth £2 and 10 shillings the next. Clearly there was a middle course with a bit of give and take on both sides, but it lacked political advocates. Quite apart, however, from the merits or demerits of the Labour policy, it was the background of class discrimination, socialization, and communist inspiration that put my back up. On the Monday morning following Labour's convincing win on the previous Saturday, I was walking down the wooden steps leading to Turramurra railway platform when I caught up with James Young, a barrister friend and neighbour. "What do you think of the election results?" I asked. "Quite good," he replied, with characteristic heartiness. "Take it from me, Lang is a hard-headed Scotsman, and he'll handle things much better than Tom Bavin." "That may be," I said, "but what about the socialist agitators? Won't they run the show?" "Not a chance," replied Young. "Lang is a well-off man himself, and apart from that he'll be no man's tool." I had never met Mr. Lang, and to this day I have never met him, but I was predisposed in his favour. Some years before, in the early 20s, when he was treasurer in a former Labour government, he cleared up a matter for a client of mine promptly and courteously, and one that months of interviews and negotiations with the previous treasurer in the then nationalist government had failed to finalise. But let it be clearly understood that my comments on party policies and my views as expressed on the economic situation, whether they be fallacious, naive, or profound, are completely beside the point and have but little, if any, influence on the formation of the new guard. These comments are purely prefatory and have been made with the idea of expressing the feelings of a man in the street, and in a small measure to give the atmosphere of the time to a generation that has been brought up in different circumstances. For my part, for all I cared, the politicians of all brands could have gone and boiled their heads or suffered death from the boredom of listening to the dreary pronouncements of their political opponents. My ambition was to secure economic independence by building a mighty practice and an occasional developmental activity on the side. And let us get another point crystal clear, before we get too deeply involved with the story. I have never had any ambitions for political power or prominence, even had it been handed to me on a plate, constitutional or unconstitutional. The art of trimming one's sails to the winds of ever-changing public opinion was not my cup of tea. I took on the new Gua with some reluctance at the earnest request of my friends, and having done so, I made it, with the staunch support of thousands of loyal companions, the surprisingly successful organization it turned out to be. With a family background of a couple of centuries of adherence to British liberalism, with its basic principles of individual freedom and a minimum of government interference, I freely admit I looked with dismay on the aggressive paternalism of Mr. Lang's policy. But that again is by the way. It was the unequivocal opinions expressed by leading men, whom I met in the course of the daily round, that the implementation of the Lang Plan would create grave civil disturbance, and the echo of these opinions in less authoritative quarters, pubs mostly such as, "If old Jack and the Commos really get busy, there'll be one hell of a bust-up," that aroused my interest, and my thoughts went back to the Walsh and Johnson force of 1925. So I rang up my friend, John Scott, and he readily agreed to come round to my office. I had seen a good deal of Scott since 1925, both in business and socially, and we were the members of the local board of the Sun Insurance Office. As my association with Scott will occupy quite a bit of the next few chapters, an outline of my previous contact with him is in order. I first met him at the Codford demobilization camp in early 1919, and he was AMLO at Plymouth when I embarked for home on the SS Anchises Blue Funnel Line, and I have a clear mental picture of him on that occasion. As we were tossing out in Plymouth Sound, Scott, in full uniform and heavy top boots, came out with the small pilot boat to collect the embarkation papers. In the choppy sea, he had to climb a rope ladder from the boat to the saloon deck, and at times he dangled precariously. The troops were making bets as to whether he would make it or fall in the sea, but he hung on tenaciously and made the ascent and descent safely. His brother, Lieutenant Colonel Humphrey Scott, was one of the outstanding battalion commanders in the AIF. He was killed in the trenches in France, just as he was about to transfer to the Indian Army. When he came to see me next morning, we got down to business right away. "What do you think of the political situation, Jack?" I asked. "Aren't we about to strike real trouble?" "Absolutely agree," said Scott in his deliberate, deep-voiced way of speaking. "It looks to me," he went on, "that either way the situation will get out of hand. What I mean is, if Lang stands up to the militant unions, there will be serious strikes, and with the crowd in their present mood and many near the breadline, who knows what will happen? And if Lang bows down to the unions and goes all out for socialization, there will be a bigger bust-up." "I'm afraid that's the picture, Jack," I said. "And if there is civil strife, who is to maintain order? The police." I remember Scott's reply to this very clearly, as if it were yesterday. "Now you've said it," said he. "When I think of the Walsh and Johnson affair, and when Jay realized that Stanley Bruce, whatever the critics say about him as a prime minister, was a bloody fine soldier, and he with all the information felt that the NSW police were insufficient to handle one centralized demonstration, I say to myself, how in Christ's name could they handle a major civil disturbance breaking out in a dozen places at once?" "Well, Jack," I said, "we seem to be at one on all this. The question is, what are we going to do about it? How about for a start a bigger and better Walsh and Johnson job?" "It's funny you should say that, Eric," said Scott, "because that is exactly what I have had in mind. Only yesterday, I was thinking of giving you a ring. You got in first. So we there, and then decided to get busy right away. And we did. Our first objective was to enroll around 1,000 sound, reliable service types, preferably of the officer and NCO class who thought exactly as we did. We agreed to steer clear of anyone who needed to be persuaded, to maintain absolute secrecy and keep no records, to follow the method of recruitment instituted for the Walsh and Johnson force, which was to pick 10 key men. Each of these would be obligated to enroll 10 men of similar caliber who were personally known and vouched for by the particular key men enrolling them. This would provide 110. The 100 men so recruited would in turn find 10 men each. This would make a grand total, with Scott and myself, of 1112. It was also agreed that at this stage no man would know any other man in the organization other than the man who had enlisted him, and as no policy would be mentioned, no one could tell the other fellow anything. And throughout, no writing. As soon as the 11-10 men had been enlisted, Scott and I would get our 10 key men together and discuss the next move in the light of the then situation. Enlistment was a slow business. Getting the first 10 had to be done carefully and with a good deal of tact in approach. But within a fortnight, we had 10 excellent fellows who got busy with a will in filling their respective quotas. While this was going on, Scott called on me one morning. He was obviously excited. "I've come across a funny thing," he said. I asked him what it was. "Well, would you believe it? There's another crowd organizing for exactly the same purpose as we are." This really was news. I was all agog and pressed him for details. "Two of our original 10, said Scott, "have told me more or less the same thing. One of them was approached to join another show, and the other, when he contacted a likely recruit, was told, 'You are too late. I'm already in.'" Scott said he had checked back in both cases and found that in the first case, the man who sought to enroll our man was an outsider, and in the second case, found that the man who said he was already in had not been enlisted by any of our men. We agreed to concentrate on finding out who was at the head of the other show, and if we approved of them, and if their objects were more or less identical with ours, we would pull out and leave them the field or possibly join forces. Chapter 4. The Gillespie-Goldfinch Organization. "I've run the other crowd to earth," said Scott when he came into my room a few days afterwards, looking very pleased with himself. "A committee of Sydney businessmen is behind it," he went on, "and Roger Goldfinch of the CSR is in charge of the recruiting." "That doesn't seem to make sense," I said. "Roger is a very capable bloke, but he has not had any war service. In fact, he is looked upon as one of those typical deep thinkers who would follow him." "I can't help that," Scott said. "What I am telling you is dead right." I then asked who were the other members of the committee. Scott could not tell me as he was in the process of finding out, but the information as far as it went was extremely interesting. P.R. Goldfinch, later Sir Philip, but always Roger to his friends, was GM of the CSR, and if the general manager of a company of that standing was engaged in attempting to form a defensive force, it was obvious that Sydney's most influential men and institutions were involved. Goldfinch was far too shrewd to take on such a task without the full backing of his directors, and they would naturally in turn be in touch with bank boards and the like. In other words, Sydney's establishment had the wind up well and truly. Clearly they believed that the Lang plan would cause grave capital erosion through inflation, and that socialization would follow. It was gratifying to feel that Scott and I were not just two lone pioneers in our appreciation of the situation. We agreed without discussion that there was only one thing for us to do, and that was a direct approach to Goldfinch. Goldfinch and I were members of the same club, and I frequently saw him there at lunch, so I took on the job of making contact. As luck had it, I saw him that same day. I asked him if he had a few minutes to talk over a matter. He said yes, and we had coffee together. I came to the point straight away. I told him what Scott and I were doing, and that we had learnt that he was associated with the other organization. Goldfinch said, "This is most interesting. We should get together. I can't talk now as I have an appointment in a few minutes, but could you come to my office tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock? I said that would suit me and I would bring Jack Scott along too. Goldfinch demurred at first, but afterwards consented on my assurance that Scott could be trusted implicitly. Scott called by arrangement at my office next morning, and we walked round to the CSR office together. It was only the length of O'Connell Street away. The interview went off quite well. I told Goldfinch what Scott and I thought about things and what we were doing to get the necessary men together. Goldfinch heartily agreed with our views and our plans and was emphatic that we should amalgamate into one organization. I suggested that Scott and I should pull out and leave him the field, but he said definitely no. He then invited Scott and me to attend the next meeting of his committee. We accepted and were told we would be advised of the time and place. The committee meeting was held 2 days later at 10:30 a.m. in a large room in the basement of the Mercantile Mutual Building, 117 Pitt Street. I was told that Sir Kelso King, the chairman of the Mercantile Mutual, had placed the room at the disposal of the committee. The only furniture in the room was a large table and an assortment of chairs. There were about a dozen men already there, standing about and talking in quiet tones. Goldfinch, who had taken Scott and me along, introduced us to the others where it was necessary, but actually I knew most of them as casual business acquaintances. A couple I knew a bit better than that. Only in a few instances it was our first meeting. There were two alert, well-groomed and fit-looking young men who stood together apart from the others, and they were introduced to me as officers from Victoria Barracks who were present as observers. I forget their names. Almost immediately, we took our seats at the table and proceeded to business. Robert Gillespie of Gillespie's Flour Mills took the chair. He was a director of the Bank of New South Wales, and from recollection, I think he had recently been made chairman. On his right sat five well-known figures in finance and commerce, and on his left were Goldfinch, immediately next to the chairman, and then Colonel Somerville, the secretary of the Royal Agricultural Society, and Colonel Bertram, the secretary of Royal Sydney Golf Club. At the end facing the chairman places were found for Scott and me. We sat on cane chairs of the veranda type. Scott's was a low-set kind of armchair, and his lean aquiline features were on a level with the table. It was a strange meeting. No warmth of atmosphere. Apart from Goldfinch, who was clear-cut and direct, the other six non-service types seemed out of their element and uncertain of themselves. Somerville and Bertram were just plainly bored and took small pains to conceal it. The meeting opened with a brief report from Goldfinch concerning more or less formal matters. One of these dealt with the cost of something or other, and the chairman chipped in and, quoting from a letter held in his hand, said that the bank had approved a limit of £12,000 for expenses. I found this amusing, but tried to look unimpressed. Our funds amounted to exactly nothing. Goldfinch then told the meeting why he had asked Scott and me to be present, detailing clearly and accurately the substance of our conversations. He strongly urged that the two shows should amalgamate, and this was unanimously endorsed by the committee members. In fact, it all went so smoothly that I felt it had all been arranged before we met. Anyhow, the invitation to join forces was quite warm, and the whole atmosphere seemed to improve considerably. The chairman told us that his committee viewed the future exactly as we did. There was then a short discussion as to how we could best combine, and it was soon agreed that for the present Goldfinch should continue as number one to direct and integrate the job on hand on behalf of the whole committee, Somerville to be in charge of organization and operations, and to be assisted by Bertram. This assignment did nothing to dissipate their boredom, whilst I was placed in complete charge of recruiting, with Scott to assist. The chairman stated that getting hold of suitable men was the weak point of their organization. The meeting was over in little more than an hour from the time we arrived, and on parting the climate was congenial. That afternoon I met Scott at 4 o'clock, by arrangement at my club. I took him to a secluded spot in the shade under the veranda of the old billiard room, and having found two comfortable chairs, we settled down to assess the implications of the meeting that morning. Several points stood out. Firstly, the non-service members of the committee comprised a fair representation of the conservative interests in banking, commerce, and industry. Even Somerville and Bertram, the only soldiers on it and both of them with distinguished service, had clearly been co-opted, and their obvious indifference indicated a sad lack of interest. Anyhow, it was not a job for two aging retired professional staff officers. They would not have been there at all without the consent of their respective employers, and the composition of the committees of the RAS and RSGC was further proof of how widely based was the foundation of the Gillespie-Goldfinch setup. Secondly, up to date, it was hopelessly unequal to the task it had set itself. Two things we found rather puzzling. One was the ease and readiness with which we had been made members of the committee. No pledges, no conditions. We put this down to the difficulties that had been encountered in recruiting. The other was the presence of the two observers. These officers were members of the staff corps, and as professional soldiers were under the control and discipline of Army HQ, which in turn had to answer to the Department of Defense. The Scullin Labour government was in power, and the department was naturally in the hands of a Labour defence minister. It therefore seemed strange that the district commandant should have permitted two of his officers to assist even as observers in a matter that in no way concerned them. Had they been policemen, it would have been quite understandable. The job that had been assigned to us was then discussed in detail. We were both keen to show what could be done, and the strength of the new association gave added impetus. Scott and I agreed to make contact every second day and that I should make a verbal report to Goldfinch at least once a week. Chapter 5. The Combined Effort. Owing to the increasing anxiety of the public, for which the open talk of socialization in government circles was responsible, the enrollment of suitable men became very much easier. I kept Goldfinch advised as to progress, and he was more than pleased. He told me, too, that the committee members were equally satisfied. Our hunch had been right. Recruiting had been their weakest point. It was definitely a case of more chiefs than Indians. My association with Goldfinch was quite harmonious and grew into an easy cordiality. He seemed to have confidence in me, and on my part I could not fail to be impressed by his crisp manner and quick decision on small points that came up for discussion between us. Towards the middle of January 1931, we had enrolled more than 800 men and were well within sight of the target of 1,000, or to be exact, 1,012. Then the first hint of trouble showed up. Two of the original key men, George Knox, and later in the same day, Lance Rickard, called to see me. From each of them I learnt the same story. The men were becoming restless. They wanted to know who was leading them and how the show was being organized. They wanted to know also the extent of their obligations and how far from their homes they would be expected to operate. Without this and similar information, both Knox and Rickard told me quite frankly they feared they could not hold their men. I was not really surprised. From experience, I knew how deflated the best volunteers can become through dilatory treatment. As a matter of fact, I must have been a bit telepathic, as more than once I had been on the point of raising this very question with Goldfinch, but on each occasion I felt it better not to stick out my neck until I had completed my tally of 1,000. The substance of my reply to both Rickard and Knox was to tell them the exact facts, that Scott and I had started out on the job on our own initiative, and that we had discovered by chance that there was a powerful group of representative men organizing for the very same purpose, and that after discussion we had thrown in our lot with them. In the new organization, Jack Scott and I were limited for the moment to recruiting. I told them I entirely agreed with all they had said and that I would contact the #1 member of the committee and see what could be done. I rang Scott to tell him of this interview, but he already knew about it. In fact, it was he who had suggested that I be approached direct. Forthwith, I made an appointment with Goldfinch over the telephone and went round to his office to discuss the situation. But here I was up against it. I detailed to him exactly what Knox and Rickard had said, but he would have none of it. I was very patient with Goldfinch, as he was without understanding of the digger outlook, and tried to make him realize that the men we were dealing with were accomplished soldiers and leaders and knew what they were talking about. But I did not get anywhere. Instead, Goldfinch rode a very high executive horse. "You can tell them from me the committee will solve all these matters in due course. They have just got to be patient." "Oh, I can tell them that, of course," I replied, "but they will most likely tell me what I can do with the whole show, and we don't want that to happen." "If you think it is as bad as that," said Goldfinch, "you had better talk to the committee. I will arrange a meeting." The meeting took place a few days later in the same room at 117 Pitt Street. Bertram was not present, but otherwise the attendance was the same as at the first meeting. Scott and I were the last to arrive, and our reception could hardly be termed enthusiastic. There was a feeling of restraint and coldness. Goldfinch made a short report as to progress and then said to the chairman, "That is all I have to say, sir, but Campbell wants to bring a matter before the meeting." The chairman nodded to me to proceed. I told the committee in substance what I had already told Goldfinch. I pointed out that it was not a question whether orders and plans, etc., were or were not essential at this stage. The question was whether or not we wished to retain the first-class men Scott and I had been able to get together. When I finished speaking, the chairman nodded to Somerville, who then took up the running. His attitude was almost identical with Goldfinch's. Airily he waved the whole thing aside. "Quite unnecessary, much too early, etc." I urged that at least secret rallying points should be selected and area commanders appointed. "All in good time," I was told. Just say that we'll get in touch if they are needed. I asked how this would be done. Telephone, of course, I was told. I could not refrain from pointing out that to ring 1,000 men, assuming they were all on the telephone, at 3 minutes, a call would take 50 hours non-stop. And where do you suggest you would ask them to assemble? I asked. That, said Somerville, would have to be decided at the time, but probably in the domain. The mental picture of 1,000 men, mostly unknown to each other, without distinguishing badges, and without leaders, was too much. I just grinned. I realized further discussion would get us nowhere, so I merely said, if that's the view of the committee, I've just got to accept it, but I know you are making a grave mistake. Turning to Somerville, who was an old friend and comrade, he was a divisional DAQMG when I was a battery commander, I said, you know as well as I do, Barney, you just cannot drive the digger type in winkers. You've got to take him into your confidence and tell him the truth if you want to get the best out of him. On this note, the meeting drifted away. I have no doubt in my own mind that the whole matter had been discussed and decided days before the meeting was held, and that we had met to hear a judgment rather than seriously consider a problem. The others were either very arrogant in their ignorance or they thought Scott and I were bluffing for some unknown reason. I should record that after I had finished speaking, Scott told the meeting in no uncertain manner that he agreed with everything I said and that the organization was courting disaster in disregarding the reasonable requests of those who were prepared to stand behind it. Anyhow, Scott and I left the meeting together, and I know we both felt keenly disappointed. We walked quaywards to our respective offices, mine at 66 Pitt Street, then the Sydney Morning Herald building, only half a block away from 117 Pitt Street, and Scott's in Bridge Street. We arranged to meet that afternoon at 4 p.m. I had made up my mind to resign, and I told Scott so when we met. We'll both get out, and the sooner the better, he replied. I rang Goldfinch there and then and made an appointment for Scott and me to see him at his office the next day at noon. As we walked together to the CSR office next morning, we agreed that if Goldfinch showed a disposition to reconsider the matter and come our way, we would be prepared to heal the breach. We might just as well have saved our breath, as Goldfinch seemed even more austere, so I came to the point right away. I told him I could not possibly continue to be responsible for recruiting in the absence of organization, and so felt it only proper to withdraw from the committee. I said that I could ill afford the time and had decided to forget the whole business. Scott said he had decided similarly, and we rose to go. Just as we reached the door, Goldfinch turned to Scott and said, "Jack, can you spare me a few minutes to talk over another matter with you?" Scott stayed. I left. The next morning, Scott rang me and said that, subject to my agreement, he was prepared to stay on for a time to finish recruiting, as only about another 150 men were needed. I was surprised at this, but I readily agreed and wished him good luck. I felt well out of it all. Chapter 6. The Meetings at Boongala. Following on my resignation, I had a week's complete peace. I did not see Scott and had no contact whatever with organizing against the Lang Plan, communism, or anything else. But my happy isolation was not to last. It was brought to a close by a ring at the front door of my home, Boongala, Ku-ring-gai Chase Avenue, Turramurra, one night around 7:30, and just 8 days after I had said goodbye to all that. My wife and I had just finished dinner and were lingering over coffee when Paddy the Airedale gave a loud bark in answer to the doorbell. We were not expecting any guests, so I got up from my chair, closed the sliding doors that cut off the dining room from the hall, switched on the front veranda light from an inside switch, and opened the front door. I was greeted with a cheery "good night" from 7 or 8 men who were grouped around the doorway. I knew them all, and several were firm friends of long standing. They were all returned soldiers and responsible householders on the North Shore line, and to be the latter in those days was the badge of respectability. I remember 4 of them clearly: Lance Rickard, George Knox, Norman Penfold, and John Wallis. Lance Rickard, whom I knew best of all, said, "We want to talk to you. Can you spare us half an hour?" I replied, "Yes, of course. Come in," and led the way into the lounge across the hall from the dining room. All these men were amongst the first Scott and I had contacted in our early efforts, and both Rickard and Knox had expressed their dissatisfaction with the Gillespie-Goldfinch committee. I did not therefore need to be telepathic to realize at once the nature of the subject to be discussed. My wife kept behind the scenes, but she told me afterwards she had sat at the head of the stairs and listened with interest, amusement, and entertainment to all that went on. What impressed her most was the cheery enthusiasm of those who had come to call and the grasp they all seemed to have of their subject. The half-hour naturally stretched into a full 2 hours. It amounted to this, by some mysterious means, but I have my own opinion how this could have happened. They had learned very accurately indeed of what had taken place at the final meeting of the Gillespie-Goldfinch committee. They could tell me almost word for word what I had said and how it had all been received. They knew I had subsequently resigned and that Jack Scott had agreed to stay on for a time to finish the recruiting. I was told that all my guests that night had already pulled out and would have nothing whatever to do with such a keystone comedy. At the same time, they all saw real danger in the Lang situation and were as keen as mustard to assist in forming a force that could preserve law and order under any circumstances and at the same time be able to put the commos where they belonged. Then they came to the point. Would I lead them? If I would take the job on, they would be behind me to a man and would guarantee quick smart all the manpower I wanted. How about it? Asked the spokesman. I said yes on certain conditions. These were: I would organize a force on sound lines, but when this was done, a leader would be chosen by delegates in line with a plan I had in mind. I told them I was not looking for the job myself, but I felt sure that there were many senior AIF officers known to all of us who would be glad to do so. The objects and policy of the force to be clearly defined in writing so that every intending member would know what it was about. Regional organization and responsibility so that every area would be able to look after itself. A further meeting, preferably in the city, to kick it off and to read and consider a draft of the objects and policy of the movement, which I would prepare over the coming weekend. The conditions were readily agreed to, and I was to have at least 2 days' notice of the further meeting, which I asked be not larger than a dozen men. And S0, it was all on again. We then went to the dining room, where I found glasses and beer, and we drank success to the movement. I have a clear mental picture of them all sitting along the extensive window seat, glasses in hand, laughing and talking, and generally in high spirits. It was a perfect summer night, with a light nor'easter coming through the open casement windows and gently billowing the blue curtains just behind where they were sitting. I walked up the drive with my friendly tempters. The lights in the garden were on and shone on the couch lawns, which were at their best, and on the masses of dahlias, summer roses and zinnias, which formed a luxuriant and colorful background. In one way I was sorry to be in the collar again. In another way I was glad. I knew the quality of the men who had just left and had no doubts that with their help I could put up a good show. Chapter 7. The All for Australia League and the Riverina Movement. A few days after the Boongala meeting, I was told that the formal inaugural meeting had been arranged for 7:30 p.m. on the following Monday, 16 March, at the Imperial Service Club. This put me in a bit of a fix. I had in the meantime accepted an invitation to be one of the speakers at a public meeting at the Gordon Picture Theatre on the same evening in aid of the All for Australia League. Being in duty bound to attend the 7:30 p.m. meeting, I lost no time in making my excuses for the other engagement so that the organizers could get a substitute in my place. I was sorry to have to do this because I was deeply impressed with the motives behind the All for Australia League, AFA for short, and also with the type of citizen it was attracting. Shortly before, there had been a meeting at Killara in the old hall near the railway station, and my wife and I were there by invitation. The hall was packed with a representative gathering of the North Shore Line, the extreme right wing of respectable and law-abiding conservatism. Nevertheless, the audience loudly applauded the speakers when they denounced the failure of party government to handle the depression. The suggestion that a league be formed of citizens who put Australia first and political parties last was still more loudly applauded. Such a league, it was unanimously agreed, could select and then elect the type of men who would restore integrity and leadership to parliamentary government. It was on this basis that the AFA was formed. It was hailed with delight, and members came in by the thousand. The AFA and the New Guard were organising at the same time, and many men were members of both. Sir Sidney Snow was one of the mainsprings of the AFA, and he and I discussed on many occasions problems that the two organisations had in common. Snow and I would sit together in the train to Milson's Point, and on other occasions he would pick me up at Turramurra when he was driving his car. In Snow's view, the New Guard was the fighting wing, and the AFA the political wing of the same brand of thought. These discussions, of course, were some time later than the Gordon meeting at which I had been invited to speak. At that time, the AFA was only just beginning, and the New Guard had not started. When I got home from my meeting, on the night of the 16th, my wife said, "Well, how did it go?" "It went with a bang," I replied. "So did mine," was the rather astonishing answer. "Yours?" "Oh yes," she said, endeavouring to be quite casual about it. "I went to the AFA meeting at Gordon, and what's more, I made a speech." I was amazed, but what on earth did you say? "Well, you may remember at dinner last night I asked you what you would have said if you could have been there, and you told me briefly. It sounded all right to me, so I memorized the gist of it, put in a bit of my own, and when they asked for more speakers, I went on to the platform feeling very nervous, and told them what I thought, and got a wonderful reception." A day or two afterwards, General Gordon Bennett, who was chairman, told me that it was the speech of the evening and helped a lot in making the meeting a great success. My friend John Wallis told me exactly the same thing. The first authentic information to come my way concerning the Riverina movement was from Alan Ogilvy Smith of Vale Bedder, Yass. He and I were firm friends from 12th Army Field Artillery Brigade days in France, and his periodic visits to Sydney on business or social occasions were celebrated as a matter of course by a good lunch at the Hotel Australia Grill and a long yarn afterwards. O. Smith, as he was generally known, was an almost legendary figure in the AIF in the field, in sport and in wild, daring and humorous escapades on leave. He was one of those, and there were a lot of them in the AIF, who never got proper recognition for outstanding service, due in his case to an independence of spirit and failure to render lip service to those higher up who did not happen to measure up to his own high standards. He was full of enthusiasm for the Riverina movement, and he and a number of Yass were playing a leading part in its development, among whom was his brother, an equally firm friend, Royce Smith, of Brooklands, Yass. Council's opinion had been obtained to guide them on the constitutional aspects, and so armed they were going flat out for their objective of a Riverina state, and thus leave Sydney to enjoy Mr. Lang and his plan all by itself. Though a dyed-in-the-wool Australian, had the advantage of an English public school and Oxford University education, and in consequence he was worth listening to. He introduced me to another Yass grazier, Captain Arthur Christian, who was taking a leading part in the movement. Christian was an Englishman with a good background of service in the BEF and who had had several assignments in Asia for the British Foreign Office. Quite soon after Smith had made us known to each other, I met Christian by chance in Barrack Street. He told me he particularly wanted to see me and had intended coming to my office to invite me to Yass for the following weekend when Charles Hardy would be passing through on his way, with other prominent members of the Riverina movement, to Sydney to press their claims for a new state. I accepted, and in due course my wife and I went as the guests of Captain and Mrs. Christian for the weekend at their delightful home beside the Yass River a few miles from the town. Hardy received an enthusiastic reception from quite a fair crowd, and he made a telling speech. He was a forceful personality and an excellent speaker. He and I had a long talk in the back room of a small Yass cafe and found the New Guard and the Riverina movement had much in common, and where possible we would cooperate. We did not attempt, however, to conceal that our objectives were widely apart. The New Guard had taken on the task of protecting Sydney from civil commotion and the like, whereas the Riverina movement's prime objective was the creation of a country-controlled new state. It followed that, although Mr. Lang was the common enemy of both organizations, from Hardy's viewpoint the longer he stayed in power and the worse he behaved the better, as it would make his task all the easier. But from the New Guard standpoint, the sooner we got rid of the Lang government and had a general state election, the better it would be for the people of Sydney, where our immediate interest lay. Hardy's reaction to this was, "But you'll only get Tom Bavin back, and I can't see how that will help much." To this, I said that we were counting on the AFA influence to get more suitable candidates for Parliament. The upshot was that Hardy and I would respect each other's objectives and where possible cooperate. One broad hint he threw out, and that was that once the Riverina got its new state, at least 2 other areas in New South Wales would follow suit. It is my belief that the establishment understood this, and that is why no stone was left unturned to stifle the Riverina movement. There was a weakness in both the AFA and the Riverina movement. In each case, the members had no control of the governing body, and so, for the wily politician, it was a piece of cake to smash them both. Chapter 8. The meeting at Cahill's restaurant. The organizing committee concentrated on its first objective, which was to arrange for a larger and more representative meeting. Cahill's restaurant in O'Connell Street was rented for this occasion. In 1931, it occupied a basement on the western side of the street near Hunter Street. The time fixed for the meeting was 7:30 p.m. The staff would be clear of the premises by that hour, and we would have complete possession. It was decided that I would preside, and that there would be only one short speech, and this too was left to me. The tables used to accommodate customers were not moved, but the chairs were turned so that the audience would face the entrance. On each table, there was a prominent cardboard notice stuck in the menu holder, and each notice had written on it in block letters the name of a suburb and displayed so that it could be easily read by those entering the room. The committee members got there early, and as each man arrived his name was ticked off, and he was asked to sit at the table which indicated the suburb where he lived. The organizers had taken pains to have at least 3 from each of the main suburban areas. Those present were there by invitation, and they turned up to a man. They were all ex-servicemen and men of repute and responsibility. I am not in a position to give exact figures. I don't think we even counted them, but I would estimate that between 100 and 150 were present. As soon as the committee was satisfied by checking the list and a quick scrutiny of the tables that everyone had arrived, the meeting got underway. I stood on a chair, which was a bit rickety, beside the reception desk at the entrance, and from this position I could see all those present. My speech did not take 10 minutes at the most. It was very simple and direct. The attestation form really provided the scope of what was said, and added to this were some fairly forceful remarks on communism and as to the likely results of the Lang Plan. It was a most responsive audience. One had to hold them back rather than force them on. I concluded my remarks by stating that there would be a 10-minute interval, and during this time I asked the men at each table to discuss what had been said, and that if they wished to form a branch, they would find on their table the necessary forms for completion and also a bundle of attestation papers to take home. I emphasized that there was no shadow of compulsion and that we only wanted those who were 100% with us, so that if any present did not wish to become members of the new guard, not to feel any embarrassment whatever about it. During the 10-minute interval, there was a hum of low-pitched conversation coming from 30-odd committee meetings, all being held within a few feet of each other. So intense was the interest that I doubt if any were aware what was being said at the adjoining tables. I watched all this carefully from my vantage point on the chair. One could almost feel the excitement. When I reopened the meeting, I asked that a man from each locality that had been formed in the interval should bring me a copy of the resolution passed. The forms were supplied in duplicate so that there was a copy to take home, together with the attestation forms duly signed by those present. With the precision of a drill movement, a man from each table rose to his feet and, armed with the necessary papers, proceeded with the others in an orderly queue to the reception desk, where a couple of committee members took charge of the papers. In a matter of minutes, I was able to tell the meeting that over 30 localities had been formed. The locality committees were then instructed get on with recruiting without delay in their respective areas. To hold a locality meeting as soon as they had 10 members, and at that meeting to appoint by a majority vote a locality commander and an administrator who would be second in command and look after the records and details. To report regularly each week to the organizing committee at an address to be notified. To furnish in the first report an address and telephone number, at which the locality commander and administrator could be contacted at any time. They were also told that as far as possible each locality would be treated as an independent entity and would be responsible for the maintenance of law and order within its boundaries. Finally, they were asked to notify the organizing committee of men in other suburbs who wished to form localities. The meeting closed with "God Save the King," sung in no uncertain manner. Prior to the meeting, the committee had notified the police commissioner, Mr. Childs, of the place and time of the meeting and suggested that he send along an officer in plain clothes to act as an observer. I did not know this had been done and was mildly surprised when, at the conclusion of the meeting, an elderly man came over to me and said he was the police officer who had been sent along. He told me he was a sergeant employed on clerical duties at police headquarters. He was loud in his praises of what he had seen and heard. He said, "It's a great comfort to know that in these times there is a body of loyal men like you gentlemen we can rely on if the need arises. Mr. Mackay, then inspector in charge of CID, is my boss, and I'm sure he will be glad to hear what I'll have to tell him." Then he added, "There's no more loyal man than Mr. Mackay." A couple of the committee members who were alongside when this conversation took place confirmed that they had notified the commissioner and were surprised I did not know. I agreed that it had been a wise move. I ran into Charles Ulm a few days afterwards in the Australia bar, and he said, "I hear you made a telling speech the other night." I replied with suitable modesty, and Ulm continued, "The boys liked the part about kicking out communists instead of being kicked out by communists. You can count on both Smithy and me." I was very close to both Smithy and Ulm and had looked after their business for years and helped where I could in a small way with the organization of their flights and held their powers of attorney when they were away. I was Smithy's executor and trustee and one of Ulm's executors. Had they lived, they would have been major figures in commercial aviation, particularly Ulm, who had almost a genius for thoughtful, long-sighted planning. I had tried hard and unsuccessfully to persuade each of them not to take on their respective last fatal flights. Chapter 9: The Growth of the Movement. The meeting at Cahill's solved the recruiting problem. It was as simple as that. The concept of the new guard was unreservedly welcomed by the very type of men we were looking for. All they had needed was a lead. Given an incentive that appeals, I doubt if any people can work so swiftly, efficiently, and with such devotion as Australians. And so, when the newly formed committees got to work in their respective residential areas, the response was more than gratifying. Instructions given at the meeting were, I believe, strictly observed. These were no sales talk, no publicity, just pick your men carefully and let them read the attestation paper. If they want to come in, sign them up. If they don't, let them go. After the depressing weeks with the Gillespie-Goldfinch committee, this ready response was decidedly heartening. One night towards the end of March, Jack Scott rang me at home and asked me how we were getting along. "Extremely well, Jack," I told him. "How many men have you got?" he asked. "Conservatively, around 5,000, I said. "Good heavens, I haven't even 500 or anything like it. I'm afraid my best men have left me to go to you." "Then why not come over to us, Jack? You'll be very welcome." "Nothing would please me more," said Scott, "but unfortunately, I have given my word to stay on here for a bit. The task of providing this fast-growing movement with a suitable plan of organization was a responsibility that I had accepted from the outset. In part, it was already in operation, and this was the creation of self-governing units in the various residential areas. These were the localities. Before going into details, some explanation is needed in order that the considerations which weighed with me in forming the organization as I did may be understood, if not agreed with. For a start, I had no sympathy with so much of the real power in government being in the hands of unelected minorities, the caucus of the Labour Party and the consultative council of capital-vested interests. The farce of pre-selection committees was enervating, and I determined that the new guard in its constitution would be an example of practical democracy. What could be better than control, through small electorates, by a few hundred intelligent men, neighbors, and with a close community of interests? And so, in principle, the election of a unit or locality leader was the first step. Following this, the higher commands, other than technicians, would in turn be chosen by the locality commanders, and this carried through up to the chief commander. In all appointments, there was the right of recall. That is, everyone in authority could be removed at any time by the body that had made the appointment and a fresh selection made. Funnily enough, the right of recall had been advocated by the Labour Party since its early days, and the doctrine of election and selection I was to find a couple of years later in line with the theory of Italian fascism. The locality system had even greater advantages when it came to defence and the maintenance of law and order. With each locality able to control its own area, the peace and safety of Greater Sydney was assured. In each zone, a unit of troops organised for mobility could deal with any particular trouble spot. The transport problem was thus eliminated, except intra-locality, and as each locality was supreme within its own boundaries, headquarters would not have to make any provision. It was the inefficiency of the Gillespie-Goldfinch committee and the vague suggestions of contacting members by telephone and perhaps meeting in the domain, etc., that made me realize that territorial organization was the shot. Actually, the organ is upple and all by word of mouth. When a locality, the commander and his administrator were given a number of basic instructions, and this was generally done by myself attending the locality meeting, in its own territory, meeting the members and telling them what it was all about. In brief, these were the instructions. Classify the members into 3 categories. A class, the physically vigorous, to be employed primarily within the locality boundaries, but who were prepared to operate outside its boundaries if required to do so. B class, those irrespective of age who were technically qualified to assist in maintaining essential services, water, gas, electricity, transport, etc. C class, those whose age or inclination confined them to tasks within the locality. Fix 1 or more rallying points. Arrange a system of internal communications. Make plans for protection of essential service installations, shopping centers, and the like within the locality and detail parties for each task. The commanders and administrators, being ex-servicemen, carried out these duties with ease. Generally, they were a lap or 2 ahead. Euro's next step in the plan was to get the locality officers together at a meeting in the city at frequent intervals. These meetings were known as locality conventions. They were here at night in large boardrooms or small halls that were easy for hire in the city for a modest sum. At first, we found suitable accommodation in the then manufacturer's insurance building in O'Connell Street, and later, when these gatherings were around 200, we used the basement of the Highland Society's building in Phillip Street. Roll call of localities was a routine before business commenced, and I cannot remember even one occasion when the muster was not 100% of the Greater Sydney localities. These conventions, usually held once a fortnight, achieved more than one objective. Not only were the organizing committee members the constant grind of answering individual questions, both during business hours and at night, but it also gave the locality officers the opportunity of getting to know each other. Of interest or difficulty were generally applied to the whole movement, and so a ruling on this or that amounted to an instruction. Conventions were under my chairmanship, and everyone present had the right and was encouraged to speak freely and without reservation. Each locality had 1 vote on every question, and so it was a kind of parliament without parties. They were cheery gatherings. Sensible suggestions always got a good hearing, while silly ones got short shrift. Like a large family, they brought each other up. The 3rd step was to divide Greater Sydney into 4 zones. A zone north of the harbour. B zone, the eastern suburbs and coastline to Marlborough. C zone, the southern suburbs down to and including Sutherland. D zone, the western suburbs to west of Parramatta. These zones were in turn subdivided into divisional areas. The divisional area varied in size, but generally comprised 3 or more adjoining localities in the same zone. The divisions were designated with the zone letter and a number, for example, Div. Al, A2, etc., and this was done in each zone. Divisional commanders and then zone commanders were appointed. Divisional commanders were appointed by the locality commanders in the divisional area, and in turn, the divisional commanders in a zone met, and selected a zone commander. Zones and divisions were designed to integrate the movement and at the same time to divide the movement into 4 strong self-contained units. Localities, however, still remained supreme within their own territories. Division would only operate if more than one locality in the divisional area were engaged in any task. Similarly, zone would not operate unless more than one division in the zone area was committed to any action. Zone and divisional commanders could select small staffs to assist with details, but simplicity remained the watchword, and Parkinson's law, not then enunciated but nevertheless widely exemplified, was frowned upon. The zone and divisional setup was really a framework for use if the balloon went up. In the meantime, locality staffs could still deal direct with new guard headquarters. This stage of the organization was reached by about the end of April 1931, and seeing that more than 20,000 had been enrolled, I felt that I had fulfilled the undertaking I made at the Boongala meeting to organize a movement on sound lines, and accordingly that the time had arrived for me to step down in favor of a chief commander. I notified the organizing committee of my decision and told them that the selection of a chief commander would be the first business at the next locality convention in about a fortnight's time. I asked that the locality commanders be quietly told about this so that there would be time to give the question some thought and to seek out likely men to do the job. I promised, too, that in the meantime I would complete the organization, particularly to define the powers to be invested in a chief commander. 2 names I suggested to them for consideration were Major General Sir Charles Rosenthal and Major General Gordon Bennett. I then brought the organization up to date. Except for purely locality problems, the locality convention was a bit out of date, and I believed that there should be a policy-making body representative of the whole movement. To this end, I substituted the New Guard Convention for the Locality Convention and provided that in addition to each locality having 1 vote on any decision affecting the New Guard, each zone commander and each divisional commander should have 1 vote and also be entitled to take part in all discussions. The voting strength was still with the localities, but the movement would have the advantage of having the views of the senior men. In the event of equality of votes, the chairman would have a casting vote. Ex officio, the chief commander would be the chairman when present. The original organizing committee, formed at the Imperial Service Club in February, and added to from time to time, had by the very success of its efforts done itself out of a job, so it was necessary to consider a new form of executive to take its place. The members of that committee had all been chosen for zone or divisional commands. Plumley was the only exception. As chief of the intelligence branch, he had as much as he could handle. The new executive I called the General Council, and its members comprised the chief commander as chairman, or his deputy if he were absent, and the 4 zone commanders. Again, it was a case of 1 man, 1 vote, including the chairman. Divisional commanders had a right to be present and to join discussions, but they had no vote. The General Council was designed for decisions on major executive matters only. Minor routine questions and also defensive emergencies were left to the chief commander. During the period of preparation, the chief commander was merely the executive head without the power to involve the movement in any concerted action. If, however, the movement should become committed, he would be in complete charge, and the zone commanders would carry on as commanders of their own areas. The chief commander had the right to select a deputy CC and to organize and control a G, A, and Q staff. As a final break on both the General Council and the chief commander, I made provision for a council of action. This comprised the chief commander as chairman without a vote and the divisional commanders with 1 vote each. The idea behind all this requires some explanation. Here is the picture as I saw it. Should there be any breach of the peace that was beyond the power of the police to handle, the locality in that particular area would automatically intervene for the maintenance of law and order and the preservation of life, limb, and property. That is why localities were formed. In any case, it would only be an exercise of a right and duty inherent in every citizen, and the fact that citizens were organized for that very purpose made it no less so. If the trouble was confined to one locality, it would have been merely a matter to be reported to headquarters in due course. If, however, other localities were involved, it could become a task for the appropriate division or zone. But here again, it would be automatic involvement of the areas concerned, and conceivably the whole movement could have been committed in this way. But that did not give me the slightest concern. In fact, it would have been a demonstrably complete justification for the creation of the new guard. My concern lay in quite a different direction. For example, if an ugly situation had occurred in any of the industrial suburbs, and one or more localities had been obliged to take a hand, an exaggerated report of the happenings might well have caused an impulsive chief commander or a belligerent general council to say, "This is it," and thereupon mobilize, say, a battalion of troops, with orders to arrest all communists in that district, and also put the whole new guard on the alert. It was for the purpose of avoiding any false step of this kind that I created the Council of Action. As already mentioned, it consisted of divisional commanders. The divisional command comprised 3 or more localities. The divisional commander lived in the area and had in all cases been a locality number 1 before his promotion, and was therefore in close touch all the time with his localities. Divisional commanders were, as a class, regimental officers with plenty of war experience and not likely to be bustled by circumstances. I felt that, in an emergency, they could be trusted with responsibility for the safety of the new guard personnel. The council was also an automatic check on hasty action by headquarters. If a divisional commander were instructed from headquarters to take aggressive action where the situation did not seem to demand it, he would naturally say, "Has this been authorized by the Council of Action? And if not, why?" With these safeguards, I felt I could hand over what was virtual control. On the evening of the locality convention, I had dinner at the Imperial Service Club. During the meal, Lance, Rickard and Farley came to my table and told me they were backing me for the post of chief commander. In effect, I replied, "Look, there are plenty of men inside and outside the guard who are more suitable than me. Anyhow, I have had quite enough over the last few months." They were unconvinced. In fact, Farley came back to my table and said, "You are the only bloody man for the job. Don't let us down at this stage." The meeting was held in the largest of the small halls available in the manufacturer's building. After the roll call, the first business was the appointment of a chief commander. Immediately, there were proposers and seconders in a dozen places for my appointment. I said, "I am not looking for the job. Please get someone else." I vacated the chair and left the meeting and sat in a small room nearby whilst the question was discussed. In a matter of a few minutes, I heard sounds of applause. I heard the door of the meeting room open, and 3 of the senior men came in to tell me that I had been elected unanimously and would I please come and take the chair. I complied, rather proud and a bit sorry. The additions to the Constitution already mentioned were explained and in turn put to the meeting and adopted. As a matter of record, I notified my decision at the following New Guard convention that I had chosen George Knox as Deputy Chief Commander, and this, from the response, was clearly a popular choice. Knox remained in the job until October, when his company promoted him to a senior post in South Africa. He had always carried out his duties as 2IC very satisfactorily, and I was sorry to lose him. However, Captain Reg. Cox very ably filled his place. That night, the new guard, though only about 3 months old, had definitely come of age. I had only one grouse, or was to have as time went on. This was I was inevitably referred to, both in and out of the new guard, as Colonel Campbell. I strove against this, but with no success. It is true that I was a substantive lieutenant colonel on the reserve of officers. I had held a commission from senior cadets, then the Australian Field Artillery, CMF, to the AIF, for just over 20 years and was 38 years old in April 1931. But I was dead against the retention of military ranks in civil life. I would not even wear my returned soldier's badge. I gave it to my brother Neil, who had lost his. I remember in 1920 a brother of Jack Scott, Lee Scott, reproached me for not wearing my badge and begged of me to do so. This was at the Stane Hotel, Manly, one Saturday after golf. He told me the returned men had to keep together. I had not thought of that before, but learnt the wisdom of it later. Anyhow, the boys had decided the matter, and Colonel Campbell I was, willy-nilly. I just gave up the unequal struggle. In fairness, I should add that all New Guard commanders were known by their army ranks. The trouble was, mine stuck. Anzac Day 1931 was, I think, really the zero date for all this. New Guard members turned out with their respective units in full force. I marched at the head with one or two of the original officers of the 7th Field Artillery Brigade, and in due course we ended up as usual in the domain for the combined church parade. The 7th Brigade was right in front of the dais on which were assembled, in addition to the various clergymen, a number of senior officers, mostly generals. One of the latter spotted me and called out, "Colonel Campbell, come up here." Nothing loath, I did so. The gesture evidently went down well with the New Guard diggers, as there was quite a volume of restrained applause. Chapter 10. The New Guard in Position. From May 1931 onwards, this is a bird's-eye view of the organization. Firstly, the maintenance of law and order. The northern foreshores of the harbour were under the competent care of the A-zone localities situated on the waterfront from Manly to Lane Cove. Behind them and forming an admirable defence in depth were, along the seashore, the localities of Brookville Dy, Coleroy, Narrabeen, Newport and Palm Beach. The North Shore line from the Milsons Point area to Hornsby was a checkerboard of contiguous localities verging on Middle Harbour, Manly on the east, and on the northern group of suburbs to Normanhurst, Beecroft, Epping, etc., on the west, where the Guard was also organised in solid strength. The southern foreshores were similarly under the control of localities in the areas of Watson's Bay to Lane Cove and Parramatta. In every seaside suburb from Bondi to Cronulla there was a strong locality, and inland from these, B-Zone had a grip on the near eastern suburbs through localities at King's Cross, Darlinghurst, Edgecliff-Woollahra, Double Bay and Rose Bay, Randwick and Kensington. C-Zone took over south of Redfern, and its strength centred in the Kogarah, Hurstville, Rockdale and Sutherland areas. On the west, D-Zone was a mighty cluster of localities with its centre in Strathfield-Burwood-Ashfield. It sat across the southern and western highways, in the same manner as C-Zone controlled the Prince's Highway, and a zone the Pacific Highway to Newcastle and the north. With the 93 localities spread over the 4 zones, it meant, on a fair estimate, that upwards of 20,000 solid reliable men had been recruited, organised into categories, and allotted to the various tasks and activities. Marshal Foch's recipe for success in war was mass, surprise and speed. These 3 ingredients were exemplified in the rise of the New Guard, and as far as the physical angle was concerned, I knew we had reached our objective without risk of bloodshed. As for maintenance of essential services, early on, a carefully picked staff had made a study of the essential service problem and had selected in each locality key men from B category to deal with this aspect of our responsibility. Although entailing a great deal of work in leisure hours, this was not really difficult. It was found that numbers of key men in the various departments or boards or corporations handling essential services had joined up, so that it was a simple matter for the locality administrator to give a list, with full details of technical qualifications of the B-class men on the locality roll, to the B-class organising staff. This staff was a self-contained unit and could operate at short notice. I was determined that the New Guard should be in a position to maintain essential services because it was obvious that law and order could not be maintained in a crisis without them. Adequate supplies of food and water were an indisputable must, and in turn this meant transport, light, heat and power. Sabotage did not worry me. Within locality areas saboteurs would not have had a chance, and the protection of installations, pipelines and the like that lay outside districts presented little difficulty. It was the likelihood of industrial unrest that gave me concern. A series of strikes inspired by the communists and encouraged by the Trades Hall as a softening up, for socialism could have paralyzed the city in a matter of hours, and for want of food and water, the whole population could well have been at the mercy of a determined minority. With the combination of the A, B, and C classes each doing their respective jobs, I was reasonably satisfied that we could handle any such situation. From my then knowledge, and from what Mr. John H. C. Sleeman, who was for a time closely associated with Mr. Lang, subsequently told me in 1933, I have no doubt whatever that it was the strength of the New Guard that prevented the strike strategy being carried into effect. According to Sleeman, Lang said to him, "They, the New Guard, are a ruthless mob and would not hesitate to stick a knife in my ribs or yours. We have to be careful." An extract from the minute of the Commissioner of Police, to the Chief Secretary, dated 18 September 1931, as the result of a detailed investigation, sums up the opinion of the police and is quoted. "We are of the opinion, from the inquiries made, that the New Guard is a highly organized body, and from a perusal of the various occupations of its members, they appear to certainly be in a position to carry out what they say in running, protecting and maintaining essential services, including the taking over of the Bunurong powerhouse, the gas works, water supply and sewer, should the occasion ever arise for them to do so." Then there were the localities outside Sydney. To the north, the principal centres of strength were Newcastle and Kempsey. To the west, there were Penrith, Lura and Katoomba and Parkes, and along the south coast, there were effective localities at Bully, Nora and Wollongong. Camden, too, was an active centre. In fact, most country towns had an anti-Lang organisation based on New Guard lines, but whether they were under the command of the New Guard, the Old Guard, or the Riverina movement, no one really knew, and they don't know to this day. But we knew whatever their brand, they would be with us to a man when the whips were cracking. So far, I have only mentioned the strength of the New Guard from the physical side of law and order and essential services, but at quite an early stage my visits to the meetings of the New Guard members in their own localities, and for weeks on end I visited 2 meetings a night, 3 nights a week. This is plain, solid fact, made it clear to me that a much mightier force than had ever been contemplated had grown up around us. There were a number of things of absorbing interest to be observed, but it was most puzzling to understand how they came about. With scarcely an exception, there was in every locality the same courteous, cheery atmosphere of good comradeship, combined with a sense of unflinching discipline of the suaviter in modo, fortiter in re type. It was not that these good standards of behaviour were so remarkable as the fact that every locality seemed to have automatically adopted them off its own bat. Each locality, apart from its own domestic activities, held a formal meeting once a month, and as a rule a few days before a locality or New Guard convention, so that all matters of doubt or difficulty could be referred to the convention for direction. The meetings were held within the locality, generally in a church hall or similar accommodation. For instance, Concord locality met in the Presbyterian Church Hall in that area, Croydon in its Methodist Hall, Parramatta in the Methodist Macquarie Hall. It is worth recording that when Gillespie grew too large to accommodate itself in the parish hall, it applied to the Department of Education for permission to hold a meeting in the local school hall. This was refused, yet a few days later the department gave permission to communists to hold a rally in the same school hall. At this rally, open sedition was advocated, and the communists really let their hair down. In March 1932, communist meetings were under police protection, whilst any New Guard meeting held in the open was harassed by the police. In Mr. Lang's own electorate, there was a powerful New Guard locality, and it held its meetings at the School of Arts in either Lidcombe or Auburn. But wherever the meeting and whatever the locality, once the meeting got underway, the similarity of atmosphere, earnest, cheery and confident, the similarity of subjects for discussion, and the uniform friendly warmth of my reception made it almost impossible to distinguish one locality from another. I attended such meetings simply as a guest, answering any questions, giving directions where necessary, making a short address, and then leaving. This uniformity of outlook and behaviour I found puzzling because of the wide variation in living, political and social standards between, say, Balmain and Warunga, or Edgeworth and Concord West. Granted, the majority throughout were ex-service types, but there was in every locality quite a percentage of the younger men who were still boys at the end of World War I, and there was more than a sprinkling of older men who had been unfit or unable to do war service. What surprised me perhaps more than anything else was the way the New Guard caught on in the district, which were traditionally Labour strongholds. But such proved to be the case, and not only were localities formed in the lower income areas, but also they turned out to be amongst the best organised and the most staunch of any in the whole movement. The standards of debate and the choice of subjects were also better among the workers. Concord West, or Balmain, could show Edgeworth or Warunga a point or two. The encouragement of open discussion at locality meetings on all matters within the scope of the attestation paper proved to be a good method of sustaining the interest of members and at the same time preventing the formation of cliques, which is almost part and parcel of Australian organisations. Locality commanders were asked to bring any resolution passed by locality, provided it was of general application, before new guard conventions for consideration, so that if thought fit, it might be extended to the whole movement. There was only one condition, which was that once a matter had been decided one way or the other, that was the end of it. If anyone felt aggrieved, he was free to get out with no hard feelings on either side. The outlook I strove for was that although we might differ on abstract matters, that made no difference to the main objective of public protection, and this was generally accepted. As a rule, localities composed their own small differences, and to my recollection, there were only 3 occasions when it was necessary for me to intervene. The first occasion was when the Mosman locality in the Kali days struck a bit of trouble through the activities of a small inner group that sought to run the Mosman area after their own fashion. The details escaped me at this period of time, and it was just a flash in the pan. They had called a special meeting of the locality in an effort to get their views adopted, and might have done so had not one of the group defected. This man came to me and told me the whole story. I went along to the meeting, which was held in the Mosman town hall and which was well attended. To the surprise and consternation of the conveners, I walked alone and unannounced on to the platform where the malcontents were assembled in full force. I listened to what was said and then addressed the meeting and told them they were free citizens and could do what they liked. But I made it quite clear that if they wished to remain within the new guard, they would have to conform to its principles and policy. The result was the conveners were dismissed from the guard by the unanimous vote of the meeting, and thereafter Mosman continued to be a vigorous and effective locality. The locality commander at Coleroy on another occasion had to be replaced, and my presence was requested to ensure that this was done. In Bondi locality, after the second town hall meeting, a group took strong exception to my plea for temporary suspension of awards to encourage industry, and here again I went along to see what it was all about. Strangely enough, it was not wage earners who were annoyed with me, but a group of business executives who held inflationist views. We argued it out for an hour or so, but got nowhere. So I suggested that they leave the movement, which they did. The locality was all the stronger for the purge. It was my belief at the time that the discontent was engineered from outside the movement. In any case, we had so many men we could afford to discard from weakness. And this brings me to say why the new guard was obviously a mightier force than its founders had ever imagined. Each locality, formed by loyal and thoughtful men who admitted as members only those other men who could measure up to the requirements of the attestation paper, became a rallying point for its particular area. Here men of goodwill, irrespective of party class or creed, social or financial position, to quote from memory of part of the attestation paper, could meet in their leisure hours and discuss the various aspects and impacts of the Depression in an atmosphere of freedom and friendly confidence. Like service in the forces, men of various callings and types got to know each other and to form friendships in a way that would never have been possible in the ordinary days of prosperity. As soon as the formal business of a locality meeting had been dealt with, it was usual for discussions to arise on subjects of common interest, and the average member went home all the better for having taken part. In a meeting of, say, 100 men, it is astonishing the amount of talent and knowledge there is on a wide spread of subjects. As has been mentioned, our membership was a kind of cross-section of the community, professional and businessmen, white-collar workers and laborers, and whatever the subject, there was almost invariably someone present who could give a worthwhile opinion on it. At a time when so many of the community were obsessed with their own problems, no job for the worker, hard business conditions for the employer, etc., and getting more and more disgusted with the party system of government, the high morale of the new guard was a godsend. It is my sincere belief that the ranks of the communists would have swelled considerably had it not been for the new guard locality. This applies particularly to the unemployed workers in the poorer suburbs. After all, it was only one step from Lang's socialization to outright communism, and most of those out of work had voted Labour into office. They were rather on a knife edge as to what to do next. And so the locality, in addition to creating a solid defence force, also diverted into safe channels those who, if pushed too far, could have in their desperation gone over to the extreme left wing. There were many acts of kindness between members in helping each other. Some localities had well-organized job-finding committees that did grand work in getting employment for deserving cases within the locality, but the real community of interest was the hatred and fear of communism. Not that many of us knew anything about it as an ideology, and the philosophy of Karl Marx was literally a sealed book. Communism, anarchism, and the IWW were to most of us all of one kidney, their outstanding common characteristic being disloyalty with a capital D. They were prepared to destroy everything we held dear. With the Russian example before our eyes, we believed that socialism was the bridge which communism marches to victory. It followed, therefore, that if the Lang-Plan socialism came into operation, Marxist communism would be the next step. In Russia, they were still in the process of liquidating the property-owning classes by mass murder, and even then, it was a matter of history how the rather moderate and idealistic socialists under Kerensky had, by overthrowing Tsarist tyranny, merely prepared the way for the rule of Red Terror. As mentioned earlier, each locality was left to work out its own problems within the framework of the organization. Just as it happens in regiments, the personality of the commander was an important factor in creating and maintaining a happy unit. The system of letting the locality pick its own commander paid dividends from the start, and I cannot think of even one ineffective leader, and not more than 3 had for various reasons to be replaced. The frequent locality conventions, combined with my visits, brought about a uniformity of outlook, although there was plenty of room for individual initiative because the problems often differed with the situation of the unit. For instance, Darlinghurst locality was the envy of other localities situated in more sedate areas because of the open arrogance of the Communist Party. On Friday nights, the Communists held open-air meetings in the vicinity of King's Cross. They were in quite large numbers and varied from frail intellectuals to sturdy toughs. With the state government going more and more to the left, the commos became assertive and even patronizing. With a mixture of Lang is right and open sedition, they thoroughly enjoyed themselves. The police took no notice, but the New Guard did. Although physical force was the only argument that the communists understood, it was administered with much restraint and caused little, if any, real injury. At the same time, it provided to onlookers a source of innocent merriment. In the early days, there was one stratagem that was highly successful. A number of the New Guard would assemble around the platform as interested spectators. The speaker and his party, as a rule, stood on a table beside the curb. Our men would ask questions and start an argument, and with other onlookers would surge up to the table, and there would be a shouting match. Whilst this was going on, 2 or 3 other guardsmen would fix a rope with a slip noose at one end to one of the table legs or trestles, and then drop the rope on the ground. When they thought the speaker had gone far enough, they would bend down, pick up the rope, and give a concerted tug. The table would of course capsize and precipitate the speaker and his party on the ground, much to the mirth of the onlookers. In a few weeks, these open-air entertainments were stopped altogether, but the locality had a complete list of all communists in the Darlinghurst locality area and a life history of most of them. When Lang's militant left-wingers commenced openly to boast about the Labour Army, which was planned to back up the Lang Plan by force if necessary, the localities were right on their toes. Special steps were taken in each area to deal with this problem. One incident, afterwards known as the Battle of the Butcher's Shop, arose out of these special precautions and caused a good deal of amusement. This is what happened. One of the North Shore Line localities was just about to commence its monthly meeting when 2 of its members came in and reported, with an air of excitement, that a group of about 20 men had congregated under the awning of a butcher's shop just on the locality boundary. From appearances, this group was suspected of belonging to the Labour Army. "Let us see what they are made of," said the locality commander, and forthwith led a section of classmen to the spot. They arrived at the point indicated, and true enough, there were about 20 tough-looking characters. The numbers were about even, and without any preliminaries, a free fight ensued. It was a hard punching contest, and both sides appeared to be evenly matched. Before any real damage had been done, the leaders of the opposing groups recognized each other. The Labour Army detachment turned out to be a detachment of the New Guard from an adjoining locality who were out on an exercise. Despite a few black eyes and cuts and abrasions, everyone laughed heartily, and both parties went back to the locality meeting, where the story lost nothing in the telling. It was this incident that hurried on our plan for every member to wear a coloured armband, which indicated the category and rank of the wearer. The formation of the Labour Army brought about a flood of inquiries from the localities on the question of arms and equipment. It was brought up at locality meetings and in due course formed the main business at the current locality convention. Opinion was all in favour of our getting all the small arms and equipment we could lay hands on, but I was definitely against it. Nothing more lethal than a pick handle was my firm opinion. I pointed out we knew where all the arms, ammunition and equipment were, and that our task was to see that it did not fall into the wrong hands. To ensure this, the mobile forces of a class men that had been formed into 3 battalions had orders, if the balloon went up, to guard the mobilisation stores at Moorebank Liverpool area and the various depots throughout Greater Sydney where there were small quantities of rifles and Lewis and Vickers guns, and if necessary to take these arms into protective custody. The meeting backed my view, and so it was to be pick handles before rifles, officially at any rate. I say this because I learnt as time went on that many localities, in their role of feudal semi-independence, made their own arrangements which they kept strictly to themselves. This did not worry me in the least, because I was more than confident that the quality of the men was a safeguard against any rash action, and it was actually rather a comfort to know they were so well prepared. I also noted with amusement many a bulge on the hip at town hall meetings. It was the same with transport. Headquarters had no transport organised for the main body, but we knew that every locality could put its men on wheels at very short notice. I have endeavoured to make clear that the outstanding efficiency of the New Guard organisation was due to the keenness of the localities and not to the higher command, but it would be incorrect if I did not acknowledge the sterling work of the zone and divisional commanders who kept the movement integrated in their respective spheres of operation. One instance that is typical of the general standard of the whole movement will illustrate what I mean. At about 1:30 a.m. one morning in September 1931, the telephone at my bedside rang and woke me out of a deep sleep. Max Delbridge was at the other end of the line. He was a private secretary to the leader of the opposition in the State Parliament, Mr. B.S.B. Stevens, afterwards Sir Bertram. He told me that he had just been informed by a Detective Sergeant Lawrence at police headquarters that a force of some hundreds of men from the Labour Army were to congregate in Macquarie Street near Parliament House at 6 a.m. that morning. It was not known what the objective was, but he had permission to let me know so that I might care to make provision for any eventualities. I said in effect, leave it to me. D-Zone was on duty that week, so I rang Leslie Crichton Brown, the duty officer, and got him out of bed. Brownie, can you have 500 A-class men with 24 hours, rations, and armed with pick handles, ready to move to the city under their own transport at 5 a.m. Of course I can, what's doing? I told him, and he replied, leave it to me, I will report when ready. I went back to sleep again. At 3 a.m. the telephone rang again. It was Delbridge who said, am awfully sorry, but I have just got word the Labour mob has called it all off, so go back to bed. I cursed him and rang Brown. He was very disappointed and said, I've just had reports to say the boys are already packed up, unexploded portion of the day's rations in haversacks, and the transport is waiting. Anyhow, it has been a good exercise. Chapter 11, All in the Day's Work. In the last chapter, I said that as far as the physical angle was concerned, we had reached our objective without any real risk of bloodshed. This needs to be amplified. Our objective, as I saw it, was twofold. First, to preserve law and order and maintain services in case of civil strife breaking out as a direct result of the economic crisis. And second, to foil any attempt, constitutional or unconstitutional, by the government to foist socialization on the people. This, of course, would include the preservation of law, order, and services. My assumption was that in the first, we would be working with the police and government, whilst in the second, we might well have both to contend with. Chapter 10, I think, establishes the ability of the New Guard to carry out the first objective at any time with no more injury than a sore head or two on either or both sides, and nothing more need be said on that. It was the second objective that gave me plenty to think about. Until after I was appointed chief commander, I had no plan at all. I just did not have time to give the matter proper thought. There would be no socialization. I was definitely determined on that, but how to handle such a situation was quite another pair of shoes. The implications of armed insurrection were so glaringly obvious and so unpleasant that I scrubbed any thought on that one. In any case, it would have been quite outside the scope of the attestation paper, but I did not mind a little saber rattling. It gave Mr. Lang's mates at the trades hall a sinking feeling. Thinking over the problem did not seem to be getting me anywhere, and then one morning there was the solution in my mind as clear as crystal. Just another illustration of the wisdom of letting the subconscious mind, like an electronic computer, do the work. And what was the solution? Simply that there is nothing that need be done. The net had in this instance been spread in the sight of the bird. The regional organization of localities, holding the residential suburbs in their grip, surrounding the industrial areas, in a position to control the transport avenues by land and all other services, was just as effective for the second objective as for the first. Perhaps a more intensive use of mobile formations, but that was all. No plan for socialization could have been enforced for the reason that there would have been no one to enforce it. Had the police, outnumbered at least by 60-1, been so unwise as to be unpleasant, we might have been reluctantly obliged to politely detain them in their own lockups. 1 week of organized peaceful civil disobedience would have constrained the governor to dismiss the Lang government and put in a caretaker cabinet pending an immediate state election. Surprise being such an important factor, I told no one what I thought or what plan I had in mind for the second objective to put before the Council of Action should the time come to do so. If anyone asked me, I would reply, I know exactly what to do, and at times I deliberately drew red herrings across the trail. I was quite happy with all this, but not complacent. The very backbone of the plan depended on the continued strength and effectiveness of the localities. Each one had to be thoroughly capable of controlling its own area. There was only one way to be sure of this, and that was by my continuing personally to keep touch with the localities as often as possible. It was hard work, unremitting work, but it had to be done. Paper organization counts for little without guidance and drive. There can be only one pair of hands on the reins, and the driver is the one to watch where he is going and keep an eye on the horses. Recognizing this, the members of the General Council decided to leave the leadership solely in my hands and to meet only when called together either by me, a zone commander, or any 2 divisional commanders. This also served another purpose in that it allowed members of the council to cooperate more effectively with me by concentrating on their own areas and thereby keep in touch with their localities until I could get round to them. Even at 10 a week, it meant over 9 weeks to pay a visit to each of the 90-odd localities in Greater Sydney, but the picture was not quite so grim as that. Over 60 of them were in such good shape that they did not need supervision. In fact, in more than a few cases, I came away from a meeting having learnt more than I imparted. It was on the balance, generally the newer formations, that I concentrated in an effort to raise them to the same standard. It was not difficult. They were both receptive and cooperative. There was one problem, however, that applied to the whole movement, and that was the unabated flow of applicants for admission to the new guard. Even after the middle of 1931, around 2,000 were offering weekly, and this gave me plenty to think about. It was a two-edged sword. On the one hand, it was gratifying to learn of the acceptance of the new guard by an ever-increasing proportion of the state's manhood and of the growing defection from the Lang plan. On the other, it was an embarrassment for 2 reasons. Firstly, too big an inflow of recruits can weaken rather than strengthen even the best regiments, and in any case, we already had more than enough for the tasks in mind. Secondly, there was a doubt as to the motives that inspired these latecomers to join up. It was a grand opportunity for the introduction of white ants, and one felt a number might be wanting to join up so as to keep up with the Joneses. A case had already come to my notice in one locality where the administrator, a small shopkeeper, had gained an added turnover from the patronage of other New Guard members. The opposition in the same line of business was furious and joined also, not to crush communism, but to even up the score with his opponent. I remember it fell to my lot to straighten out the tangle that ensued, and I did this by sacking the Jonicum lately. When it comes to speaking of the number of men in the new guard, I did not reckon on the number on the roll, but rather on a conservative estimate of the number I felt I could rely on in any set of circumstances. 20,000 was the figure I fixed on. Actually, our numbers were considerably in excess of this. The police had gone through both the roll and original attestation papers before making the report of September 1931, and they reported the total at 87,000 names, with new members coming in at between 2,000 and 3,000 each week. After taking out the B troops and culling the balance hard, I was confident in my own mind that there would be a dependable force of 50,000, but I still based my calculations on 20,000 hardcore Ironsides. I had therefore no hesitation in urging locality commanders to be extremely choosy in accepting new members. It could be asked with some justification, what was the staff doing? The answer is nothing. There was nothing for them to do. As mentioned elsewhere, a well-qualified staff had been listed and would operate if there was need, but that was only a precaution and one taken before I had had time to properly appreciate the situation. After all, apart from looking decorative, the functions of a staff are to organize, feed, clothe and equip troops, care for them and assemble them in accordance with the orders of the command. In the new guard, the members fed, cared for, clothed and equipped themselves, except when away at work they were assembled. Such staff work as had to be done was dealt with by Captain Sutherland, the secretary, with admirable skill and dispatch. He also took off my hands all detail, and his office was run like a first-class regimental orderly room. Theoretically, the day was my own for legal practice, and the night, 2, 3 or 4 nights a week, was for the new guard. Here is a sample of how it worked out. I would arrive at my firm's office just after 9 in the morning with a full day's work mapped out, the first job being to go through and distribute the mail. Here was snag number 1. Almost invariably, there would be a number of letters, sometimes up to 30, about the new guard, and as a rule from people I had never even heard of. They were indistinguishable from the business mail and so had to be opened and looked at, not like the second-class mail matter of today, that despite disguise can be readily sorted and consigned with an easy conscience to the WPB. This took time. They were from all manner of people, some charming, some intelligent, but mostly cranks. The subject matter varied from all-out support to severe criticism. Courtesy in a few cases called for a brief acknowledgement. There would frequently be a similar bundle to greet me when I returned home for dinner. The other snag was the number of unscheduled callers seeking information about the movement. My discerning and experienced secretary would get rid of most of these by sending them to the new guard office to worry Sutherland, but some just waited like a man with toothache in a dentist's waiting room. To keep an appointment a block or 2 away from the office, one had to keep a sharp lookout to evade the seeker after the lowdown. I would be home by 6 p.m. and away by 7:30 when the new guard business really started. It might be a convention, a divisional rally at a suburban town hall, a smoke concert, or a routine visit to one or more localities. I would seldom be home before 11 p.m. and often much later. This went on some 18 months or so, but it did not wear me down. Of all the meetings, I think I liked the smoke concerts best. There was invariably a pleasant program, a mug or 2 of beer, and a relaxed and happy atmosphere. More than anything else, it afforded an opportunity to move around amongst the members present and have a quiet talk with some of them. Those who liked a confidential chat were divided into 2 camps, the verging on elderly conservatives who were anxious that the law would not be broken, and the tough digger type who wished it would. Both lots together would not amount to 3%. The 97% were just well content to leave it to me. After I was satisfied with the state of localities, I sought to keep touch through divisional rallies, where several localities would assemble in a suitable building, generally a town hall in the divisional area. This made the going less strenuous, but these larger meetings lacked the intimacy of the locality gatherings. Then again, later on, I kept in touch through broadcasts every second Thursday. I had larger audiences, but this method was a bit mechanical as I could not improvise as I went along. The station, 2CH generally, insisted on all matter being typewritten and submitted for approval 24 hours before, and I was strictly limited to that. As I spoke into the microphone, I could see an executive of the station with a copy of my matter in one hand and the other on a switch ready to cut me off if I deviated. Notwithstanding this, I still attended meetings a couple of nights a week. There would be a stack of requests for my attendance at meetings and functions, and I did my best to comply. I was glad not to be away from home at night so much so as to save my wife anxiety from importunate telephone calls. She would answer the telephone to be told by an anonymous caller that I had met with a serious accident, or that I had been bashed up and was in hospital, or unpleasant messages of a similar character. One caller, describing himself as a reporter, asked if it were true that I had been assassinated at King's Cross that night. It was around midnight when the call came through, and I was not home. Fortunately, I came in a few minutes later, and so was able to prove the report, as Mark Twain would have said, to have been greatly exaggerated. One of these types rang up one night when I happened to be at home. He said he had an urgent message for my wife, and could he speak to her. I told him who I was and that he could give me the message. I could hear the click at the other end as he hurriedly hung up. I tried without success to trace the call, when it became clear, by constant repetition, that the only interest of the press in the new guard was from the angle of sensational news. A number of the members who had had some journalistic training believed there was scope for a paper of our own. I agreed to the proposal and let them have their head, and they set to work with hope and confidence. On 15 October 1931, the New Guard, a monthly publication, made its appearance and continued each month until 15 June 1932. Considering the difficulties under which the editor and his helpers worked, I think they did quite a creditable job. As far as I was concerned, it was a freelance affair, and they said what they liked. My participation was limited to an occasional article. Though well received by both members and the public, the problems of distribution proved too difficult to make it financially possible. Newsagents would only sell it from under the counter and would not permit a notice board to be displayed. They said that to do either of these things would be contrary to their contract with the press and would endanger their area franchise. The physical task of arranging 100 distribution points amongst the localities was too much for the small editorial staff, operating with practically no funds, and so in June 1932, the first journalistic effort quietly and uneasily passed away. Its successor was a similar type of publication called Liberty, and it got our message across, but to too small a number, most of whom knew it anyway. I am not sure how long it survived, but it was through failure to attain distribution that it too soon passed out. The brief notes on our two publications bring to mind the general finance of the movement. It was one of the most surprising aspects of all our activities. Had those who had accepted a position of responsibility received even a token payment for the many hours of work, it would have amounted to some thousands of pounds each week, without taking into consideration rent, transport, and all those other essential items that are part and parcel of an organization. But instead of seeking remuneration, all services, except that of the full-time General Secretary and his small office staff, were gladly rendered without thought of remuneration. It should be remembered, too, it was a time when money was never more needed and in such short supply. In the very early days of the movement, no finance was required. The expenses were practically nothing, and such as they were we met by throwing in a few shillings each from time to time. After the meeting at Cahill's restaurant, the flood of applications for membership made it imperative to take an office and appoint a full-time secretary. This was in March 1931, and the office was in Twyford House, rent, I think around £4 a week, and Bill Fuller, our first secretary, received the princely sum of £6 a week for at least 14 hours a day. To meet the cost of these new conditions, the members of the organizing committee individually sought out friends and well-wishers and put the hard word on them for monetary help. All of us had access to likely sources, and without much trouble, we were able to cover the weekly expenses, which were not more than £12 a week. Certain of the insurance companies regarded it as a business proposition. A body of men who would prevent serious rioting and sabotage and protect plate glass windows was regarded as a form of reinsurance, and some of the master retailers, no names, no pack drill, took the same view. Some of my friends were also glad to help. For instance, my wife's uncle, Matthew Ingle Brown of Tumbleton Station, Walland Bean, a rugged and uncompromising grazier of the old school, but with an unsuspected warmth of heart, learnt from me what the new guard had in mind when I was at Tumbleton one Sunday, and without my asking he handed me a cheque for £50 made out to XY. All he said was, "There you are, lad, this job of yours will need money." This hand-to-mouth system got over the period of organisation, but after I had accepted the job of Chief Commander and the General Counsel had been appointed, it was obvious that our finances should be put on a sounder footing. Captain James Patrick of the Patrick line of steamships was an ardent new guardsman and also an able and courageous businessman, so I consulted him on the money angle and asked him to take over that responsibility by organising a finance committee that would collect funds and administer them by seeing that the office worked on a tight budget. Patrick was a dynamic and generous man, and busy as he was with his own affairs, he readily agreed to my suggestion. Accordingly, he was appointed Director of Finance with a seat in the General Council. He picked a couple of accountants from amongst the members and persuaded his General Manager, Mr. Radford, to be the chairman of the committee, and from then on I had no further concern. What the meeting did and how they raised funds I do not know. In fact, I haven't the foggiest idea. That was their task. Having made appropriate arrangements by selecting the right man, I left it at that and kept to the main objectives. I paid my own way from start to finish and never had a threepenny bit from new guard funds. So far, I have only mentioned the HQ financial arrangements, and the subject would be incomplete without reference to the localities. In passing, I should mention that divisional and zone headquarters did not have any expenses. They got by with 1 or 2 voluntary helpers and had no reason to put their hands in their pockets. The localities, on the other hand, had to find rent, not only for their own meeting halls, but also for their share of the rent of town halls for divisional rallies or smoke concerts or dances, and of course there were other incidentals. But not even one locality ever had a penny from New Guard HQ. Each locality was responsible for its own expenses, and not infrequently they sent a contribution to HQ. How each locality managed was their own affair entirely, and the details are beyond my knowledge. From odd scraps of information that came my way, I think one of the main sources was profits from small intralocality bridge and euchre parties, dances and social evenings, where they budgeted for a small surplus over cost. Since, with country areas included, I had over 100 localities to keep happy, interested and efficient, I had neither time nor inclination to poke into their own domestic details. When the new guard went into reserve, a euphemism for shutting up shop, there were a few pounds under £30 from memory, at credit, and this was lodged in the Commonwealth Savings Bank in the names of Captain Reg Cox, Deputy CC, and John Farley C-Zone. There it stayed until about 2 years ago when, out of the blue, Farley wrote me and said he and Cox were anxious to be clear of it and asked me what was to be done. Applying perhaps rather freely the side praise doctrine, I said in reply, make an anonymous gift of it to legacy or words to that effect, and this was done. Although the new guard had to exercise the greatest care with its slender finances, it had a much more valuable asset, the spirit of achievement. After all, the old guard's affluence got them nowhere. Chapter 12. Measuring the Strength of the Enemy. With the new guard firmly established, the next task was to find out how serious the communist menace really was. The Lang government had swept into power more by reason of the electorate's disappointment with the do-nothing policy of the Bavin government than by its own merit. Mr. Lang had no doubt fought a skillful campaign that gave the people a ray of hope, and at the same time tore to ribbons the record of the Nationalist Country Party coalition. It was obvious, too, that a leftish Labour government would, in both legislation and administration, do many things most obnoxious to those who held different political views, but such irritations being constitutionally in order, there was nothing one could do. It was just one of those things. Obviously, too, every extreme left vote in the state had been cast solidly for Lang, but my hope was that he would be sufficiently astute to keep these elements in their place. My belief was that implementation of the outdated class-conscious shibboleths of the traditional Labour policy would prove far more dangerous to the community than the futility of its predecessors in office. I felt that unemployment would increase, and the situation continue to deteriorate to the point when the new guard would have to help. I did not regard communism as one of Lang's objectives, but rather as a natural result of his policy. A desperate people will try anything once. But these opinions of mine were at best generalities, and I felt a systematic survey of the communist strength should be undertaken with all speed. In furtherance of our aim of rooting out disloyalty in all its forms, localities were encouraged to set about gaining all possible information about communism in their respective areas. This task was tackled with cheery zest, particularly in the industrialized suburbs where the majority of New Guardsmen were workers and trade unionists. In the simpler way of life of that period, suburbs were more like separate villages, and the residents knew much more about their neighbors than they do today. This meant that in a locality composed of a proportion of all grades of society, it was not difficult to run to earth anyone of doubtful loyalty. In some cases, enthusiasm led to the other extreme. More than one harmless eccentric was the object of grave suspicion and was only reluctantly crossed off the danger list. All suspects were quietly investigated. Business, social and political activities were checked and reports made to New Guard headquarters. Once again, the efficiency of territorial organization was demonstrated. In a matter of months, and at no cost at all, we had got together more facts and figures and had a clearer and more accurate picture of the communist menace than any central authority could have hoped to approximate at great expense over a period of years. The police were not cooperative. They did not seem to care and were more interested in police offences and the Motor Traffic Act. An intelligence section was indicated to collate and integrate the locality reports, and Norman Plumley consented to take charge of this activity. He proved to be the right man for the job, and in a very short time he got results. From the information at hand, I came to the conclusion that though the number of active and practicing communists in the metropolitan area was insignificant, they were so cleverly distributed in key positions in the unions, government departments, and essential services that they were a force to be reckoned with. Plumley had a dossier with all particulars of the more dangerous communists who could be quickly picked up if the necessity arose. But it was when all the locality reports were put together that I learnt of the most important step in communist preparation. I learnt that every ALP branch in the metropolitan area had formed or was in the process of forming a socialization unit. In the country districts, in Newcastle and Wollongong, were measuring the strength of the enemy 83. Had localities, we received the same information. Each unit was under the leadership of a communist and was subject to the control of the Central ALP Socialization Committee. These units were being organized before the New Guard was even thought of, and they were the basis of what was later known as the Labour Army. The existence of militant Marxian socialization units in nearly every locality, although a threat, was at the same time an advantage. It kept our men alert and purposeful. The next problem I had to solve was to know to what extent Mr. Lang and his cabinet were implicated in all this. Prior to the middle of 1931, I do not know the answer, but from then on the evidence of the Labour Party's press leaves no doubt that he was in it, boots and all. The organ of the ALP Socialization Committee, New South Wales, was a publication called the Socialization Call. It was printed by the Labour Daily, 4 Brisbane Street, Sydney, and published by the ALP Socialization Committee, Room 32, Trades Hall, Goulburn Street, Sydney. It was published monthly. I am looking at Vol. 1, Number 10, February 1932, as I write this. The editorial in large type, which occupies the center of the first page, is an impassioned exhortation to comrade delegates to be true to their pledge, and ends up by quoting the following extract from an official editorial in Labour's official organ, the Labour Daily. One excerpt from this editorial will suffice. Here it is. Socialization, the only hope. For this reason, reforms in the future should play a secondary place in Labour's propaganda to the necessity for the achievement of Labour's objective. The socialization of production, distribution, and exchange for it is by this means, and by this means alone, that any further progress for the worker is possible. Without it, our boasted civilization is well on the road to a state of barbarism and degradation, beside which the old system of chattel slavery would be an ideal state of society. The appointment of a committee to carry on the propaganda for the realization of the party's objective was a step in the right direction. The rest of the socialization call, from which I am quoting, is largely devoted to urging workers to break their chains, to join the workers' delegation to Soviet Russia, and a chatty account of the progress of various socialization units throughout the state. So, in summary, here was the position. In every district branch, the militant members of the political Labour Party, all ardent followers of Karl Marx and so self-confessed revolutionaries, had been drafted off into separate socialization units. The former communist cells, which we had under observation, had been dispersed only to reappear as leaders of the units. The units were under the direction of the ALP Socialization Committee, which in turn was directly controlled by the party. The state government, which was under the dictation of the Labour Caucus, allowed its official organ, the Labour Daily, not only to print the socialization call, but also to advocate in terms no less revolutionary the socialization of production, distribution, and exchange as the only real solution to the economic and financial troubles of New South Wales and also of the other states of the Commonwealth. Such a policy, whatever it might be called, was indistinguishable from Russian communism, in that it meant the end of private property and individual liberty. The state government had been elected only a matter of months before with a large majority. The plank of socialization of production, distribution, and exchange had been a basic one in Labour's platform for as long as I can remember, and for my part, I could not see how Lang and his cabinet mates could be said to have exceeded the people's mandate if they sought to give effect to it by constitutional means. My decision was that the threat of socialization could not be ignored, and every possible preparation had to be undertaken. If the threat materialized, either by legislation or direct action, I intended to fight it as outlined in Chapter 11, and I was quite satisfied that the Council of Action would agree should it come to that. Consequently, a lot of thought and work went into bringing to efficiency the hand-picked mobile battalions. No attempt was made to arm them, but I knew how to do so promptly and effectively. Personally, it revolted me to think that a few thousand disloyal rabble should dare to even think of attempting to upset our British tradition. Australia had not sacrificed 60,000 of its best men for such a consummation, and rabble the would-be revolutionaries were, or at best unpleasant types. I had the opportunity of judging for myself from a sample I saw under rather amusing circumstances. This occurred one evening around the end of August 1931. I had arranged to attend a D-Zone organizing meeting in connection with the troops in that area, and I was told that one of the meeting rooms that were incorporated in the Strathfield Town Hall had been taken for the purpose. I was to be there at 8 p.m. I had been home to dinner at Turramurra and drove across to Strathfield. It was nearly 8:10 when I pulled up outside the town hall, so I hurried in. The first large room I came to, the door was open, and I saw about 70 men assembled. The chairman's table was vacant, so I lost no time in taking my seat at it and at the same time apologizing for my lateness in arriving. It struck me straight away that something was wrong. Instead of the usual cheery greeting and the spontaneous rising of the audience to its feet, everyone remained seated, and there was no answer to my good night. As one sensitive to atmosphere, I felt a wave of opposition. Could the men be annoyed because I kept them waiting 10 minutes? Surely not. Then I looked at the typed agenda before me. It was headed ALP, and on the next line, SR Rathfield Socialise Atrin Unia. I had blundered into the wrong meeting. Daniel in the lion's den, but they weren't lions, anything but. So I rose to my feet and smiled and said, "I'm afraid I have come to the wrong meeting." I withdrew without a word from anyone, just a dead, resentful silence. But I had a good opportunity to look them over, a motley sullen mob of all shapes and sizes. In contrast was the shout of amusement from the New Guard meeting which I found waiting for me next door when I told them what had happened. Some of them, of course, were all for going next door and cleaning up the commos there and then, but naturally I vetoed that idea. From then on we kept a close eye on the units, and in this we were aided in no small measure by Plomley, who had gathered a number of good men around him. An information point was established in nearly every government department, including the police, so we had advance information of whatever was in the wind. As generally happens when it comes to civil strife, some of our contacts were 100% reliable, and many 100% double agents with a foot in each camp. Plumley used to test the latter by telling some secret which had no basis of truth whatever. If this came back to him through another channel, he would know where he was. Actually, it was surprising how often this ruse succeeded in unmasking a contact. At the same time, it must be admitted that we were basically to blame for some of the tales that got about concerning our sinister intentions. Plumley could never resist telling a tall story, partly to indulge his rather whimsical humor and partly to get a quick reaction. One of these stories formed the basis of a statutory declaration with which the late Eddie Ward, MHR, bolstered up his criticism of the new guard in the federal parliament. An active and enthusiastic member of Plumley's intelligence squad was to our knowledge an eye for police HQ, but we kept this to ourselves. This lad had a motorbike, and he would accompany me at night as a kind of volunteer escort when I was visiting more distant localities. He was both helpful and obliging, a kind of Puss in Boots. So Plumley felt he had earned something really spicy to take back to his masters, and it was Plumley's story that ultimately found its way into the statutory declaration. I think it was a witty Frenchman who said, "God defend me from my friends, I'll look after my own enemies." Norman Plumley and his team looked after both. Chapter 13, Out in the Open. Due unity of effort continued unabated, but even when the original organizing committee controlled the movement, there was a clear division of opinion on the question of publicity. The New Guard was not a secret society. We all agreed on that. In fact, there was nothing to conceal or be secret about. At the same time, at the start of the movement, all forms of publicity, and especially press publicity, were definitely tabooed. We had a job to do, and we concentrated on that. The New Guard office in Twyford House, Castlereagh Street, soon became a rendezvous during the lunch hour and after office hours in the afternoon. Here one could generally find Knox, Clark, Plumley, Rickard, and myself. In the lunch hour we sent out for sandwiches and brewed a pot of tea on the gas ring. Fuller, our capable secretary, was always in attendance, and we found the hour an excellent opportunity to keep work up to date and to discuss matters that were always coming up for decision. Some of the other members of the committee who had been co-opted and later divisional and zone commanders would be there too. Discussions were always frank and uninhibited. Each man said exactly what he thought with all the emphasis he pleased, but there was never a hint of bad temper or personalities. And we had one golden rule: once a matter was decided by a majority, that was the end of it. We were rather an unusual group. We were individualists to a man, working together for things we all believed in. The role of the yes-man we left to those who wore the liveries of party politics. Whether the New Guard should continue to maintain complete silence, or whether it would not be better to make a clear public statement as to our aims and objects, were questions which proved to be very difficult indeed. Our practice of full discussion and majority decision did not seem to work in this instance. The majority of the organizing committee were in favor of a public statement, and a minority strongly opposed to it. Clark and Plumley would not be won over to the idea at any price, so the matter was left in abeyance until some weeks after my appointment as chief commander, when I decided to put it to a New Guard convention. Being a question of policy, it would have been necessary to do this even had the members of the General Council, which had then taken over from the organizing committee, been unanimously in favor. The New Guard convention proved to be overwhelmingly in favor of a public statement. It passed a unanimous resolution directing the General Council to take immediate steps to hold a meeting of New Guardsmen in the Sydney Town Hall and that the press be invited and the proceedings broadcast. Much to my regret, T.P. Clark felt so strongly the other way that he resigned. I was very sorry to lose him. The convention had left me to decide what was to be said and had directed that I should personally make the statement. So I drafted what I considered was a correct and accurate statement, and this I put before the General Council. After careful consideration, it was approved with some minor alterations. The chief stumbling block was money. Our funds were very limited. As already mentioned, the localities made their own arrangements for what little money they required, and some of them contributed generously to headquarters' needs. Headquarters was run on a shoestring. Office rent, stationery, the secretary's salary, and at times extra clerical assistance was the sum of our requirements, and this was provided by a few well-wishers and supplemented out of our own pockets. I paid all my own expenses apart from petrol, which the Vacuum Oil Co., from whom I held a legal retainer, generously provided. 12 4-gallon tins a month were delivered to my garage at home for 5 months, 60 tins in all. At the time of the first town hall meeting, the capable finance committee, under the direction of Mr. Radford, the general manager of the Patrick steamship line, had not been formed. £200 was the sum we needed to rent the town hall and to pay for broadcasting and an amplifier, and this only provided for 30 minutes on the air and just covered the time to be taken by my address. However we raised this sum, insurance companies and master retailers and friends were the main source of it. Then the town hall authorities were not over-enthusiastic about letting the hall. They knew nothing about the new guard other than the rumors of strong-arm tactics that were then current, but we calmed their fears and agreed on a figure for the rental that was within our budget. The broadcasting people were most cooperative. They came to my office and tested my voice and pronounced it first class for amplifying. The capacity of the town hall was, as far as we could ascertain, around 3,000 and consequently much too small to provide accommodation for a full roll-up, so each locality had to be put on a quota. The headquarters staff treated the meeting as an exercise in mobilization, and the whole operation, thanks to Captain Sutherland, was a model of organization. Each member of the staff I had around me had had experience overseas in his particular job. A march table was prepared for the locality quotas, and they converged on the town hall by prearranged routes, mostly by their own transport and in strict accord with the time schedule. The hall was filled to capacity within half an hour. We had found that by crowding, many more than 3,000 could be accommodated. Not one seat was vacant. Each unit went to its appointed place, and every man wore an armband which by color and markings indicated his unit, category, and rank. 2 minutes before the meeting was timed to start, I walked in from the main entrance and through the audience down the left-hand aisle to the steps leading up to the stage. I have never seen a more impressive gathering or a better sample of manhood. They were all well-dressed and physically would have been hard to equal. The meeting radiated both restraint and expectation, and the atmosphere was electric. I passed along unnoticed and regarded the scene with the detachment of an onlooker. It was not until I arrived at the steps go the rallying point leading to the stage that I was spotted, and then the whole audience spontaneously rose as one man and gave me a truly wonderful reception. The press desks were fully manned, and Sergeant Meldrum, the police reporter, was sitting at one of them with his pencil poised and a very large new notebook. To each reporter and to the police sergeant, I handed a carbon copy of the address I was to make. I had decided to do this so that there could be no question of what I said, and for the same reason I had decided to read what had been prepared. We had engaged the town hall organist, and the meeting opened with, "O God, our help in ages past." The 5,000 male voices almost shook the hall's lofty arches. My wife was the only woman present. She had been smuggled in as a special privilege, and in acknowledgement of all her cheerful forbearance of my frequent absences from home on New Guard business. And then the address. I am sure there never was a more responsive audience. One felt they got the message before it was spoken. The declaration of our aims and objects was greeted with thunderous applause, and the supporting speeches were equally well received. We sang the recessional and ended with the national anthem. I have heard the anthem sung in many countries and places and by many different kinds of audiences, but I have never heard it rendered with such fervor and warm sincerity as it was that night. The New Guard were loyalists to a man. The success of the meeting exceeded all our expectations. Whilst I was still on the stage waiting for the hall to clear, the telephone in the room adjoining the stage scarcely stopped ringing, conveying congratulations and good wishes from all around Sydney. Quite a few had jumped into their cars and come personally to the hall, and some even brought donations. My wife and I caught the Milsons Point ferry at Circular Quay to catch our train to Turramurra, but we were so interested in talking about the meeting that we failed to notice when the ferry stopped at Milsons Point and had to go back in it to Circular Quay and start all over again. The press reports at best were mean and inaccurate. Some of the reporters to whom I spoke told me their stories had been put into the WPB. Only the Sydney Bulletin dealt with the meeting with a degree of fairness. It is 32 years since I read its report, but if I remember correctly, they said I was a first-class speaker of the Iceberg School. However, the broadcast got direct to the people, and our object was thereby achieved. Chapter 14: Friends and Enemies. Political and social alignments are often difficult to follow. Those who should logically act together are often opposed, and on the other hand, uneasy alliances are not unusual where there is no apparent community of interest. In the New Guard, we had a taste of both, so this chapter is to be devoted to a brief mention of a number of mainly unrelated facts and incidents which may throw some light on the conditions of the time. The first thing that comes to mind is that notwithstanding the New Guard's bitter antagonism to the state Labour government, some of our most valuable men were officials or ex-officials of trades unions who happened to be more anti-Lang than even, say, the average New Guardsman. In fact, one union connected with the railways, which felt it had had a raw deal of some kind, was largely represented in our ranks, and its secretary was a great help. In this case, there was real community of interest, as most of the union members were ex-AIF and they hated communism. This trades union association was known to only a few of us, and we kept it confidential. Naturally, the men concerned did not wish to expose themselves to victimization, and they accepted my assurance that there would be no discussion or publicity. From the New Guard's angle, it was too valuable a source of information to endanger by talking. I still feel bound by the promises I then made. In Chapter 10, I mentioned the large proportion of members of trades unions that had become New Guardsmen, and I feel I should state how I came to this conclusion. First of all, I had no Bureau of Statistics to painstakingly compile figures on collateral matters. There was neither the means nor the will to do so. It was hard enough to get a picture of essential issues. My sources of information were three. Firstly, the occupations stated in the attestation papers, and I made it my business to look through these every little while. As the movement spread to the industrial suburbs, I noted the large proportion of tradesmen and labourers who were joining up. So as a second string, I asked locality commander to find out quietly if these men in the main were members of unions, and if so, why they joined the New Guard. The answers indicated that they were almost to a man trade unionists, and the reason for joining us was not opposition to the ALP, but fear of communism. Thirdly, I made my own inquiries directly from a number of these men at smoke concerts and the like, and on one occasion at 5 Dock locality, which used to meet above the ES&A Bank on the Great North Road. Having congratulated the locality on the number of tradesmen in its ranks, I asked for a show of hands to see how many unionists there were, and the ready response showed over 60%. And when it comes to Labour voters, it must be remembered that the large number of small shopkeepers and white-collar workers in the New Guard must have contained a fair proportion of Labour voters. This, of course, is all by the way, as the New Guard valued a man for what he was and not how he voted, and from my experience, the workers made as good a contribution to the movement as the best of them. Then the Gillespie-Goldfinch organization came into the picture again. My resignation did not keep it at arm's length. As soon as it was apparent that men were flocking to the New Guard, we were invited once more to discuss amalgamation. This time the approach was made by Colonel H.D.K. Macartney, CMG, DSO, who had recently accepted the position as its chief organizer. It was a full-time engagement. I had the highest respect for Macartney, both as a soldier and as a man, although he was not the jockey for that race. He had graduated in the Royal Australian Artillery and had been a member of the original instructional staff at the RMC Duntroon as Director of Drill, I think. In France, he had commanded the 7th Field Artillery Brigade when I was a battery commander in that unit. We were firm friends. However, the terms he put forward, and from which he would not budge an inch, were just absurd, and we could not give them serious consideration. This is what Goldfinch suggested through Macartney. All costs and expenses would be found by the Gillespie-Goldfinch Committee. The New Guard would remain in full charge of the organization and the personnel. The employment of the movement, including its scope of action, to be in the absolute control of the Gillespie-Goldfinch Committee. That the functions of the movement be confined to the preservation of law and order, all acts to be strictly lawful and constitutional, and under no circumstances would constituted authority be opposed even in the event of a communist takeover, were it introduced by constitutional means. I told McCartney that he was wasting his time, and I personally would not consider it for 1 minute. I suggested, however, that he put it to the organizing committee. It was before I was appointed chief commander, and I would not be present so that he could have a fair go uninfluenced by my opposition. It was so arranged, but the other committee members turned him down flat. Knox, Plumley, Rickard and Clark were most indignant that Goldfinch and Co. could contemplate standing by and letting communism take over under any circumstances, constitutional or otherwise. When it was all over, I said to McCartney, "Well, Mac, it looks as if your blokes don't want a citizens' movement controlled on democratic lines, so please tell Goldfinch with my compliments he had better form his own Praetorian Guard." The Gillespie-Goldfinch Committee, or as we began calling it in a slightly derisive tone, the Old Guard, did good work in organizing the country districts. Here they placed the task in the hands of several experienced ex-AIF officers, and the results were gratifying, though even here the vagueness and the lack of a plan that caused our first breach was still evident. So much so that in several instances, representatives from country branches of the Old Guard contacted New Guard headquarters in Sydney in the belief they were part of the New Guard and asked for instructions and orders. In such cases, we explained the position, and it generally resolved itself into an arrangement that they would cooperate direct with the New Guard if the need arose instead of operating through their own HQ, and I feel sure this would be the case with all the personnel both in the city and the country. There was a conference at Parkes in an endeavour to iron out differences between Parkes locality, which was New Guard, and Dubbo and Orange, where organisers were Old Guard. Dr. Arthur Colvin did his best to bring about a friendly solution, but Dubbo commanders would not play and nothing was achieved. There was another meeting at Cootamundra that was arranged by my brother-in-law, Horton Brown, but in spite of a friendly atmosphere it too was really a washout. The whole difficulty was that although the rank and file were anxious to be New Guardsmen, those in control were Old Guard and against any amalgamation. On this occasion, the late Senator Major Reid, Old Guard OC in the Young District, was present. Then, in addition to all this, there were other direct approaches to me as Chief Commander. The first came from a man of influence and position in the city. He telephoned for an appointment. I knew him fairly well, but had no business association with him. When we met for the appointment at my office, his first statement was a request that his identity was to be kept secret. I agreed to this, and although he is not now alive, I still feel bound by my promise. He explained that he was representing a number of city businessmen who were prominent in finance, commerce, and manufacturing, and that he and his friends considered I was taking on far too much responsibility as leader of the New Guard without having the guidance of the best brains available. He said that his friends were willing to accept the whole financial burden of the movement, provided I consulted them on all questions of policy and action, and would abide by their decisions. I pointed out that this was impossible, as I was in honour bound not to make any such arrangement without consulting the General Council, and then it would probably have to be considered by a New Guard convention. My visitor said this would not suit his friends at all, as all they contemplated was a working arrangement with me personally, and he could not disclose their names on any other basis. So we got no further, but I asked him to point out to his principals that the New Guard was only a defensive organization and that no problems could arise which would need solution by any brain's trust. If the situation got out of hand, the New Guard would step in to maintain law and order and run essential services. If there was a communist bid to take over, we would handle that one too. On that note, we parted. Shortly afterwards, I was buttonholed by a prominent Rotarian at the usual Sydney Rotary Club luncheon. I had been the solicitor member of the headquarters club for some years. He asked me why I spurned the advice and help that had been offered to me. I replied, "Why can't they, whoever they are, join the New Guard, and then I'll be only too happy to listen. As it is, I have my obligations to the movement and cannot go outside it. Anyhow, it is not the help or advice I object to. It is the attempt to get hold of the movement by an outside, anonymous group who haven't the guts to come out in the open." Following close on the heels of this little talk, I was at the Royal Sydney Golf Club one afternoon when a highly respected member and a man much older than I was sought me out. and said in so many words, "Look here, Campbell, I admire very much what you are doing in the New Guard, but I cannot understand why you should set your face against talking things over with a crowd who can be a great help to you. From your own standpoint, you are making bad enemies, and that is dangerous for a professional man." My reply was to this effect: "I am afraid you have got it all wrong, sir. I welcome both help and advice from anyone. The trouble is that the people who want to help me, and I don't even know for certain who they are making it a condition that I follow what they decide. In other words, they ask for control of the movement. In justice to myself and the New Guard, I could never agree to that." My elderly friend was most surprised and said, "That puts the matter in an entirely different light. I must have a talk to them." The matter was never raised again. What I said about welcoming advice from anyone was perfectly true. With my wide acquaintance in the city, all kinds and conditions of people would tell me exactly what they thought and what I should do, and I always listened, if time permitted, with interest and, I hope, courtesy. Both in and out of the office, it was not easy to avoid discussions about the Lang Plan, communism, and the New Guard, and all this slowed up my working day in no small measure. One morning A.B. Banjo Patterson called to see me. I was delighted to make his acquaintance and to listen to his shrewd summing up of the situation. His trim, well-dressed figure and his alert, crisp manner was quite unlike what I imagined any poet could be, and he was just one of probably 100 notable people who called to discuss the situation. What I found rather amusing about the crowd who wished to help with their advice was that I had throughout the time access to the best brains in the city, and I could, and did, discuss any problem presenting difficulty with appropriate men and in the strictest confidence. I have never been certain whether or not these would-be helpers were associated with the Goldfinch organization, but there were some pointers which indicated that they were. Perhaps my most pleasant association in the realm of discussion and advice was with the Hun, Aubrey Abbott, who had been Minister for Home Affairs in the then recently defeated Bruce Page government. I first met him in the very early days of the New Guard, and more than once he took part in our discussions, but I am not sure if he was ever a member. He was a great admirer of Stanley Melbourne Bruce and several times said he wanted me to meet him. Actually, I did not do so until 1933 at Australia House, London. It was through Abbott's good offices that I had an interesting conversation with the late Sir Earl Page, who expressed himself as being enthusiastically behind the New Guard, but his counsel was much more militant than I was prepared to accept. Our conversation was mainly directed to the new state movement and water conservation. I was glad to have met Dr. Page, and notwithstanding my allergy for politicians, I admired his obvious sincerity. It was after I was appointed Chief Commander that Abbott and I really got together. He called many times at my office, and he was always welcome, and a helpful discussion always took place. Abbott, I believe, was sympathetic to the New Guard, and he expressed himself as most impressed with its efficient organization. In fact, I think he was a bit scared as to what we might do next. I really think this was one of his reasons for keeping in such close touch. He explained to me that he was so pessimistic about the economic and political outlook and so certain that Lang and his plan would wreck the state, that he had gathered together a representative group of Sydney businessmen, all leaders in their respective jobs, who were well qualified to give mature and top-level counsel. He asked, almost begged, me to put myself in their hands for guidance in New Guard matters. They would not join the New Guard, but were to be a consultative body in the offing. I asked the names of the men who composed it. Abbott said I could find this out for myself if I consented to meet them. He did, however, on 2 occasions mention the General Manager of the Bank of New South Wales, Mr. Alfred Claytor, Sir Alfred Davidson. Now this able and distinguished banker had been identified with the Goldfinch organization, to my knowledge. It will be remembered, too, that the bank chairman presided over the Gillespie-Goldfinch committee meetings, and the bank had given an overdraft of £12,000. I therefore came to the conclusion that the old guard was making still another attempt. I was quite sure that Abbott would not have known this. At the same time, I had no wish to make the breach any wider. It was all just too silly. I personally had no animus whatever against the old guard or those who composed it. After all, the new guard was out to protect the interests of all loyal citizens, and those controlling the old guard had more to lose than I had. So I took pains to explain the whole outlook from the new guard point of view and also my own as an individual, and I asked him to pass it on to his committee. I pointed out I was merely the executive head of the new guard and that the policy-making body was the New Guard Convention, which comprised the locality, divisional, and zone commanders, and that all matters of policy were openly discussed. The New Guard was made up of just as many Labour men as Nationalist Country Party. Politics in the party sense was forbidden and was quite outside the scope of our objectives. I pointed out that Abbott's group were no doubt Nationalists EP to man, and that no doubt quite a few of the Nationalist Consultative Council were in it, so that to ask the New Guard to accept direction from such a team would have no chance of success and would most likely do the movement untold harm. As to personal contact by me with the group, I would not tolerate even the thought of it without the New Guard Convention knowing and sanctioning such an association. I also made it clear that I could not see how Abbott's group could help, certainly not on the quasi-military side, as most of them were cold footers. As for politics, the opposition in Parliament were a very poor mob, and if anyone needed wise counsel and direction, they did. When it came to the economic situation, I was more and more coming to the conclusion that financial capitalism, with its one-sided deflationary policy, was as much responsible for the deepness of the depression as Labour. It was an occasion when I realized how wise it had been to make the New Guard Convention the policymaker. It did away effectively with any chance of dictatorship within the movement. Had I, as chief commander, had a free hand, how easy it would have been had I been tempted for my own advancement to have linked up with any power group, and so turned the New Guard into an instrument of a minority group, instead of one of simple, straightforward protection should the need arise. Notwithstanding my refusal to play, Abbott and I still continued to be on a friendly basis, and he frequently looked in for a chat. My wife and I had drinks with Mr. and Mrs. Abbott at their pleasant ground-floor flat at Darling Point, and in turn, they came to us at Turramurra to lunch one Saturday, and we spent a pleasant afternoon in our rather beautiful garden talking over the problems that faced our state. Then one evening, not long after the first town hall meeting, Jack Scott and his wife asked us in for drinks, and there we found Aubrey Abbott present. The occasion was purely social, but Abbott concentrated on trying to find out what was the leader of the New Guard going to do. My simple answer, that we were, as he knew, purely a defensive organization and could and would do nothing unless there was a breakdown too extensive for the police to control, did not satisfy him at all. Incidentally, the association of Scott and Abbott rather confirmed my belief that Abbott's brains trust was the Goldfinch Committee. It was about this time, when I think the New Guard was on the top of its form, that I began to hear all kinds of sinister rumors about the bona fides of the movement. Something of this sort: the New Guard are out for what they can get. They are not patriots, they are rebels and revolutionaries, and are only using the Depression and Lang as cover for their real intention, and that is to take over the state. And look out for Campbell, he is a dangerous man and only out for himself, etc., etc. I just put all this down to the unfriendly reaction of Langites, and I took no notice of it at all. But when sound New Guard members like Charles Ulm, Charles Kingsford Smith, and Major Leslie Ellis, and others, kept mentioning these stories to me and saying that they were positive that it had nothing whatever to do with Lang or his supporters, I had to take the matter more seriously. So I contacted our intelligence chief, Norman Plomley, and talked the matter over with him. He laughed and said, "I'm a bit ahead of you there, Eric. This has been going on for a long time, and so, being satisfied it had nothing to do with the Labour Party, I put a few of our lads into the Goldfinch show. I got their reports this morning and was about to tell you about it. Not one of the 4 men I put in knows any of the others, and yet all their reports are substantially the same. In a word, it is the old guard that is putting all this stuff about. That is absolutely definite." When I learned this, I realized how dull I had been in not waking up to it earlier. Some 2 months before, at 1 or 2 locality conventions, a series of questions from the localities were asked about the other organization, or the old guard, and the rumors that were getting around. All this became so boring that one of our keenest locality commanders, Leslie Crichton Brown of Strathfield CD Zone, moved that henceforth anyone mentioning the old guard would be fined a pint of beer all round. It was carried by acclamation. This should have put me on guard, but somehow it did not. This form of attack was rather contemptible, and I suppose I should have felt hurt and indignant, but I did not. It was just too much for my sense of humor, for my thousands of clear-eyed, loyal and intelligent ex-service New Guardsmen to be regarded as rebels. They had risked everything to help guard our way of life in World War I, and were now prepared to do the same in the Depression. And when I thought of our middle-aged to elderly C-class men guarding their homes and families against possible left-wing oppression being classed in the same way, I just burst out laughing. Even Victoria Barracks did not escape the attentions of the rumor mongers. I received a polite telephone call from the Commandant's 2nd Military District, now Eastern Command, to say he would like to see me and could I have morning tea with him at the barracks the next morning. I naturally made it convenient to do so. Next morning, I drove up to the barracks in Paddington and parked just beside the administration block. The barracks were at that time a very desolate place compared with the wartime bustle of 1914-15. It looked even drearier than in 1924-25, when I was a part-time GSO-2 to Major General Digger Brand, the commander of the famous 13th Infantry Brigade AIF, then District Commandant. There was not even a guard at the main gate, or if there was no sign of a sentry when I drove through. Colonel Heritage was the District Commandant, and his office was in the old barrack building which was, when I first remember it, used mainly for living quarters for the NCOs and other ranks of the small permanent establishment of the RAA and the necessary regimental and administrative officers. I had not met Colonel Heritage before, but he received me very courteously, and we had the ceremonial cup of tea and the traditional biscuit. He had the easy, cultivated manner of the pre-Great War regular soldier, but despite this, I sensed he was quite concerned with one or other of the wild rumors that had reached him. He told me he wanted to know all about the new guard, as from what he had heard its future actions might cause concern to the armed forces of the Commonwealth. Armed forces of the Commonwealth was at this time rather a grandiose term. It is hardly an exaggeration to say there weren't any. The army was at an all-time low. A number of the senior staff had been paid their superannuation in a lump sum and then bowler-hatted. The general staff was excellent, but it lacked troops to administer. In New South Wales, as far as my recollection goes, the permanent forces comprised a handful of RAA on coastal defence with obsolete guns, one battery of horse-drawn field artillery armed with 18 PRS-QF, and on a peace footing, a depot of RAE, a few QMs getting steadily fatter with the years, and a handful of oddments. The CMF was sadly insufficient and a quarter trained. I remember glancing through the barrels of a couple of 18 PRS-QF guns at Walgrove Camp at the beginning of World War II, and the A-tubes were so pitted that, had they been inspected by a Woolwich artificer, he would have had a stroke on the spot. I told Heritage frankly all about the new guard and its aims, objects and policy, and the class of men who composed it, and I also told him that I was concerned about the safety of the mobilization stores at Murraybank, and that I felt that through lack of personnel he was in no shape to guard them. I made him acquainted, too, with my provision for guarding all stores of arms and ammunitions, which appeared to shake him, although he made no protest about it. We parted on good terms, and I felt the hour had been well spent. Of course, he had no authority whatever to make the enquiry, and I could have declined to give him any explanation, but as the new guard had nothing to hide, there was no reason why he should not be told what every guardsman knew. There was no other direct approach from the army, but as time went on I gathered that we were not overpopular, mainly for the reason that so many officers, both on the active list of the CMF and on the reserve of officers, were prominent members of the new guard, and it appeared that this was resented. Here again, what an officer did in his civilian capacity, provided he kept within the law, was quite outside the jurisdiction of the army. There was one unpleasant experience some months later on, and I have never ascertained whether it was due to the army or the police. I had been invited to dine at the regimental mess of a CMF artillery brigade, which was in camp in the Holdsworthy area. It was quite a happy party, and Jay met a number of service friends of the AIF after dinner. One of the battery commanders asked me to look round the lines with him, and this we did. I was interested in seeing the men's messing arrangements and their accommodation in the huts, and one thing and another that usually interests a regimental officer. We were probably away about 15 or 20 minutes, and we then returned to the HQ mess hut. There we had a drink, and I got in my car and went home. A day or two afterwards, I learnt that 2 detectives had been questioning the men to find out if I had said anything seditious whilst I walked round the lines. This was really playing it low down. Anyone can condemn my politics if they like, but no one dare impugn my loyalty. I too then made inquiries, but I never found out what it was all about. The reaction of the police to the whispering campaign I am reserving for a separate chapter dealing with the new guard vis-a-vis the police. Although I had at first dismissed the smear campaign with a laugh, I must confess as time went on and one met the same kind of story in so many different settings, it did become a bit nauseating. It was obvious that the storytellers were confined to a small group. This for the reason that quite a number of men close to those who formed the Gillespie-Goldfinch committee either did not know or treated with contempt what was being put around. As an instance, Ernest Lamb, KC, one day when we were walking along Phillip Street together, just laughed in his dry way when I attacked scandal tactics. He paused in his stride and turning to me said, "Campbell, as the leader of a movement as big as the New Guard, you can afford to treat this kind of thing with contempt. Little mongrel dogs always bare their teeth and snarl from a safe distance." Then, shortly after the first town hall meeting, my good friend Theo Marks came over to me one Sunday at Elanora Clubhouse and said, "I think you will be glad to know that your speech at the town hall was well received by all the people I know." And that meant all the people that mattered. At the same place a week or so afterwards, John Playfair said to me in an aside when a few of us were having a drink, "Eric, you are doing a good job, keep it going. It is helping considerably." These opinions were a great help to me coming from men I knew and respected, and they are 2 recollections out of a large number of similar ones that I can call to mind. And yet other men I knew equally well were visibly cold and uninterested. It was all rather like a standing joke of Cyril Gunter's. Its burden was, the new guard and the old guard are dividing families as the Civil War did in America. Here am I, a member of the old guard, and my son, an enthusiastic member of the new guard. He gets quite annoyed with me at times. Chapter 15. Vis-a-Vis the police. From the time of the organizing meeting at Cahill's restaurant, we kept the police headquarters advised of what we were doing, and the response was friendly and cooperative. Superintendent Lynch, an elderly policeman with a wealth of experience, called to see me at my office on behalf of Mr. Childs, the commissioner. Lynch told me the commissioner was very happy indeed to know there was an organization of citizens such as the new guard to aid the police if the need arose. Speaking for himself, he told me he was not a bit happy about the then situation. There was, he said, a large and growing body of disgruntled unemployed which did not need much encouragement to become violent if there was an opportunity to do so. He stressed that a mob out of control would take a jot of stopping, and he welcomed the new guard wholeheartedly. I remember telling him not to worry about a mob, as most of our men had been trained to meet on at least even terms the best trained troops in the world. He shook his head and said in effect, "That may be, but mark my words, a violent mob is a terrible thing." Anyhow, we had a cordial discussion and parted on terms of mutual goodwill. In the early days of the Darlinghurst locality, when it was engaged in breaking up communist meetings, the plainclothes police, who were generally in the offing, never interfered, but on the contrary were quite delighted. On several occasions, I was told they would take New Guard members round with them to show them different trouble spots around the harbour front and in different parts of the city. This was just the type of liaison I had hoped for. I learnt a good deal of the police attitude, too, from Sergeant Jock Walsh, who had been Regimental Sergeant Major of 12th Army Field Artillery Brigade. Walsh had joined the police after the armistice, and in 1931 was in charge of drill and training at the police barracks, Kensington. He told me his mates were glad to know we were there and would gladly cooperate with us, but he warned that there were a large number of ardent Langplanners in the force, and to use his own words, more than a few bloody commos. Jock Walsh was a Scotsman by birth, Glasgow, I think, and a fine figure of a man. As a soldier he was outstanding, and had had the great advantage of having served to NCO rank with the Royal Horse Artillery, before the outbreak of war in 1914. Before being promoted to Brigade RSM in the ALF, he had served with me in France as Battery Sergeant Major with the 46th Battery when I was commanding that unit. So in Walsh, I had a real friend at court, and he helped a lot in promoting a friendly outlook to the new guard amongst the junior ranks of the force. But this friendly and cooperative association was not to last, as far as police headquarters was concerned. It was heralded by an interview I had one late afternoon early in May, as near as I can place it at this stage of time. At around 5 o'clock on the evening in question, I was clearing my desk in the hope of catching an earlier train than usual. I was just getting ready to go when my secretary came in and told me a gentleman wanted to see me on business if I could spare him a few minutes. "Who is he?" I asked. "T don't know," I was told, "but he seems anxious to see you." "Oh, all right, show him in," adding to myself, "Curse it, I never seem to be able to get home at a decent hour these days." My caller proved to be a big, well-built man, wearing a rather battered Panama hat, a sloppy, ill-fitting washing coat, baggy grey trousers and dusty shoes. He had a strong but rather ugly face, and when he grinned, as he often did, he disclosed the urgent need for expert dental attention. Despite all this, he was clearly a man of strong personality and ability, and with the quiet assurance of authority. "Mr. Campbell," he asked, holding out his hand, "I'm Inspector McKay of the Criminal Investigation Department, and I would like to have a friendly yarn with you." He spoke in a husky, deep voice, and his accent was a mixture of Glasgow and the lilt of the Western Highlands. I pointed to a chair, and down he sat. McKay told me without more ado that the Commissioner had asked him to see me concerning the new guard. He said the Commissioner had been told on good authority that the new guard was not what it pretended to be, and that the real plan was to overthrow the government by force. The Chief Secretary, too, he said, was gravely concerned, and the government believed the new guard to be a dangerous fascist organization. I heard him out and told him to give my compliments to the Commissioner and tell him from me that he was, like many others, the victim of a whispering campaign, and there was not a vestige of truth in what he had been told. I pointed out to McKay that the absurdity of what he had been told was easily seen when one realized that the new guard was composed of the soundest members of the community and were not the stuff revolutionaries were made of. As regards the Chief Secretary, his opinions were a matter of complete indifference to me. We shook hands and parted. He said he was satisfied, but I don't think he was. I felt the whisperers, by sowing seeds of suspicion, had made future collaboration with the police a bit difficult. The next occasion I saw McKay was at police headquarters in Phillip Street. He rang and asked me if I could slip up and see him. I did. He was very cordial. He told me that there were quite a number of very bad types about, and that he had information that some stop-at-nothing commos were out to get me. He strongly advised me to carry a gun. I told him I hadn't one, and in any case I felt I could look after myself. McKay became emphatic. "Look, Mr. Campbell, what I'm telling you is for your own good. I'll write you out a license right away, and you lose no time and buy a small automatic that you can carry in the hip pocket." He there and then gave me a pistol license, and seeing he was in earnest, I promised to buy a gun straight away. So armed with the license, I went to my friend Sil Rohu. He had been a gunner in the 26th Battery 7th Brigade ALF. When I was SETIVing in that unit as 2IC, who had a gun shop in Elizabeth Street. On Rohu's recommendation, I bought a .32 Belgian automatic, its brand escapes me for the moment, and a box of bullets. We filled the magazine and set the catch at safety, and I put it in my hip pocket where it fitted snugly with only a small bulge. It was amusing to carry a gun, and I grew quite attached to it. I never had any occasion to use it. It was destroyed in the Billaboola homestead fire in 1946, and its charred remains were handed to Detective Lynch, a member of the police at Young and a nephew of Superintendent Lynch, whom I mentioned earlier. Proud of my new possession, I showed the pistol to members of the General Council and told them the circumstances under which I had acquired it. A few days afterwards, to my consternation, the A-Zone commander told me that it had been decided to put a guard on my home from dark till sunrise every night, to make sure that my wife and family were in no way molested during my frequent absences on new guard business, and that they thought it unfair that I should have any anxiety on that score. I protested strongly against this idea, whilst thanking the council for its kind thought, but to no avail. I was told, in effect, "You are the chief commander, and every man will follow you if anything happens, but where your own safety is at stake, or that of your wife and family, you have got to abide by what we decide." And so it was. Each night a guard arrived. It provided 2 posts of 2 hours on and 4 off and a commander. The guard room was an old workshop and stable building, which provided ample cover. Each locality in a zone took on the job week about. Without exception, the men, over the months that the guard was on, were a grand lot, and the duties were carried out in the best military tradition. All went along very quietly. There was the odd incident, such as the sentry at the back of the house on the very first night, whilst making his rounds in the early morning, falling over our cow in the paddock at the back, but only skinning his nose. The cow was unperturbed. The guard always behaved with the utmost quietness and tact, but the word soon got round Ku-ring-gai Chase Avenue. I think our gardener, himself a digger, was the culprit. My good friend and neighbour E.J. Sivers, a former Valuer General, heard about the guard being posted, and according to his story to me said to his family, "I don't believe a word of it. I'll go across and see for myself." This was about 8 p.m. He had no sooner closed our front gate, after letting himself in, than he was quietly taken by the arm and escorted to our front door. When I came along, the sentry said, "This gentleman says he is a friend of yours, sir, but I thought I had better make sure." This is rather a digression from the main theme of this chapter, but it seemed to fit in. There was one other thing on which the new guard disregarded my wishes, and that was the provision of an escort when I went to distant suburbs to address public meetings where lang planners, left-wingers and communists were inclined to be unpleasant. On such occasions, about a dozen hefty young 6-footers would form a kind of guard of honor, and woe betide anyone who spoke out of turn. But to return to Mackay, I had hoped that after the first town hall meeting, when we came right out into the open, the police headquarters would realize that we were no possible threat to law and order, and that we were just what we claimed to be. Shortly after the town hall meeting, I met him by chance crossing the intersection of Pitt and King Streets. We were both walking in opposite directions and met in the middle, shook hands, and started talking New Guard. We were so engrossed that we overlooked that the traffic was waiting to move along King Street. I happened to notice this first and observed a worried-looking policeman wondering what to do when one of the offenders was one of his bosses. So we hurried to the nearest footpath and continued our conversation there. I asked Mackay straight out if he was now completely satisfied with our bona fides. His reply was to this effect: "What I personally believe has nothing to do with it. Don't forget I am a policeman first and last. I act on orders and have my duty to carry out. The fact is the chief secretary is not a bit happy about the new guard. He's got the wind up, and I'll have to keep a close eye on what you people do." Actually, I felt a bit sorry for Mackay. His loyalty to the British Empire was without question. He was a man of ability and drive, with a well-developed gift of leadership. He had made quite a name for himself as an exponent of strong-arm tactics and courage, as many a miner in the northern coalfields could testify. Had he served in the war and escaped casualty, he could have made a big name as a soldier. And yet here he was, almost the tool of the Lang Plan government, and had to do what he was told or get out. I think at times he had this in mind, for he said to me more than once, "I've got my own piece of dirt in the Scottish Highlands, and it's enough to keep me if I threw this job up." When I first met him, he was an inspector. Some time afterwards, he was promoted to superintendent, and thence, I think in 1934, to commissioner. But irrespective of rank, he was the dominant personality in the force. I have always believed that his quick promotion to superintendent was due largely to the hope of the Lang government that he would squash the new guard if given a free hand. His action at the second, or third, I'm not sure which, town hall meeting gave a sound basis for such a belief. He brazenly tried to create a breach of the peace, and his behavior can have no excuse or justification. This is what happened. The Sydney town hall was filled to overflowing with new guardsmen. As at the first meeting, the men were quiet, disciplined, and orderly. They were all seated waiting for the meeting to start. I had distributed copies of my speech to the press and the police reporter, and was talking to the other two men who were to speak that night, two leading King's Counsel, Cahill and Bonnie. We were standing on the platform, and I was just about to open the meeting when I noticed movement at the other end of the hall at the entrance aisle on my right. I looked again and was aghast to see uniformed police striding into the hall. They kept moving, 3 or 4 abreast, down the aisle, and as they neared the platform, I saw they were led by Cahill in uniform. I do not know how many police entered the hall, but I would estimate at least 100, and they were still coming. The audience saw them, and there was an almost immediate deep-throated roar of anger. At this, Cahill stopped, and also the police behind him. He was quite near the platform, and I noted his characteristic grin. The new guardsmen were then mostly on their feet, and without doubt, a very ugly situation was imminent. There was a speaker's microphone on the platform, and I grabbed it and said in tones that could be heard above the din, "New guardsmen, keep still and sit down. I'll handle this." I saw that I had their attention and was relieved to see them do as I asked. It was, however, a tense moment. Here were 30,005,000 men, mainly trained ex-servicemen in the prime of life, proud to be new guardsmen, determined to put down every form of disloyalty, and pleasantly excited at being present at the meeting, suddenly faced with scores of police with grim faces. It needed no gift of telepathy to realize the police were out to start a brawl, and their unheralded presence at once created a feeling of outrage and indignation. If I had not had them well under command, I hate to think what might have happened, despite the fact that the men were all sound and responsible citizens. As soon as I saw I had the audience in hand, I turned to Cahill and said, as nearly as I can remember, "Mr. Cahill, this is a lawful meeting of loyal citizens, and there will be no breach of the peace. Take your men away at once. Their presence here will only create a serious situation. You ought to be ashamed of yourself." Cahill hesitated a moment, mumbled something I could not hear, and then he and his police moved out of the hall through the swing doors at the side into the outside corridor. They were accompanied by shouts of derisive laughter and deep-throated boos. I then made a joke about a policeman's life not being a happy one. The audience laughed and good humor was soon restored. The meeting proceeded and was highly successful. The police tactics on this occasion were quite obvious. As Cahill more or less admitted at a subsequent interview, he had been told by the chief secretary to break up the new guard, and to do this his first objective was to discredit the organization in the eyes of the public. So he decided to use his well-known method of hit 'em hard and see how they like it. If he could bring about a bit of a riot, causing a breach of the peace, he was on a winner. The plan was, I learnt later, to arrest 1 or 2 ringleaders and charge them with riotous behavior and assaulting the police. If a free-for-all took place, it really did not matter who won. Had the police been tossed out into the street, as inevitably would have happened, Cahill would still have achieved his aim. The Labour Daily would have had banner headlines, "Fascist New Guard Attacks Police," etc., and even the Sydney Morning Herald might have had an admonitory sub-leader on the subject. What foiled the police attempt was, I believe, 3 things: the type of men who filled the hall, the atmosphere of discipline and dignity, and the presence of well-known citizens on the platform. Apart from the good-humored suppression of communist meetings in the street, which were carried out with the police looking on and grinning, there had not been even the slightest hint of rowdy behavior, and the police had nothing whatever to hang their hats on. Discussing the matter with me about a year after the Lang government had been dismissed, Cahill said, "You were too good for me that night, but mind you, I stayed in the corridor and listened to the speeches, and I was satisfied I had a case against you and Cahill, later Judge Cahill, for inciting the commission of sedition and high treason, or words to that effect." I said, "Well, Mac, why didn't you go on with it?" His reply was that the Crown Law Office did not agree with him. The day after the town hall showdown, I felt so indignant about the whole thing that I rang Cahill and asked him what the hell he meant by it. He said he had acted on information which proved to have no foundation. Then he said irritably, "The police don't need the new guard. We can handle anything ourselves." I laughed and hung up. To demonstrate how insufficient the police force would be in anything like a crisis, I planned a small exercise. I gave instructions that 30 localities spread over the city area apart from the eastern suburbs, and as far apart as Concord West and Hornsby, should hold street meetings in various shopping centres on the following Friday night. I told them to have several speakers at each meeting and to talk against communism. As street meetings were forbidden without previous police approval, I told the locality commanders to be particularly polite to the police and to immediately disperse when told to do so, and then quietly form up again in a different spot, and on no account to risk a brawl of any kind. The meetings were to commence at 8 p.m., and everything was to be over before 9 p.m. It worked like a charm. From our contact at police headquarters, we learnt that shortly after 8 p.m. anxious station sergeants from all the northern, western and southern suburbs were reporting large street gatherings and making urgent appeals for reinforcements. In no time all reinforcements were used up, without supplying a fraction of the suburban requirements, and panic set in. Then when everything was at its height, the meetings dissolved into thin air and peace reigned. There were no arrests. Next morning I rang Mac Kay and said cheerily, "See what I mean, Mac?" His reply was a string of rude words. Strange thing was that in spite of our now all too frequent brushes, we not only avoided being personally hostile, but actually became, under the surface, quite good friends and on a Christian name basis. Mackay's attitude can be well summed up by the following incident, which took place at a large ball at the Sydney Town Hall a few nights before the opening of the Sydney Harbour Bridge in March 1932. Some time after midnight, I saw Mackay nearby, immaculate in white tie and tails. He came across and shook hands vigorously and remarked, "You look fine in your kilt." I was wearing Highland dress, and incidentally, another prominent member of the new guard, Captain James Patrick, was similarly garbed. He said, "Come along, I want you to meet my wife." And of course, along T went. Mackay said to his wife, "I want you to meet my friend and my greatest adversary, Eric Campbell." Mrs. Mackay was very charming and we had a few minutes' pleasant conversation. Then the policeman in Mac took over. He drew me aside and said, "I want you to promise me, Eric, that you won't do anything silly at the bridge opening. Actually, you can't get away with a thing. I have taken every possible precaution, and it is just as well to realize it." I said, "I'm sorry, Wally, I can't tell you what's doing, but you can take it as definite we'll open the bridge before Lang does." He tried hard to get a line on what I had in mind, but I just smiled at him and we parted. All this took place with the greatest cordiality. Each of us knew, however, that it in no way influenced the other when it came to doing our respective jobs. The occasion when I was most annoyed with Mackay was just before the federal election in December 1931. The head of a large publicity firm that was handling a lot of election publicity for the newly formed United Australia Party, formerly the Nationalist Party and now the Liberal Party, asked me for the help of the new guard in distributing a mass of anti-communist propaganda. I remember the incident very well indeed. I went to the firm. Its offices were near the Hotel Metropole in Loftus Street after office hours. When he rang me up, the managing director asked if I could possibly call at his office as he had some things to show me which it would be difficult for him to bring to me. When I arrived, Charles Hardy of the Riverina movement was also there. He was having his hair cut by a barber brought in for the purpose, and at the same time was engaged in learning a speech that had been prepared for him to deliver at a town hall meeting in Sydney in support of the UAP. By adroit moves, the old and battered Nationalist Party had muzzled both the All for Australia League and the Riverina movement by bringing them both into the UAP. This was, too, the excuse for the change of name. At its birth, the Riverina movement was in dire opposition to all political parties and to the control of rural areas from Sydney. Its sponsors were all for the creation of a Riverina state, and they quoted precedents from the USA how this could be accomplished. "Let Sydney stew in its own juice and enjoy Lang all by itself," summed up their attitude. The movement was directed by some able brains in Wagga, and Charles Hardy, by reason of his fine platform manner, had been chosen as spokesman. To compensate him for the good work he had done, he had accepted a nomination for the Senate as a candidate in the UAP interest. I was then shown with great pride a large poster. It depicted a large bearded man with Slavonic features plus a strong dash of Tatar, dressed in traditional Russian uniform. His mien was that of unbridled savagery and his expression was cruel in the extreme. He was grasping a large hammer and sickle. The overall coloring was red. In large letters it bore the slogan, "Smash the Red Wrecker." "What do you think of that?" asked the managing director. "Very powerful," I said. "Well, this is where the new guard comes in," he continued. Our problem is to get it distributed over the length and breadth of Sydney on the eve of the election. There are 100,000 posters, and we want them pasted up wherever there is a prominent place. Will the new guard take on this job? I told him it would be a tremendous job to undertake. We have the organization, and seeing it is directed against communism, I think the men would be glad to help. But why not use the UAP branches? He said that the branches were too feeble to do anything more than pass resolutions. He begged me to take it on. Look, it's a winner, and if properly displayed, will pull thousands of votes. I pointed out that there were several snags. On the face of it, to distribute and put in position upwards of 100,000 posters in one night would mean organizing several hundred men and a similar number of cars. The men would not ask for payment, but they could not afford the petrol involved. The other snag was that those who did the job would run the risk of being fined if they were caught, and that the police under government instructions were very hostile. The managing director said that his firm would of course be responsible for both petrol and fines and other reasonable out-of-pocket expenses. All I had to do was to send him the bill and collect the check. On this basis, I agreed. The task was admirably carried out on an agreed date, and next morning the landscape was enlivened by Smash the Red Wrecker posters displayed in commanding positions and mostly out of reach of saboteurs. But we were not to escape scot-free. As I had feared, the police learnt of the move, and although they were outmaneuvered in most areas, in one or two and notably Chatswood, they caught a number of the poster party and arrested them. I had a telephone call from the Chatswood locality commander around midnight. He said 8 of his men had been arrested and locked up. Although each of them was a householder, they had been refused bail. I rang Mackay at his home. He answered in a sleepy voice and asked what I wanted. I told him, "Look, Mac, you let communists and riffraff do what they like. You protect their meetings, yet when a few decent men engage in a harmless election stunt, you have them arrested and locked up and refused bail as though they were dangerous felons." I added, "If they are not freed immediately on their own bail, I will go down with a party and let them out myself." Mackay said, "Keep your hair on. I'll ring you in a few minutes." He rang in about 7 minutes and told me that the men had been let out on bail. In due course, fines for some minor breaches of the Police Offences Act were imposed on, I think, about a dozen men. Sent in the bill for both fines and petrol, but the promise was never honoured. In several cases where the defendants were unemployed, I paid the fines myself. Without question, the charges were correctly laid, and the magistrates had no option but to convict, but it all seemed so desperately paltry. There had been no trespass on private property, nor was there any damage. The job had been done silently, and where possible drawing pins were used. Telegraph and telephone poles were selected in many cases, and here the poster was tied top and bottom by stout string. They stayed up, in many instances, for months. I used to see them every day driving to and from the office. In contrast, the noisy hoodlumism of numbers of the government's supporters, and particularly the friends of the Soviet Union, appeared to be regarded with tolerance. I am reserving for the chapter on the Harbour Bridge 2 glaring instances where the police grossly abused their authority, and I will conclude this with the recollection of the lighter side of police importunities. My contact with police headquarters had warned me several times that Mackay was extremely keen to pin something on me, and being thus forearmed, I took particular care he should not succeed in doing so. I had learnt through our intelligence that wild rumours were in circulation about the new guard having large secret stores of arms and ammunition, including Lewis guns and Vickers machine guns. This was completely untrue, and I don't think we ever ran to earth the source of this nonsense. However, I was not altogether surprised when my police contact gave me the tip that there was going to be a police raid on my home at Turramurra, as it was believed that this was one of the ammunition dumps. I rang my wife and told her what she might expect and asked her to put my few bits and pieces in a place that would exercise the ingenuity of the police to discover. My armory, in addition to my licensed pistol, consisted of my Army Webley revolver, a 12-gauge shotgun, a sporting .303 rifle, an antique muzzle-loading dueling pistol, given me as a keepsake by a member of the Bondi locality named Waldron, a German Luger, a memento of the Hindenburg lines, and a very minute nickel-plated old pistol which a neighbour had given me. Together with 4 shells in a Beecham pills box, he explained he hadn't a license and thought it was safer with me. None of these required a license, with the exception of the last named, and it wouldn't fire anyhow. I tried it in the country years afterwards. At the same time, innocent as they were, I did not want the police to get them. They would have been enough for the press to headline, "Large quantity of arms and ammunition seized by police from leader of new guard." I left the place of concealment in the capable hands of my wife. When I got home for dinner that night, I asked her, "Did you have a visit from the police?" "Oh yes," she said. "It was quite fun. 4 large plainclothes policemen paid a visit just after lunch. There was a ring at the front door, and when I opened it, there they were looking very coy and self-conscious. They introduced themselves and said they had called to pick up some firearms and ammunition. I said," she continued, "I'm afraid I haven't any for you, but come in, gentlemen, and see for yourselves." She then told me that the sergeant in charge said, "Oh no, madam, we only came to collect them. If there aren't any, we'll be on our way." With that they left. My wife then showed me where she had hidden the arsenal. It was under the eaves of a small flat roof outside one of our bedroom windows on the first floor. An excellent spot. It could not be seen from upstairs or downstairs, and to get to it, my wife had to get through the window with all the junk, climb onto the flat roof, hide the weapons, and then get back. We both thought it a great joke. There was another occasion when the police saw fit to intrude quite unnecessarily on the privacy of my home, and this time after dark. This was when 2 senior detectives called for the purpose of serving a summons, which charged me with using insulting words about Mr. Lang. It was between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. that I answered the front door bell to find 2 plainclothes police sergeants asking if they could see me. I invited them to come in, and they were followed by 2 press reporters. We all stood in the hall, and the senior sergeant then produced the summons, which he started to read. He appeared to be very ill at ease, and I noticed his hand was shaking as he held the papers. I interrupted his recital of the formal terms of a police court summons and told him I accepted service and bid them good night. The reporters stayed on for a short while and were full of chat. I gave them a drink. We then had a look at the summons. It arose out of a reply I made to a question at a then recent meeting, a public one, at Chatswood Town Hall, and it was the same meeting when I said Mr. Lang was not the person to open the bridge as he had not the confidence of the people, and I hoped he would have the good sense to invite a member of the royal family to do so, and started all that going. The question asked me was a facetious one, and I replied to it in a similar vein. In so many words, this was it. "Which do you consider the more valuable, Mr. Lang or his bull, Ebenezer?" I replied to the effect that I very much preferred the bull, and I gave my reasons for saying so. My language was quite unobjectionable, but the subject matter was perhaps a bit rude. However, it went down well with the crowd, and the capacity audience howled with laughter. One of the reporters had been present at the meeting, and he was kind enough to say that though he had reported in Britain, Australia, and other countries, he thought my reply was the best he had heard off the cuff. He also said the words were not even insulting at Sunday school level. The Messian scene was this. Mr. Lang owned a farm at Ebenezer, somewhere near the Hawkesbury River, I think, and I believe used it as a weekender. On the farm there was a bull, breed unknown, and somehow this was referred to in the press, and it caught the imagination of the crowd, and so Jack Lang and his bull Ebenezer became a byword. The case came on at the Central Police Court, and it lasted a week. The courtroom was crowded each day, and a large number were turned away. I had difficulty in getting a seat for my wife, who was determined to see what it was all about. I was defended by Mr. M.S. Lamb, K.C., who was a most distinguished member of the bar, and the prosecutor was Mr. Billy Sheehan, who even at that stage of his career gave promise of the indomitable little fighter he has turned out to be. Mr. Lamb, in his dry humor, had the court in fits of laughter. On one occasion, the magistrate, by a slip of the tongue, when speaking to Mr. Lamb, called him Mr. Lang. "Oh, don't call me Mr. Lang, your worship," said Mr. Lamb. "It makes me go red all over." The magistrate found against me and fined me £2. I was quite content to leave it at that, but not so Mr. Lamb. He took it on appeal to the Supreme Court. I did not even know he had done so. I met him as he was leaving the Supreme Court building in King Street one afternoon about 3 months later. He was wearing his silk gown and wig. "It's a good thing someone looks after you," he said to me. Why do you say that? I asked. Only that I have just argued your appeal and the court has quashed the conviction with costs, so now you don't owe the £2 fine. It is worth recording he never charged a fee and flatly refused to do so. He was one of the main speakers at the next Sydney Town Hall meeting, and he handled the question of the police and justice in no uncertain manner. Summonses for minor breaches of the Police Offences Act are dealt with summarily by magistrates, and such summonses are served as a matter of course by a junior policeman. My office on the corner of Pitt and Hunter Streets was just 2 blocks away from police headquarters and could have been served by a junior without loss of time or inconvenience to anybody. The course employed of sending 2 senior detectives 12 miles by car to Turramurra and alerting the press and doing the job at night, to me was convincing evidence that the police had become a mere tool of the government, particularly so when one considers that the whole thing was entirely without merit and quite absurd. In the course of my interview with Mackay when he called at my office, as set out earlier in this chapter, I invited him to verify what I told him by inspecting the whole setup at the new guard office. He was welcome to go there at that moment from my office, I told him, and he could go through all the books and papers, the nominal roll and original attestation papers. Mackay thanked me and said he would send a couple of his best men to do this in the near future. He was as good as his word. Detective Sergeants Watkins and James turned up some time later and went through everything with a fine-tooth comb and in due course. But many weeks later, the Commissioner's Minute dated 18 September 1931 submitted a full report to the Chief Secretary. This report is printed in NSW Parliamentary Papers, 23 December 1931. Thanks to the courtesy of the Mitchell Library, where these records are, I am able to furnish a copy of this report in the appendix, and I would urge its careful perusal by anyone interested in the subject of the new guard. It will be noted that in spite of discreet inquiries and careful investigation into the activities and ramifications of the new guard, there is not one hint or suggestion of anything unlawful and nothing to indicate aggression. Could anyone ask for more cogent evidence of Mackay's lack of good faith when he acted as an agent provocateur at the town hall meeting? The ink on the report, made by the CID of which he was inspector in charge, was hardly dry. Was not he acting as the tool of what we considered to be a dangerously disloyal government? And that pathetically clumsy and futile Jock Garden affair, does not all this substantiate the information I had from the private secretary of the leader of the opposition that it was a put-up job? Jock Garden was emphatically too valuable an asset, with his communist talk, for the new guard to be so idiotic as to make him a public martyr of fascist brutality. And then the consummation of the absurd rumors and suspicions that were deliberately spread around, the famous raid of the police on the new guard office, when they solemnly seized the same old books and records that had been so faithfully investigated by them at our invitation a year earlier. They only took one other thing, a sealed envelope marked S.Ec. Ret, and on this they pounced. This is a story that will bear repeating, core will it? According to our source of information at police headquarters, this envelope was found to contain, when opened, a number of block letters, obviously a message in code. It was hurriedly handed to one of their cipher experts to decode, but it was in Playfair and not easy to crack. At length he was successful, and the others crowded round to learn what fresh villainy had been uncovered. This was the final arrangement of the letters. It all sounds like bullshit to me. No one was amused, except Mackay. He grinned and let out a throaty guffaw. Chapter 6. Waiting for the Balloon. By early spring of 1931, the new guard was really fighting fit. There was only one blot on the landscape. There was no one to fight. If only the commos would put up a show. But they wouldn't, deterred, we knew through intelligence, by fear of the new guard. Our role was essentially defensive, so there was nothing much we could do except look on at the wearisome duel between the inflationist Lang-planners at one end and the deflationist team on the other. Their tactics were to starve Lang out by drying up his sources of credit. Lang, too, with his threats of repudiation, did not help his own credit in overseas markets, which were very sick anyway. Lang just fought back with the determination indicated by his big jaw. The Lang plan, with all its fallacies, did not fail, Fortunately, it was never put into full effect, but to us, it was almost frustrating. It was like training a sporting team for a match which never came off. It was reminiscent of the long wait between enlistment and active service. But there was more in it than this. What dismayed me was the damage sustained by so many people by all this time wasting. It had a disastrous effect on the manufacturing industry, and it followed that unemployment was increasing all the time. It was clear to me that anything that could be done to shorten the life of the Lang government would be in the interests of the people. One could have but little confidence in the old gang, but at least it was loyal to British law and tradition, and with the AFA and the Riverina movement, I felt we would have new blood in Parliament. My first act in this direction was to have a long yarn to Harry Budge, the official secretary at Government House. I suggested to Budge that the Lang government had demonstrably lost the confidence of the majority of the electors, and that if the governor, Sir Philip Game, shared this view, there was ample precedent to justify his dissolving Parliament and bringing about a general election. Budge did not agree that there was sufficient evidence to support any such action, and I remember him saying, the governor in any case would have to be a Cromwell to do that. I pointed out to Budge the great suffering that the regime was inflicting on the people, and with this he agreed. He also agreed that if the governor were presented with a petition asking for an immediate dissolution of Parliament, and if such a petition were signed by a very substantial number of electors, he, the governor, would probably refer it to London for advice and instructions. In due course, I discussed this with the General Council, and it was agreed to put the matter before a new Guard convention. The convention enthusiastically backed the idea, and the localities, itching for a job, gladly took on the task of getting all possible signatures. The document was duly drafted, and copies of it, and schedules for the signatures were printed by the hundred and distributed to localities throughout the state. It then became a locality matter, and each area tackled it the way they thought best. The first objective common to all areas was to get the signatures of the new Guard members and their families and friends over 21 years of age. Then came the general public. Most localities selected suitable points, such as local railway stations, ferries, and the like. The response was most gratifying. In a very few weeks, just under 400,000 signatures were obtained, and we thought this sufficient backing to proceed with the formalities of having the petition presented. Each signatory set out his or her name in full, residential address and occupation to facilitate checking with the electoral rolls if necessary. The form of the petition was based on a precedent I found, and it was of course addressed to His Majesty King George V. It was engrossed on parchment in Old English script by a man we were fortunate enough to discover, and the general effect was up to the standard of the work of the medieval schoolmen. The senior members of the new Guard signed this engrossment, and attached were the thousands of foolscap-sized pages of signatures obtained in the manner already mentioned. An appointment was arranged to present the petition to Sir Philip Game at Government House. At the presentation, I was accompanied by the then Deputy Chief Commander, Captain Reg Cox, and 4 members of the General Council. We were admitted and shown into the Governor's sitting room, and Sir Philip Game was attended by his secretary and ADC. The Governor received us with courtesy, but although always a man of quiet manner, he seemed to be a bit more aloof than usual and a trifle worried. I introduced my companions, and I then presented the petition, having first read it to him. He took it rather in the way one would expect from a bachelor on being asked to hold an unwanted baby. The large piles of the foolscap signatures were left in neat bundles close to the wall. That was the end of the petition as far as we were concerned. I learnt subsequently, however, that it had been presented to the King through the usual channels. The next time I was at Government House was after the Lang government had been dismissed. The reason for this visit was that the Governor-General, Sir Isaac Isaacs, held an investiture to which I was bidden to receive the Volunteer Decoration, 20 years efficient service as an officer. After the ceremony, when we were enjoying a glass of champagne, Sir Isaac Isaacs beckoned me over to where he was standing and, grasping my hand, told me he had it in command from the King to thank me personally for my work in the new Guard, and to this the GG offered me his own sincere congratulations. During the 1920s, the Sydney City Council fell into such disrepute that aldermanic control was suspended by Act of the State Parliament, and the local government administration of the city was vested for a term of years in 3 commissioners, James Cahill, John Garlick, and a third well-known businessman whose name escapes me at the moment. These commissioners did such a good job that the new guard was inspired by their example. This is what we argued. If 3 men can competently manage the city council, where a large team of publicly elected aldermen disgracefully mismanaged, why not extend the principle to the state to pull it out of the mess? The success of the Snowy Mountains Authority rather reinforces this outlook. There were great discussions about this and many locality meetings. I sought the advice of my friends at the bar, and in particular I have in mind talking it over with A.V. Maxwell, KC no Mr. Justice Maxwell, at his home at Turramurra one Saturday afternoon when my wife and I were there playing tennis. It was generally agreed, such was the loss of confidence in party government, that it was worth trying, but the difficulties of putting the idea into operation were insurmountable. Exercises such as the petition and government by commission were valuable in creating political awareness amongst people, in the place of supine acceptance of inefficient government. When in May 1932 Sir Philip Game did dismiss the Lang government, I feel it is a fair inference that his decision to take this step was in no small degree influenced by the 400,000 signatures of electors in the New Guard petition which prayed that he should do this. Although at the beginning of this chapter I said the New Guard had no one to fight, there was serious social unrest throughout the whole community. Actually, I consider that the period from July until the defeat of the Scullin government in December 1931 was the most dangerous one during the whole Depression. This is how I saw the situation. Mr. Lang was head and shoulders above any of his colleagues in the government, and what he said went. The opposition was inert, powerless, and hopeless. The more the deflationists sought to put the screw on Mr. Lang by drying up his sources of credit, the more they drove him into the arms of the Trades Hall. The Trades Hall officials were advanced socialists and communist-inspired. In the then situation, they saw the chance of realizing the labor plank of nationalization, and this was the price of their support. The implementation of the Lang Plan would have been a worthwhile first objective. Success or failure, they would have been on a winner. The Lang government had only been elected less than 12 months, and it had a large majority which under Labour discipline always voted at their party's call. And so, under the driving power of the Trades Hall, here was a constitutionally elected government that could, in line with the party's platform, legally introduce what amounted to Marxian socialism. This was why I had to keep the movement on its toes. It was not mere wishful thinking on my part, but rather a cool-headed assessment founded on facts learnt from authoritative sources. Every member of the General Council agreed. The leaders of the deflationists were certainly not my cup of tea. I think it must now be conceded that they were in the main very small men indeed. I cannot call to mind even one of them who had served in World War I. The only thing inflationary about them was their assessment of their own importance. I call to mind being buttonholed by one of them, an elderly and successful bank director, as I walked into the dining room of a Sydney club for lunch one day. "Look, Campbell," he said in quite an irritable voice, "you and your new guard keep out of this argument with Lang. We can handle it without you interfering." "How are you going to do that?" I asked. "Starve him out," was the reply. "Won't that cause the bulk of the people unnecessary suffering?" "Well, if it does, it's their own fault for putting Lang into power," was the rejoinder. I passed on without further comment. I was tempted to say that the reason Lang was in power was directly the result of the previous Bavin government failing so miserably to tackle the Depression in its early stages. The plain fact was that after the first 2 town hall meetings, the new guard was as unpopular with what, for want of a better term, I call Sydney's establishment, as it was with the Lang government. I had endeavoured to make it quite clear that we had no sympathy whatever with the extreme right trying to keep their money bags intact and increase their purchasing power if possible, or with the Trades Hall trying to maintain the wage standards and living conditions that had been fixed in a period of unusual prosperity. In our view, it was the inflexibility of these 2 extremes that was bringing the country to a standstill. I admit without reservation that these statements made on behalf of the new guard were my own opinions, but they received the support of the movement. We were not a political organization in any sense of the term and had no political ambitions, but as citizens voluntarily blended together to assist the state if the need arose, we felt we had an unqualified right to express opinions without fear or favor. As the senior partner in a large and thriving legal practice, I had an almost unique opportunity of seeing how things were going. The clientele comprised a representative section of the community, but the deflationary moneyed interests formed the most valuable part of it. I was not an economist nor an expert in public finance, but there was no need to be either to form a clear opinion from facts before one all day long as to what should be done and what should be avoided. Two instances clear in my memory will suffice. The first shows how a mortgagee helped the mortgagor and kept him solvent. My firm administered an investment trust that belonged to members of my wife's family. The funds in the trust amounted to over 6 figures and were invested in first mortgages. One of the borrowers, a careful and responsible businessman, had some time before the Depression bought a block of flats in the Bondi area, and to complete his purchase had borrowed 60% of the purchase money from the trust for a term of years at 7% interest. It had all been carefully worked out. The rent of the flats was sufficient to pay outgoings, repairs, etc., and to create a sinking fund to gradually pay off the mortgage. The mortgagor, whom I will call X, came to see me one day towards the end of 1930. The Bavin government was still in power. He told me he was in a desperate position in regard to the block of flats. The Depression had upset all his calculations. His tenants could not pay the agreed rents, and if he emptied them out, he could not get others who could. He showed me the figures. It meant with a big rental reduction, he could not pay the interest. He could not sell at anything like the purchase price, and even if he did find a buyer at the then market price, he would lose all he had put into the deal. I agreed to write to the trustees, and I did so. They responded promptly and nobly. In effect, my instructions were to cut the interest from 7% to 3%. This concession enabled X to accept the reduced rentals and to pay the lower rate of interest. He kept the flats until 1936, and when he sold, he came out square. The other instance shows the stupidity of having an inflexible wage structure in time of trade depression. This is it. There was a furniture manufacturer in one of the southern suburbs. He was in a small way of business, employing half a dozen men. He owned his own small factory and plant and had a little money at credit. He could get orders at cut prices from a couple of city stores and occasionally by direct selling. But it was not worth his while to accept these orders if he had to pay award wages. Had he done so, the result would have been a trading loss instead of a profit. As a solution, at my suggestion, he invited his workforce to come in with him as partners. He suggested that the partnership would lease the factory and plant at a nominal rental, and that each partner would draw a token sum each week against profits, and that each month a balance sheet would be prepared, and any profits that could be spared from the business would be drawn by the partners in equal shares. The staff jumped at the idea, and it was almost immediately a going concern. By working long hours, the partnership was able to meet the market, and although the profits were small, they sufficed to keep 6 families off the dole. It was examples such as these that convinced me that until the export income improved, the local effects of the Depression could best be met by a bit of common sense on both sides. That is why I advocated that there should be an agreement between the representatives CF Capital and Labour whereby the banks reduced interest rates drastically on both frozen overdrafts and fresh issues of credit for production, and that in consideration of this, the Trades Hall should agree to a temporary suspension of awards for, say, 12 months, or at least a substantial cut in all wages, including those of the civil service. The civil service, incidentally, disliked us cordially for advocating that both their numbers and pay should be reduced drastically. According to the figures available, I cannot say how accurate these were. 1 out of every 7 was some form of government employee, and it seemed monstrous that when the rest of the community had to find the bulk of the cost out of their dwindling resources, government employees, for the most part quite unproductive, should be treated as a privileged class. Since the beginning of the 20th century, the party system, with its triennial game of musical chairs, had become so firmly established as our political way of life that the badge of good citizenship required the individual to belong to one party or another. There was a choice, certainly. One could worship at the shrine of the twin gods, nationalist, the god of many names, and his smaller twin, country party, or else grovel before the Labour Cyclops. The strange thing was that although these gods were perpetually at war, there was a more friendly regard and respect existing between their respective adherents than with the radical who had no time for either. So when the new guard had the effrontery to say in effect, "To hell with you both," it created a breach of political good manners for which there was no excuse, not at any rate as far as the ardent supporters of both right and left were concerned. Actually, the majority of the sounder section of the people were in hearty accord with us, and this fact increased the disapproval of the trades hall on one side and the establishment on the other. After much head-scratching in search of a suitable epithet to describe our opprobrious behavior, the trades hall dubbed us fascists, and as it seemed just the right word, the deflationists followed suit. How far the term fascist was justified deserves, from an historical point of view, some measure of consideration. At the time of writing these recollections, it is easy enough to get the facts surrounding the early days of Italian fascism, and without doubt, there were a number of points of similarity between it and the New Guard. There was, for instance, the hatred of communism, both as a political ideology and as a form of government, and a complete disagreement with the Marxian philosophy of materialism. Both shared, too, the lack of confidence in the institutions of popular government to halt unaided the march of communism, and both had an intense sense of nationalism and patriotism. But as against these general principles of agreement, when it comes to the objects and policy of the two movements, they were poles apart. Italian fascism was, from its inception, a revolutionary movement that aimed at gaining political domination by force and ruthlessness. The New Guard, on the other hand, was a defensive organization pledged to uphold law and order constitutionally and to support the police to that end. It is true that had communism been introduced into New South Wales, either by Act of Parliament or otherwise, we would have crushed it, if necessary by force. Not, however, for the purposes of seizing political power, but on the contrary so as to reinstate by constitutional means the principles of British justice and liberty. Fascism sought an authoritarian form of government, where the rights of the individual were subordinated to the welfare of the state. The New Guard still stood by popular democratic government. Its complaint was that there should be a better selection of candidates for Parliament, men who would not be mere puppets of the party system and who should have some measure of ability and patriotism. In assessing these points of similarity and divergence, there is one basic fact that must be borne in mind, and that is that the New Guard in its creation, operation, organization or policy was not in any degree inspired or influenced by anything that was going on in Europe. All I knew about Italian fascism could have been written on a piece of paper the size of a postage stamp, and I don't know of anyone in the New Guard who knew any more about the subject. And when it comes to German Nazis, I was even more vague. Like everyone else, I had read news items in the press about black shirts and brown shirts, but the reasons behind these unrelated facts were unknown to me, and I was really not in the least interested. I had not even heard of Sir Oswald Mosley or of either of the two English fascist groups. I believe the real reason behind the points of similarity was, as so often happens in human affairs, that somewhat similar conditions brought about somewhat similar reactions. Emphatically, there was no question of imitation. It is also true that the more I was dubbed a fascist, the more interested I became in trying to find out what it was all about. My only source of information in Sydney was Dr. Baccarini, a cultured Italian gentleman who happened to be a client of mine. From him, I borrowed quite a lot of literature on the subject. It was of the propaganda type, mostly pamphlets in both Italian and English, and even after discounting the bias of the enthusiastic protagonist authors, I liked what I read. I had no contact whatever from whom I could gather information about German National Socialism, nor did I seek one, for the reason that I was strongly prejudiced against that organization because of its anti-Jewish policy. I have not one drop of Jewish blood in my veins, but I had always regarded a proportion of good-class Jews as a distinct asset in any community. One of the best friends I have ever had was a Jew. Hector Roy Blaschke and I were fellow NCOs in the coronation contingent in 1911. We were both articled clerks when the 1914-18 war broke out, and we both joined the ALF. Blaschke was killed near Sanctuary Wood in 1917 during the first battle in the disastrous offensive against Passchendaele Ridge. He was a subaltern in a field battery. In the New Guard, some of our best men were Jews, and of course they were welcome. To mention one of them, Samuel Biber, of fur fame, earned my lasting gratitude for his help and encouragement. When in 1933, Mr. Lang was biting his nails in the opposition benches and no doubt still muttering to himself, "Lang is right. I went overseas on business, and having run out of data about fascism, I took the opportunity of having a look at it firsthand. First of all, I presented a letter of introduction to the Chief of Naval Intelligence at the Admiralty and had a very pleasant interview with him in a famous room that writers of spy stories delight in mentioning. He appeared to be a most efficient NO, and I handed him a full copy of the organization of the New Guard in very comprehensive form. I had had it prepared before leaving home. I joked about being called a fascist and said that as I would be on the continent later on, I would like to have a look at both the Italian and German versions on the spot. It was then suggested to me, Oswald Mosley is the bloke that knows all about it in England, so why not contact him? Jay gladly followed this advice, and a week or so later my wife and I had lunch with Sir Oswald Mosley and Lady Cynthia Mosley at their London home. I found Mosley a fine cut of a man with more than an ordinary share of personal magnetism, if perhaps a trifle dramatic. He was a man of decision, and I admired him for having, when a member of cabinet, resigned his portfolio because he disapproved of government policy. Mosley was enthusiastic about my having a look at Germany and Italy and said he would give me letters of introduction that would make my task both easy and pleasurable. He also told me of the two fascist organizations in England. One of them was led by Mosley and was called the Union of British Fascists. I attended a meeting of this group one night soon afterwards. Mosley was not present on that occasion, and the meeting was presided over by Lady Cynthia, an elegant, brilliant, and charming personality. I was not favorably impressed by this gathering. The men in their black shirts seemed to me rather unpleasant and unconvincing types. It was not easy to recognize them either as Britons or patriots. They had the look of hired men. I went back to my hotel, the Connaught in Mayfair, feeling, well, if those are fascists, I don't want to be one. The other group, the Imperial Fascist League, measured up very much better. It was well organized and businesslike, and had a suitable office at 16 Craven Street, Westminster, where a competent secretary was in charge. The members I met were good ex-officer types of the BEF, most of them in their early 40s. I met about a dozen of the leaders one evening at the home of Lady Dalton. They hated communism and had no confidence in party politics, but they had no political ambitions and were content to be a bulwark against communist aggression. In many ways, they reminded me of the New Guard. Both the Union of British Fascists and the Imperial Fascist League got their inspiration from Italy. That was clear and not denied. In London in 1933, fascism was not frowned upon. Quite the reverse, in fact. In the influential circles to which I had entree through family associations and the good offices of well-placed friends, the regime in Italy appeared to be regarded with respect, and I heard high praise for the objective approach of Mussolini to problems that beset his country. Whilst there was no body of public opinion that had the slightest wish to imitate the Italian example, I did detect deep disappointment and shame for the defeatist attitude of the Ramsay-MacDonald-Baldwin coalition, which was busy laying down the burdens of empire wherever opportunity offered. The night when the debate on the India White Paper wound up, I dined as a guest of one of the members at the House of Commons, and I listened from the strangers' gallery to the last few speeches before the division. There was really only one forceful opponent to giving India away on a plate, and that was Winston Churchill. At that time he was in the political discard, and the House paid scant attention to what he had to say. At times he was subjected to sneering interjections from the Conservative ranks, and generally he had a rather rough passage. At division the opposition was very small indeed. There were three who stood together Winston Churchill, the Duchess of Atholl, and Tom Freeman, the socialist, a rather strange trio. The last named was just again the government on principle. My host and a couple of other Conservative members picked me up when the House rose and took me to supper at Pratt's in St. James's Street. Waiting for a taxi, they were saying to each other, "Winston was right, you know." Intrigued at this, I betrayed my naive outlook by saying, "Well, why did you not vote with him?" There was a silence, and then my host said, "You don't seem to understand. I'm only a backbencher of 9 years' experience, and Baldwin rules the party with a rod of iron. If I had voted against the government, my political agent would have called on me and told me that it would be useless to expect selection at the next election. And so I learnt that machine politics were not confined to New South Wales. When it came to the Nazi Party, the British public had not forgotten the Great War and still regarded Germany with deep distrust. There was open hostility to Ribbentrop when he sought, whilst on a diplomatic visit to London, to lay a wreath on the cenotaph. It was, though I think, generally conceded that Hitler and his party were the bulwark against communism in Germany. Shortly before leaving England for Europe on the business that had taken me overseas, I attended by command a royal levee at St. James's Palace, and it is a memory I shall always treasure. I got the tip that I should attend in uniform, and so as there was nothing like this in my kit, I put myself in the hands of Moss Bros. They did a perfect job, even to ALF. Badges, sword, decorations, and service medals. Thanks to Sir Oswald Mosley's letters of introduction, my short visits to both Berlin and Rome were most instructive. I learnt quite a bit, and I came to one very definite conclusion, and that was that anyone who claimed that the New Guard was fascist knew very little about the subject. At Berlin we stayed at the Hotel Eden, pleasantly situated opposite to the Zoological Gardens, a first-class hotel by any standards, although not nearly so imposing and pretentious as the Adlon. We arrived one afternoon by the Paris Express, and a couple of mornings later I set out to the Chancellery, 55 Wilhelmstrasse, to present my letter of introduction to Hitler. Pausing in the hotel lobby to consult the English-speaking commissionaire as to the whereabouts of my destination, I met with my first experience of the far-reaching discipline of the Nazi Party, which had just won its way to political domination. The commissionaire asked me where I wanted to go, and to simplify the issue, as his English was anything but fluent, I showed him the address on the letter. He was visibly impressed, and after stammering, "Please excuse, I will get the manager to direct you, Herr Campbell," he almost ran to the manager's office. Immediately he came back with the manager, a worried-looking little man with big troubled eyes and a bristling dark moustache, and with a manner so conciliatory as to be embarrassing. Anxiously he asked, "What is it that we have not done that causes you to go to the Reichskanzler?" I calmed his fears by saying that we were quite happy with the hotel and that my call on Herr Hitler was purely a social affair. With a look of relief, he had a taxi at the door in the matter of seconds, opened the door himself, and bowed me into the back seat, at the same time barking very definite instructions to the taximan, and away I went. On arrival at the Chancellery, I sought out an English-speaking official and told him my mission and showed him my letter. He bowed and took it upstairs. Quite soon he returned and beckoned me to follow him, explaining on the way that the Chancellor's secretary would see me. After knocking at a door, he opened it and motioned me in, and then closed it on the outside and left. It was a large and impressive room furnished with a desk and a few comfortable chairs. There was only one occupant, Ernst Putsy Hamstingle, and he was sitting at the desk loudly humming the British Grenadiers and vigorously accompanying himself by thumping on the desk as though it were the keyboard of a piano. He appeared to be a long, loose-limbed man with a thinnish, dark face which bore an expression of whimsical satire, and one would have picked him rather as a comedian than a bloodthirsty Nazi. He took no notice whatever of me and continued his musicale. At last he looked up, and seeing me grinning at his antics, he jumped up with his hand outstretched and shook mine. "Ah, excuse please, but I have just come from London, where I saw the trooping of the colour. The English are masters of ceremonial. There is no one in the world to equal them. I just cannot get that march out of my head." Then Putsy said, "I am sorry Dea Fura is absent, but I could arrange for him to see you tomorrow." I told him I was leaving for Rome the next morning, and so he asked, "Can I help you perhaps?" It seemed a good opportunity, so I asked him why the Nazi Party was so bitterly opposed to the Jews. His answer was surprising. "We do not interfere with Jews. You have been around Berlin?" "Yes." "Well, you would have seen plenty of Jews with big shops looking fat and happy. I tell you, if Hitler did not want any Jews in Berlin, it would be all over in 20 minutes, including burial service." He then burst into laughter the way Germans so often do. As I was taking my leave, 3 men came into Putzi's room and I was introduced. They were Ribbentrop, Alfred Rosenberg, and a Major Schmidt. The latter spoke English with a strong American accent, and he told me he had commanded a 5.9 battery in the war. After talking about the different parts of the line in France, we came to the conclusion that Schmidt's battery was the one that used to crump out the 26th battery periodically when it had a position in a terrace in Plug Street village. I asked him if his battery had not been shot up shortly afterwards. He replied, "Indeed, yes, well and truly. I lost 3 guns, but how did you know?" I said, "One morning from my OP on St. Eve Hill, I spotted your smoke rings coming from behind a hedge, and I got through to our counter batteries and ranged a 6 battery onto you." This reminiscence was interesting to us both as old gunners. For what it is worth, Schmidt said the AIF were classed by the German army as the best storm troops on either side of the line. They asked me to lunch, but I said, "No thank you," and returned to the Hotel Eden, where my wife was waiting for me. In Rome, I had a letter for Mussolini, also from Mosley, but T.L. Duce was also away. I met the secretary of the fascist party, Stares, a noisy, fiery, small Italian, but he knew no English and I no Italian, and our efforts to use French as a medium were not a success. So we bid each other a cordial farewell, and that was that. I was deeply impressed with the regimes in both Germany and Italy. It was of course early days, and the corrupting influence of absolute power had not then made its appearance. In Rome, we lunched with one of the senior staff at the British Embassy, and he was emphatic and unreserved in his praise of fascism. To one who had known Rome before the fascist regime, the improvement, he told us, was almost miraculous, but he warned it was not for export as a system of government, although there were a number of features from which one could learn. It was the constitution of the Italian parliament that attracted and still attracts me. This is shortly described by Harold E. Goad, M.A., in What is Fascism? A pamphlet on the essential principles of fascism, published at Florence in 1929 for the Italian Mail and Tribune by Giannini and Giovanelli. My copy was a gift from the Imperial Fascist League of 16 Craven Street, London WC2. This is what he says. The fascist parliament, in place of the system of party government whereby professional politicians are elected to represent the predominant party in geographical constituencies, fascism in Italy selects its House of Commons from among the most prominent men in its economic groups of workmen and employers. Every trade elects representatives out of its own body. Workers and employers in their respective trades unions and associations elect those men that they think best fitted by their patriotism, character, and ability to represent them. It is obvious that within the professional hierarchy of any trade or group, representative men are better known to their comrades and colleagues than they can possibly be to the crowds that have to choose them in the hurly-burly of a popular election in some vast territorial constituency. Such men are really representative not only of the particular association formed to protect the special interests of the workers or employers who elect them, but also of the general interests of the people. For in Parliament, they must defend those interests by reconciling them with those of the nation as a whole. They discuss, criticize, and amend the draft bills brought before them, not from a party point of view, but rather with sincere intentions to improve the measure. They are likely to be far more independent than the average member of a parliamentary party, and their debates should be on a far higher level of technical knowledge than those wherein speeches are only too often inspired by the desire of securing a debating triumph. Moreover, ministers will be unable to control their votes by party discipline, and thus, in a sense, an Italian dictator may even be less independent of parliamentary opinion than a British minister with a State majority behind him. On the other hand, the defeat of any particular bill will not necessarily entail the resignation of the minister who presented it, much less that of a whole administration. It will be sufficient if ministers enjoy the general confidence of the chamber and that it votes the necessary supplies. A system on these lines is the only way I can see of getting away from party politics. It is of interest to remember that the English House of Commons in its origins was vocational and not regional in its representation. But to return to the spring of 1931, to be dubbed fascists did not worry members of the New Guard one little bit. They accepted it with hilarious goodwill, and with whimsical humor, quite a number adopted the fascist salute as a form of greeting, but with a broad grin instead of a look of grim and murderous determination. It was not unlike the ALF. In France, when at the top of their form they used to sing, "We are a ragtime army." It all just added a little zest to the period of waiting for something to happen. Not that we were in the doldrums by any means. In addition to the meetings and routine work, each zone had a series of public functions which were always filled to capacity. In fact, during the whole life of the movement, I never attended any show where there was one seat unoccupied or even the hint of a disorderly incident. The suburban town hall was generally rented for divisional meetings and dances. Functions of this kind were the entire responsibility of the local area concerned, and in every case, the perfection of the thoughtful arrangements was indeed astonishing. As a matter of course, my wife and I would be invited, and in every case, we were treated as honored guests with a dignity and hospitality that was really heartwarming. Outside the movement, our well-wishers did not appear to take the fascist angle to heart. Some would say, well, communists cannot be handled with kid gloves, and others, it doesn't matter what they call you, you are doing an amazingly good job. Then again, there were more than a few of our conservative backers who would urge me to take action that I was not prepared even to contemplate. Even the chairman of the Commonwealth Bank, Sir Robert Gibson, said to me one day in Bligh Street, "Don't you think it is high time the New Guard did something?" "What would you suggest?" I asked, not concealing my surprise. "That's up to you," he said. "Lang has got to be stopped, and that is what the New Guard was formed for, wasn't it?" And off he strode looking very cranky, and that was the end of the conversation. One of my most constant callers was a man of attractive personality, forceful and clever. His name, Eric Baum. He was all for chucking Lang out of office by force, pursuant to the Cromwellian precedent, as a means of bringing about an immediate election. He regarded this job as the responsibility of the New Guard and never tired of telling me so. He would devise ways and means of doing this and would urge me to adopt his ideas. He had difficulty in concealing his disappointment when I did not agree with his various suggestions. He was much too bloodthirsty for me. In any case, I was never quite sure if he could say with sincerity, "I'm on your side." Chapter 17. Federal and State Elections. The federal election campaign at the end of 1931 gave the New Guard both the scope and the opportunity of doing some useful work. The dissolution of the federal parliament in November threw on the Prime Minister, Mr. Scullin, as leader of the Labour government, the onus of satisfying the electors that his policy of inflation and high tariffs, so ably advocated by the Treasurer, Mr. Theodore, and the toleration of communism, was the kind of medicine Australia needed to get over her economic ailments. The government's record was vigorously attacked by the opposition, which consisted of the remnants of the former Bruce Page government under the direction of its new leader Mr. J. A. Lyons, recruited from the Labour Party. The Nationalist Party had recently carried out, once more, two of its traditional tactics, changing its name, but not its identity when unpopular, and recruiting a new leader from the Labour Party. Like many a stock breeder, the Consultative Council appeared to believe that when the flock or herd is showing the ill effects of inbreeding, a radical outcross is needed to infuse hybrid vigor. And so the new label was United Australia Party, in substitution for Nationalist. The name was inspired by the gobbling up of the All for Australia League and the Riverina movement, two clever moves which added strength to the party and at the same time stifled criticism from both these sources against machine politics. It was stated in the press that Mr. Lyons would open the campaign for the UAP by giving his policy speech in the Sydney Town Hall. Following closely on the heels of this announcement, Mr. Horsfield, the Secretary of the UAP in New South Wales, rang me from UAP headquarters in Sydney and asked for an appointment right away. I said, "Come along," and he did. Mr. Horsfield I had met on a number of occasions. He was an able administrator and a smooth operator in the interests of his party. He told me of the policy speech at the Sydney Town Hall on the following Wednesday night, and that Mr. Lyons had information that there was likely to be a noisy demonstration by the communist element, and that they would, if possible, break up the meeting or at any rate make it appear that the meeting was against the UAP. He said, too, that a warm and enthusiastic audience was essential to start the campaign off on the right foot. And to ensure this, he asked me if the new guard would turn up in force and quickly stifle any rowdyism. My teply was to the effect that before committing the new guard, I wanted an assurance on the UAP's policy as to the suppression of communism. Horsfield almost laughed when I said this. He said, "Why, the whole election will be fought on the communist issue. Don't worry about that." He added that the UAP, if returned to power, would carry out everything I had been striving for. He said, why not ring Mr. Lyons personally in Melbourne and get his own undertaking? He then gave me a silent number and told me Mr. Lyons would be there all the morning. This was a Saturday. I said I would ring, and that if Mr. Lyons confirmed Horsfield's assurances, the matter of protecting the meeting would be simple. All you have to do, I told him, is to reserve sufficient seats at the front of the hall to accommodate the influential people you wish to be present, and issue white tickets to each of these personally. Then provide me with 5,000 tickets of another color, which will be handed to the new guard. This will fill the hall to standing room only. Make sure that no one is admitted without presenting a ticket. Horsfield accepted this plan with enthusiasm and assured me he would have the tickets ready on Monday. As soon as Horsfield left, I put in the call to Mr. Lyons, and he was on the line within a few minutes. His voice came through as clear as a bell. I told him of my conversation with Horsfield and why I was ringing. Mr. Lyons unhesitatingly confirmed Mr. Horsfield in all his statements and added that he was foursquare behind the new guard and hoped for its support in the election campaign. His tone was warm and friendly, and his voice had a ring of confidence. I told him I would guarantee an enthusiastic audience for Wednesday night and that there would not be any incidents. He was profuse in his thanks, and we ended on a note of mutual confidence. It is worth recording that during this telephone conversation, the late Keith Harrison, MC, a well-known chartered accountant, an old friend from war days and a business associate, was in my room and was sitting almost as near to the telephone as I was. We had been conferring on a business matter when the telephone rang, Harrison having come into my room as soon as Horsfield left. Later on, when Mr. Lyons, then strongly entrenched as Prime Minister, saw fit to deny categorically in Parliament that my telephone conversation with him ever took place, Keith Harrison reminded me of his presence in my office at the time and said that he would be glad, if need arose, to establish as an independent witness that Mr. Lyons was not speaking the truth. The need did not arise. I merely treated it as an incident in the political way of life. After speaking to Mr. Lyons, I contacted Bert Horsfield and confirmed that the new guard would guarantee a successful policy speech meeting, provided I had the tickets on Monday by midday. I was assured that this would be done, and he was as good as his word, and on Monday morning 5,000 pink tickets arrived. In the meantime, I had advised the new guard secretary of what was doing, and it was arranged to distribute the tickets amongst the greater Sydney localities. Our organization was so effective that all tickets were in the hands of locality commanders by Monday night. The only trouble was there were not nearly sufficient for all those who wanted to attend. At this time, the new guard had its offices in Wingello House, Angel Place. We were comfortably housed in a fair-sized suite. The secretary, Captain Sutherland, had some time before taken over from Mr. Fuller, who had resigned on securing a better job. Sutherland had been a flying officer in the RAAF, but owing to a crash injury was no longer on the active list. He proved to be a very able secretary. As a further precaution against the entry into the town hall of any undesirable characters, it was arranged that the hall would be open earlier than advertised so as to enable new guardsmen to occupy all seats, other than the front rows reserved for white ticket holders, before members of the public without tickets sought admission. Having had experience of this kind of thing with our own town hall meetings, it all went over very smoothly indeed. The whole of the 5,000 tickets had been presented and the seats occupied just as the general public started to roll up. It made the task of the officials at the doors a simple one. All they had to say was, "Sorry, no room." Judging from the vocal remonstrances of obvious Langites who had come to do battle, it was just as well we had thought of this one. My sense of responsibility for the success of this meeting had been heightened by what Mr. Lyons had said to me at our telephone conversation on the previous Saturday. He emphasized more than once that in his opinion, the success of the whole election campaign depended largely on how the policy speech was received by the town hall audience. I remember saying, "You feel that if the trumpet gives forth an uncertain note, the walls of Jericho will not fall down." "Yes, Mr. Campbell, that's it exactly," was his reply. And what a grand meeting it was. I had been given 2 white tickets, and so my wife and I occupied a good central position in the 3rd row. The policy speech was good and well delivered, and the audience rose to the occasion. Their applause was thunderous and their spirit heartwarming. There was not one discordant voice. When one bears in mind that around half the members of the New Guard were also trade unionists and normally Labour supporters, this result must be regarded as rather remarkable. Without doubt, the fact that Mr. Lyons had been a prominent and highly respected member of the Labour Party for many years, and that he had changed his political creed at a critical time to help Australia, must have had considerable influence on Labour supporters. In my opinion, however, I believe that it was the fear of communism that was the most important factor, and there was no doubt that the election from the UAP angle was to be fought on that issue. Apart from Mr. Lyons' statements on that subject, there was stretched high up across the town hall, from one side to the other, a banner bearing in giant characters, "Smash the Red Wrecker." Later on, as detailed in Chapter 15, we had occasion to become a bit fed up with this same slogan. It cost us too much money. There was not, that I can remember, even one line in the press about the New Guard's part in successfully launching the UAP from our point of view. It was just an exercise in our endeavour to attain sane and honourable government, and to further our aim, the suppression of communism. From the UAP angle, the less said the better. It would not have helped its chances of winning had it handed the other side a rod to beat them with. UAP and Lyons hand in glove with fascist New Guard. Actually, I doubt if Zi other than Horsfield and Lyons, and perhaps a few near them, knew of the plan of protection. On the New Guard side, I kept it to myself, for the reason that I felt that if it became common property, its effect would be largely lost, and the objective was to smash the Red Wrecker and not to blow our own trumpets. All the locality commanders knew was a brief instruction to distribute their quota of tickets amongst their members and to arrange for a number, including wives if so desired, equal to the number of tickets issued to be in their seats by a certain hour. There were requests from a number of localities for more tickets, but they had to make do with what had been issued. Looking around at the other occupants of the white ticket-reserved seats, I was amused to see not only, as I expected, a number of the deflationist school who disliked me intensely, but also several members of the Goldfinch Committee who disliked me even more. Fleeting expressions of surprise could be noted as they observed me seated amongst the stalwarts of the UAP. Logically, it should have been the duty of the old guard to protect the meeting, but as it only existed on paper and had no organization worth talking about, such a job was entirely beyond its powers. Actually, as far as the city was concerned at any rate, it was at best a facade to preserve Goldfinch's feeling of self-importance, but facade or not, it was enough to earn him a knighthood for outstanding services to his country or some such nonsense. Small considerations such as these did not, however, cause us to weaken on the job. As soon as the campaign spread to the electorates, the localities in each particular area took on the task of seeing that the UAP candidates were given a fair hearing and quickly suppressed any attempts to disrupt meetings. In a UAP victory, we saw the realization of a number of the New Guard aims, and so worked with a will and achieved a great deal. On election day in Greater Sydney, alone many thousands of New Guardsmen were on duty in one way and another, and fleets of cars were provided, and of course free of charge. The defeat of the Scullin government and the accession to power of Mr. Lyons gave every member of the New Guard a great thrill. We felt that Lang was now definitely on the way out, as he could not hope for either help or tolerance from Canberra. Smashing the Red Wrecker could now be tackled objectively, and the people spared the long, pull devil, pull baker tactics of the past year. We were to learn, however, in a few short months, that the communist menace had only been an election slogan, and no serious attempt was to be made to make it part of the new federal government's policy. But cutting Lang down to size was undertaken with admirable expedition. The Financial Agreement Enforcement Act gave the federal government power to garnish all monies standing to the credit of the New South Wales government with the banks, and this drove Lang to a last-ditch stand by ordering the withdrawal of all state funds from the government banking accounts and directing that all state revenue be paid directly in cash to the Treasury. The FAE Act was challenged in the High Court by the state, but without success. The High Court ruled that it was valid. Lang's mortgage taxes bill, which was designed to impose a 20% tax on the capital value of all mortgages, was a measure of desperation. But at the same time, it was a valuable indication of what lengths he might have gone to had he been free to bully his way through unmolested. All this at last convinced Sir Philip Game that Mr. Lang was too unconstitutional to remain in office as the King's advisor, and so despite the solid Labour majority in the House, Mr. Lang was dismissed in May 1932. The general sigh of relief and the rebirth of hope that followed on this announcement was so great that if its cumulative energy could have been measured, I feel it might have sent a rocket a long way towards the moon. One could even contemplate with a degree of tolerance the prospect of a return of a Nationalist Country Party coalition, or I should say, a UAP-UCP coalition. I felt that the coalition parties stood a good chance of winning if they went, unaided by the New Guard, to the polls, but I was certain that with our help they would have a resounding victory. The New Guard vote, plus its organizing ability, was demonstrably able to bring this about. The question was, how could the New Guard attain its aim for sane and honourable government, when in the main the anti-Labour politicians were of such mediocre material? The suave and unashamed denial by the federal government of its leaders' personal assurances to me gave more than sound grounds for grave concern. I had met the new leader of the state UAP, Mr. B.S.B. Stevens. Mr. George Davis, then managing director of Davis Gelatine, a friend and client of mine and a strong supporter of the New Guard, brought this about by inviting us both to dinner at his home some months before Mr. Lang was dismissed. George Davis on several occasions had said to me that it was a pity Stevens and I did not know each other, as he thought we had a lot in common, and he made it clear he had a high opinion of Stevens. The dinner party was very pleasant, and Stevens and I were the only guests. The atmosphere was warm and friendly, but we got nowhere. There seemed to be an invisible barrier to better understanding. It might have been a personality conflict, but I rather think it was another instance, by no means unusual, of the difficulty experienced by an ex-serviceman and a non-serviceman in making friends readily, particularly where both are of serviceable age. We just did not speak the same language. I felt there was no help in that direction. The General Council discussed this election problem thoroughly, and it was thrashed out at a locality convention. It was decided not to depend, on this occasion, on verbal assurances, and that if any anti-Lang candidate asked us to help, he must willingly sign an undertaking to use every endeavour to bring about the more important reforms we had been advocating. This undertaking was prepared and copies sent to localities. It was readily signed by candidates, and when the new Parliament assembled, 17 members had been elected who had signed, and many of them from seats that had been solidly held by Labour. Encouraged by these written promises of support, the New Guard threw in all its strength behind the UAP. The localities saw that candidates got a fair hearing and quickly suppressed any hooligan tactics. On Election Day, in June 1932, we estimated that some 20,000 New Guardsmen were actively associated with the elections, and that we mustered around 4,000 cars to assist UAP voters. That night, a number of us were grouped around a radio to listen to the election results, and we hailed with delight the people's emphatic rejection of Lang as the state's leader. It was a fitting cheward for the 16 months of endless effort we had put in to help to attain such a result. There were a number of young men from Melbourne who joined the party at the radio. One of them, was named Kent Hughes. Chapter 18. The opening of the Sydney Harbour Bridge. The need for a harbour bridge to join Sydney town with the North Shore was recognised from the very early days of the colony. From the first proposal made by F.H. Greenway in 1815 until the acceptance of Dorman, Long and Coast tender on 24 March 1924, it had been periodically before Sydney-siders in one way and another. Engineers and politicians, visionaries and royal commissions contributed their opinions. In 1888, Sir Henry Parkes fought and won an election on this issue. His slogan, "Now who will stand at my right hand and build the bridge with me," carried all before it. It is not surprising, therefore, that the public should have been deeply interested when, towards the end of 1931, the bridge, one of the engineering feats of the Southern Hemisphere, was after more than a century of discussion, actually nearing completion. To the motorist residents of the North Shore line who drove to work, the prospect of quick and easy transport across the harbour in the place of wasted hours, in queues waiting for the car ferry, or undertaking the rough and hazardous journey via the 5 bridges was definitely exciting. And this all raised the question, who was going to perform the opening ceremony early in the new year? It was at this stage that the new guard held one of its many public meetings. This time it was in the Chatswood Town Hall. As usual, the hall was packed. A day or so before this meeting, Mr. Lang had stated that he personally would open the bridge. In view of the deep dissatisfaction with the state government and Mr. Lang's personal unpopularity with so many, his decision was not well received. After I had finished speaking, there was the usual string of questions, one of which was, who did the new guard think should open the bridge? I replied to the effect that the bridge was above party politics and should be opened by the Governor-General, or if possible a member of the royal family. We were dead against Mr. Lang doing so. I added that Lang would not open the bridge, and the new guard pledged itself to that. I had hoped by focusing public thought on this that Lang would gracefully retire in favour of someone more suitable. But Mr. Lang was not a weakling and stuck to his determination to do the job himself. The matter of good or bad taste did not seem to worry him. I let the matter ride for a few weeks, hoping that circumstances would come to my aid, but nothing turned up. As time went on, it looked as if my statement had been a rash one. There is no doubt that I had spoken rather to interest the crowd at the meeting than to convey a considered decision. I was not happy about it, nor worried about it. If Lang did open the bridge, it was only one game in a long rubber, but the localities thought differently, and so did the public. Many localities were prepared to go to any lengths, like the Hebrews of old, to fulfill the prophecy. I could not go down the street without being stopped a number of times to be asked, "Who's going to open the bridge?" So I thought I had better get busy. After all, I had made the statement, and in all fairness, it was my job to carry out what I had said. It was not a very difficult problem. There were 3 elements: not to cause a breach of the peace nor cause injury to any person or property, secrecy and simplicity. I planned 3 alternative schemes and selected the requisite men for each. I scrapped 2 and put my faith in one, involving an ambulance that I was convinced could not fail. Then along came de Groot, and his plan had everything and was the best of the lot. I do not know when de Groot joined the new guard. My first contact with him was when he was locality commander of the city locality, which used to meet in the basement of an old red brick building in Hunter Street, number 26 I think it was. The city locality was composed of caretakers, watchmen and lift drivers, and an excellent lot of fellows they were. I liked de Groot from the start and recognized his ability. He rose to be zone commander. He had not been more than a few years out from his native Ireland, and in World War I had risen to the rank of captain in the 10th Hussars. By occupation, he was a manufacturer of period furniture and a recognized authority on antiques and objets d'art. De Groot's plan was, as mentioned in my wife's letter, which follows in this chapter, borrowed from a cartoon in Smith's Weekly. Not long before the day fixed for the bridge opening, which was 19 March 1932, he came to see me and brought the cartoon with him. "This is it," he said, with a gleam in his eye and a brogue that he reserved for moments of intensity. The idea commended itself to me immediately. We soon worked it down to this. An officer in uniform and mounted on a horse would pass unnoticed, and and unsuspected on a ceremonial occasion. I had had 20 years' experience, even at that time, with ceremonial occasions, from the coronation of George V in 1911 onwards, and I knew that officers purposefully walking about or riding about were never interfered with and were regarded as part of the scenery. An officer, too, was entitled to wear his uniform so that even if intercepted on the way to the bridge, could not be charged for doing anything unlawful. And so it amounted to this. All we had to do was to get an officer in uniform, preferably mounted, so as to be more remote and more purposeful looking, to a position on the bridge near the ribbon, from which he could operate by cutting the ribbon before Lang did. The first question was, who would do it? Obviously I couldn't. I was well known to the public and to the police and would be spotted in a minute. There were in the New Guard any number of suitable men for the job, but de Groot said he would do it himself, and unquestionably there was no better man. And it was then and there resolved. We both knew that the guard of honor would be a mounted one from the light horse, and it was decided that de Groot would tag along behind it. All we now had to do was to find a horse. Here we had to exercise great caution, as a word out of place might have given a lead to the press or the police. De Groot scoured the countryside around Sydney without any success whatever, and 2 days before the opening date he came to tell me it was impossible to get a horse and we would have to give the game away. He was very downhearted. I cheered him up and got him to promise to go to Turramurra next day and call at my home and see if my wife could not help. My wife was country-bred and an accomplished rider, and I was certain that if there was a suitable horse to be got in the area surrounding Turramurra, she would find it. That night I spoke to her about it. She accepted the task with the utmost joy. On my return home, the following evening my wife was in high spirits. All's well, we've found a horse. But this part of the story can best be told by quoting a letter written by my wife to Sir Frank Packer in 1957. She had read a letter in the Sunday Telegraph contributed by Captain de Groot, and not being satisfied with its accuracy in certain details, she had written a personal letter to Sir Frank Packer, not for publication. The result was a trunkline call from Sydney to Yumburra, with Sir Frank at the Sydney end. He congratulated my wife on her letter and asked for permission to publish it. Reluctantly, she agreed. Here it is. I have been most interested to read Captain de Groot's account of his exploit in opening the Harbour Bridge 25 years ago. It is possible he has avoided mentioning the true facts as to how he came by that horse, out of consideration of my dislike of publicity. But so many years have now gone by, and the incident is one of historic interest, and a romantic and amusing one. In our otherwise rather dull latter-day New South Wales politics, I thought I would tell some of the details he has omitted. To begin with, it was at a Chatswood meeting of the New Guard that my husband said that Lang was a most unsuitable person to cut the ribbon at the bridge opening, and that such an occasion demanded someone far more distinguished for their effort on behalf of the Empire, if possible a member of the royal family. He further said that both he and the New Guard would do their best to see that Lang did not do the job personally. Such was the publicity given to this statement, and so strong the anti-Lang feeling, that bets for and against Lang opening the bridge were placed at Tattersall's, and everybody was on tiptoe to see what the New Guard would do. As you can imagine, my husband's most loyal and affectionate adherents were rather anxious, and among these I include myself. Then, as Captain de Groot has mentioned, the ridiculous cartoon came out in Smith's Weekly of a man running in front of Lang and beating him to the tape, and this gave de Groot the idea of someone doing likewise, but with the glamour of an officer of one of His Majesty's military forces. It was out of the question for my husband to attempt such a thing, because by this time he was rather a conspicuous figure publicly, but de Groot, being comparatively unknown and not very big physically, was an excellent substitute. But the vital question was a horse. 2 days before the opening, my husband came from a meeting of the Guard and said to me, "You are always wanting to do something. See if you can find a horse." I had been particularly sorry that although I had had a horse at Turramurra which would have been suitable, I had found it too difficult to keep him exercised, and he had gone to my home at Young. Our only animal was a small old pony that Peg, my small daughter, rode out with her nurse leading her. However, the following morning, the day before the opening, I got into my car and drove around to everyone who had a horse in their backyard, asking if they would help out an officer friend of mine who was anxious to take part in some military exercise in connection with the bridge opening, but was frustrated because he had no horse. I had absolutely no success. However, I narrowed the field down to one horse owned by 2 Miss Rykert of Pimble. At 4 p.m. on the same afternoon, de Groot and another member of the New Guard from the eastern suburbs called in at my home to say they would have to call the whole thing off as it was impossible to obtain a horse. We took the Rykerts into our confidence and they agreed to be a party to the plot. By this time it must have been 5 o'clock, and I was all agog to take the horse home, saddle it, and ride it down to Sydney, but my husband on his return vetoed all my excited plans. The final decision was that our gardener, Gregory, also a new guardsman, should rise at 5 a.m., go with Eric to the Rykerts, with my old saddle and my husband's bridle, previously worn by his charger in France in World War I, and ride down to meet de Groot near the tram shed at Benelong Point. This was all duly carried out, and Gregory handed over the horse to Captain de Groot. The latter, apart from feeling very calm, had spent the previous evening sharpening his sword to a razor edge. His tunic, which he had outgrown or the moths had claimed, was not about, and so he wore Eric's, which, though a trifle long, looked well on horseback. Thus equipped, he set about his exciting act. Naturally, we were thrilled at his success, and although the powers that were did their best to ridicule his chivalry, it was something that rang around the world. I have always been sorry that a statue has not been erected at the top of Church Hill, opposite St. Philip's Church of de Groot, mounted with sword upraised. On the morning of the opening, I stayed at home and pottered round the garden with a pair of secateurs trimming rose bushes. There was nothing I could do. It was essential to keep the police happy. So long as I was located at home, they would not be anxious and would conclude I had thrown in the sponge. A glance from my bedroom window on the first floor disclosed the forms of 2 large plainclothes policemen lounging not far from the front gate. So I let myself be seen by them by being conspicuous in the garden. The press kept ringing up to know what I was doing, so I said, pruning rose bushes. Then, about 3 minutes before the scheduled hour for the cutting of the ribbon by Mr. Lang, I was again called up, this time by a reporter from the bridge. Again, the same questions and the same answers. And then from the reporter, "Something is happening. A soldier on horseback is dashing to the ribbon. He has drawn his sword. He has cut the ribbon. And is shouting something. The police are rushing him and pulling him off his horse." And then the line went dead. Naturally, I was elated. My wife and I drank a toast to de Groot and got out my car and went to the city to find out if all was well with him. I drove to the Union Club, had a quick lunch, and by telephoning found out that de Groot had been arrested and placed in the reception house as one suspected of insanity. It was rather a poor jest and a misuse of authority. I drove out and saw him. I found him in good spirits and being well cared for, and his wife was with him. He was just quietly amused at the police action and did not want anything done to hasten his release. When the necessary time had elapsed and the medical examination had taken place, he was released, and then charged with damaging government property, to wit, 1 ribbon, etc. The case came on at the Central Police Court, Liverpool Street, in a few days' time, and after a comic opera hearing, de Groot was fined £5. Ernest Lamb, KC with C.A. Hardwick, appeared for de Groot and as usual did everything an eminent counsel could. But there was a technical case, and one could hardly expect a stipendiary magistrate to do other than impose a fine. The prosecution were very unfriendly and were smarting from the inability of the police to avert the incident. Speaking with de Groot at this time, he told me that when he mounted his horse at Benelong Point, he made his way up to Government House, where the light horse guard was forming up, and he kept discreetly in the offing as we had arranged. When the guard moved off, he tagged along behind them. Nobody took the slightest notice of him. He had one bad moment in Bridge Street when his horse, which was not in its first youth, slipped on a bit of greasy surface and nearly came down. However, he managed to keep it on its feet, but before he could join the guard, as it turned right into George Street, some north-south traffic cut him off, and he had difficulty in getting close to them again. To do so meant that he had to trot smartly, and with the slippery surface, de Groot, was a bit scared that his old horse might slip again and injure itself in the process. De Groot and I had agreed that to avoid being conspicuous, it was essential that he keep as near as possible to the mounted escort. As one of a mounted party, he was almost sure of not being singled out by prying eyes, but as a lone individual, it was quite another matter. This was so particularly because his turnout would never have passed an experienced and critical eye. As a member of the Spit and Polish 12th Army Field Artillery Brigade AIF, perfection in turnout had become a way of life with me in the World War I years, and the obvious mistakes in detail in de Groot's accoutrements had me worried. For a start, there was the horse. It was quite a decently bred-looking animal, but with its thin neck, poddy gut, and goose rump and light bone, it certainly did not qualify for the charger class, and its scraggy mane and tail didn't help either. Then when it came to the gear, although the bridle was correct, the saddle would not have passed muster even from a mere passing glance from a trained eye. It was my wife's well-used poly hunting type with light stirrup irons and was in direct contrast to the high pummel and cocked-up cantle of the heavy army saddle, with its massive stirrups and heavy ironmongery of DS and rings for hanging things on. It just did not fit into the picture. What was worse, there were no rings from which to hang the sword from. When mounted, an officer carries his sword on his saddle, but perforce de Groot was obliged to fix his sword on his Sam Brown belt as though he were on foot. It was all so glaringly wrong that I feared that anyone in the official party who noticed this would immediately smell a rat. However, my fears proved to be groundless. As he threaded his way through the crowd in an endeavor to catch up once more with the escort, de Groot did not attract any notice from the numbers of police that were around. Actually, when nearing the bridge, one of the traffic police obligingly held up the traffic and beckoned him on. When he arrived at the spot where the ribbon was being stretched, he passed on to the north side and took up an excellent position at the side nearby and sat at ease on his horse with an hour or so to wait. Here again, he was in dire peril of being spotted. The area simply bristled with police who had been detailed to watch out for any new guard activity. Sergeant Meldrum, who was in charge of this squad, took up his position on foot next to and a few inches away from de Groot. On one occasion, Sergeant Meldrum accidentally brushed against de Groot's stirrup, looked up, and touching his cap said, "Sorry, sir." Keeping an eye on his wristwatch and watching the development of the ceremony, de Groot chose his time to move with admirable judgment. Whilst both the crowds of onlookers and the police concentrated their gaze on Mr. Lang, who was moving with measured tread to the ribbon to perform the opening ceremony, de Groot shot out from his position with as much speed as was consistent with safety and drew his sword and cut the ribbon, announcing at the same time in his clear ringing voice, "In the name of the loyal, decent citizens of New South Wales, I declare the bridge open." There was a hush, and then Babel broke out. It was a grand job, admirably carried out, and it girdled the world with laughter. There is a photograph in my possession, taken immediately after the cutting of the ribbon. Though severed, the ribbon is being held in place by the police, so that Mr. Lang, who was approaching from the other direction with measured step and slow, could go through the motions of cutting it all over again. Dr. George Hamilton, a Macquarie Street specialist and an ardent New Guardsman, took the photograph. How he wangled a seat on the official's stand I do not know, but I think it must have been because he was rather noted as an amateur photographer. He brought the photograph round to my office one afternoon not long afterwards. He told me that he and Les Holden were flying north that night in the latter's aircraft for a few days fishing. Both were killed in an air crash that same night. Captain Holden was a World War I flyer with a fine record and without doubt one of the giants of Australian aviation in the 1920s, and one of the few of the stature of Kingsford Smith, Ulm, and Gordon Taylor. I have always felt that the New Guard's treatment of the bridge incident was essentially light-hearted and sporting, and the intense bitterness of the police reaction completely uncalled for to the point of being deplorable. There were 4 things on which I based this opinion. In order of occurrence, they were: firstly, the unnecessary force used to drag de Groot from his horse and dump him hard on the concrete roadway, giving him a badly bruised back. Mackay personally took part in this. It was obvious he was not contemplating going berserk, and all that was necessary was to tell him to dismount, as they were taking him into custody for some police offense or other. Then taking him to the reception house as a person suspected of being insane was a misuse of authority and just a reaction of puerile irritation. But the third and fourth occasions, of which I was an eyewitness, were very serious. At the end of the first day's proceedings at the Central Police Court in Liverpool Street, when de Groot, as already mentioned, was being prosecuted for injuring government property, to wit 1 ribbon, etc., Mr. Ernest Lamb, KC, and de Groot and I left the courtroom together and went down the long flight of steps to Liverpool Street to pick up a hire car that was to be waiting for us. There was a large crowd, and our progress was hailed with alternate cheers and boos. When we got to the footpath, the situation was pretty grim. Our car was there all right, but it was parked on the other side of the street, and in the roadway between us and the car was a crowd of some hundreds of men in shirt sleeves who greeted our arrival with a howl of rage. In appearance, they looked like world finalists in a global ugly man's competition. In attitude, they were unequivocally menacing, and in speech tauntingly coarse. Clearly we were for it, if we set foot on the roadway. There were a large number of uniformed police, but they did not seem interested. 3 senior policemen then came up and urged me not to attempt to go to the car and suggested that we return to the courthouse and they would arrange for the car to meet us at the back entrance. But I said, to hell with that. The day's not come when a bunch of communists will stop me lawfully crossing a public street. I could see that de Groot's lower lip was jutting out, a sure sign that he too was not going to be bullied. Mr. Lamb looked on, an elderly, handsome, austere figure with a slight quirk of amusement on his thin lips. Anyhow, with the aid of a number of police, we crossed to the car. On the way more than once, there was nearly a showdown, but the senior policeman beside me kept saying to me, "Don't say a word, these men are really dangerous and will stop at nothing." That night, there was a routine locality convention at the Highland Society's basement, and after the conclusion of business, I told the meeting of our experiences at Liverpool Street. Euro's meeting was all for sending a force there next day to see fair play, but I said definitely no. With the police in their then mood, we would only be courting trouble and achieving nothing. Anyone who wanted to have a look for himself naturally would do as he pleased, but I would not allow anything of an organized nature. Next morning, when my cab swung into Liverpool Street between 9:30 a.m. and 10 a.m. to let me off at the court entrance, an amazing sight met my eyes. The whole of the block in which the court is situated swarmed with white helmeted police on the footpath, and they were engaged in roughly manhandling the few men who happened to be passing along or standing about. As the cab went slowly along, I saw a couple of policemen get a good hiding, but generally speaking they outnumbered the public and were dealing with a number of harmless onlookers in a most brutal manner, punching and kicking for all they were worth. It must have been an organized 3-minute offensive, for by the time I got out of the cab at the entrance, it was all over and I was in no way molested. Had I been a minute or 2 earlier, it might well have been otherwise. I say this for the reason that a man who was standing alone near the entrance hoping to get a glance at de Groot heard a voice near him say, "That's Campbell, we were told to get him." He turned round and there were 2 policemen who without more ado took to him and gave him a severe thrashing. This man called to see me that same afternoon and showed me his injuries, face cuts and bruises, heavily punched in the body and shins badly scarred from kicks. He wanted to take civil action, but afterwards thought it prudent to let it go. I learnt that there had been under a dozen new guardsmen amongst the crowd. They, of course, were quite unsuspecting, and some got a punch or 2, and 2 of them turned the tables on the attackers. I can only conclude, and it's simply an assumption, that the police headquarters got hold of a garbled version of what was said at the convention, and fearing an incident, got in first. But these facts stand out. In the first case, where the 3 of us were menaced by a disorderly crowd, nothing was done and no arrests made. And in the second, a few orderly onlookers were subjected to a mass assault by the police without a shadow of justification. But I must not forget to mention the horse. He was taken to the mounted police barracks, and when I went there to see him, I found him well stabled, well fed and well groomed. He went back to Pimble later on glossy and contented. In 1955, when overseas, I wanted to see the Dublin Horse Show, but Dublin was booked out. So I rang de Groot from London and told him of my plight, and he got busy right away, and secured my wife and me and my younger daughter Helen comfortable quarters in an hotel on Wellington Quay. It was grand meeting both Frank de Groot and his charming wife again. They both looked just the same. They gave us dinner on the night we arrived, and Frank and I had a long talk on old times and current affairs, and in the process made a bottle of Power's Irish whiskey look silly. Chapter 19. 2 other operations. Nowadays mention of the New Guard seems to conjure up one thought in the public mind: the opening of the Sydney Harbour Bridge. This incident has been dealt with in Chapter 18, and though it was highly dramatic and highly successful, I feel any memoirs of mine would be incomplete were I not to make reference to 2 other operations, which perhaps are more illustrative of the spirit and fellowship of the movement than can be gleaned from the exploit of a gallant and dashing individual. The first was Operation Shipping Strike in the winter of 1931. It was the old story: there had been trouble on the waterfront, which resulted in the whole of the coastal shipping being tied up. This would have been bad enough at the best of times, as the crew members were thrown out of employment. There was less activity at the docks both in Sydney and at the coastal ports, and there were the consequential losses that affected a whole community when the carriage of goods from producer to consumer is held up. For such a thing to happen in the very depth of the Depression, with many thousands already on the dole, was calamitous. Of course, it was openly put down to the communists, and the leading spirit among the strikers was Johnson, who was associated with Tom Walsh in the waterside troubles in the 1920s. Incidentally, Tom Walsh was in no way implicated. He had seen the light. He was now a member, and an ardent member, of the New Guard. Since his marriage some years before with Miss Sylvia Pankhurst, of English suffragette fame, he had completely reorientated his political opinions and had turned down communism flat. But his knowledge of the communist setup in New South Wales and its affiliations overseas was both accurate and profound, and a great help to us. He was always a welcome lecturer on his pet subject at locality meetings. There were a significant number of New Guard members whose work took them away from the home environment and who were consequently seldom at locality meetings, and the maritime industry was a typical example. This applied to both coastal and overseas shipping. An instance of the latter comes to mind when I and my wife and niece went to England in January 1933 on the RMS Oronsay of that era. She was sunk in World War II. In my cabin was a note to say that there were 5 New Guard members in the ship's company: the chief engineer, a Scot of course, the head chef, and 3 crew members. It used to be puzzling to other passengers why I, out of all the first saloon, would have piping hot savouries to offer guests at a cocktail party when others had to make do in similar circumstances with the traditional blotting paper. Now, when it was evident that the coastal shipping was going to be immobilized for an indefinite time, several of the bridge officers of the ships affected, who happened to be New Guardsmen, told me that there were so many qualified men out of work who were prepared to volunteer for duty, that with a bit of organization, the strike could be broken. The General Council was solidly behind the idea, and so we got to work. We took a temporary office far removed from the New Guard office, and with the aid of our informants, made out lists of the numbers and categories of officers, seamen, stewards, etc. needed to man the idle ships. The response was surprisingly successful, and in a matter of days, and after carefully checking the papers of all volunteers, we were able to announce that the ships could be efficiently manned on 24 hours' notice. I was quite elated by all this, as I felt the New Guard had made a substantial contribution to the unemployment problem. In line with this outlook, I expected a pat on the back from the shipping companies, as I had no doubt of their anxiety to resume earning revenue as soon as possible. Judge my surprise and disgust when, in an aside after dinner on the evening of our announcement about volunteer crews, I was asked in an irritable tone by a man, no names, no pack drill, prominent in the coastal shipping business: "Look here, Campbell, when are you going to learn not to poke your nose into other people's business? Don't you realize that a strike at this time of year suits us very well indeed? It gives us a chance of overhauling the ships and gear at minimum cost. In fact, we are inclined to encourage it." Being country-bred, I am afraid apart from my profession, I was very ingenuous in the ways of the big bad city, but my reply was short, rude, and imperative. Anyhow, we attained our objective. The strike fizzled and coastal trade was resumed. The second operation was a much happier affair. It was Operation Cobar Bushfires. During the summer months of 1931-32, disastrous bushfires broke out in the Cobar district. They were out of control on a wide front, and of course this meant serious losses of livestock and the destruction of essential improvements that happened to lie in their path. The fires could not be brought under control because of the shortage of labor. Bushfire fighting, as most of us know, is not only a hazardous but most exhausting job, and to cope with anything like efficiency, frequent relays of men and suitable equipment are essential. The press gave prominence to Cobar's plight, and if my memory is right, the mayor of Cobar made urgent appeals for assistance. This is where the new guard took a hand. I'm not quite sure whether the idea originated from Sir Frederick Stewart or from me. I had seen a good deal of Stewart around this time. He was chairman of the first company known as Australian National Airways, the original ANA, and Sir Charles Kingsford Smith, Charles Ulm and I were the other board members. This company pioneered the Melbourne-Sydney-Brisbane run, but like most pioneers, it gathered more experience than profits. Anyhow, Stewart and I discussed the position and agreed that if the new guard would provide the men, Stewart would provide, free of charge, sufficient double-decker buses. He was the largest bus proprietor in Sydney for transport of men, food and useful supplies. A telegram was sent to the mayor of Cobar and to the Cobar Graziers Association outlining the proposals and asking if it would assist the situation. The mayor said the situation was in hand, the Graziers said it wasn't, and thankfully accepted the offer. As time was of the essence of the contract, we had to work at almost the speed of sound. As regards to personnel, the localities had to be alerted to get the necessary volunteers, and I asked for men with country experience. A commander and 2 IC had to be selected. A quartermaster and party had to be appointed to look after food and other stores, and last but not least, a couple of experienced cooks had to be found. It was obvious that the party would be away from home for at least a week, and so ample rations for that period had to be found and carried in the convoy. I decided that as bushfires wait for no man, and as the journey to Cobar added up to 450 miles, the convoy must take the road not later than noon on the following day. I had an hour's session with our secretary, Sutherland, and roughed out an operation instruction for guidance of locality commanders, and then left its preparation and distribution in Sutherland's very able hands. Each man had to provide his own blankets, pannikin and eating irons, and the localities in consultation would find the necessary cooking utensils, etc. The embussing point was at Stewart's large bus depot in the western suburbs, near Summer Hill, I think, and the starting time was fixed for 11 a.m. The job of getting hold of the necessary rations and some firefighting equipment was my responsibility. I could do nothing much about it during the day as I was engaged in court in the afternoon, but as soon as the court rose at 4 o'clock, I went home to Turramurra just as soon as I could. I had decided to make the necessary arrangements by telephone, but it was too late when I arrived home to contact the necessary men at their offices, so I waited until after dinner before commencing that task, when I could speak to the key men at their respective homes. So I made out a list of calls with telephone numbers and a note of what I required from each of them. I started on getting the calls at about 7 p.m. from my home telephone, Warunga 905, having first spoken to the monitor at Warunga Exchange, explaining what I wanted to do and how short time was, and gave her the list of numbers required. The monitor cooperated magnificently, and as one call was finished, the next one came on. I spoke to the bosses of wholesale grocers and food merchants for the rations, to the Vacuum Oil Co. for an open order for petrol and oil on the road there and back, to Ludwisi of Lane Cove for leather beaters, and to the head of a hardware firm for shovels. There was not one refusal. On the contrary, all concerned agreed with enthusiasm, and in every instance the goods were not only freely donated, but each one agreed to deliver by 10:30 a.m. next morning at Stewart's omnibus depot. There was no lack of volunteers amongst the men. Even at such short notice, we could have filled the party of something around 100 men many times over. so I went to bed that night knowing that all details had been fixed for a start on schedule the next day. The next morning, the schedule went like clockwork, and the convoy started on time. Various parties forming the contingent were picked up at assembly points and taken by car with their belongings to the depot. My wife picked up one of these groups near St. Mary's Cathedral. This group were all ex-diggers and were full of enthusiasm and mildly excited. One of them was an army cook, and he had brought his butcher's knives, which he proudly displayed, and took the opportunity while sitting in the rear seat of our Packard to put an extra edge on them. From memory, there were 9 buses, and Stewart provided his own drivers. The comfort of the men was studied by leaving ample room for everyone, and the stores, etc., took up a good deal of room. In case of a breakdown, there was plenty of accommodation to still carry on with a full team. Captain Binney was in charge, and he was given clear instructions. I do not remember who was his second in command. It was quite a gay scene at the depot, and all concerned were in high fettle. Quite a number came to see the party move off, and it left with 3 rousing cheers. I learnt that the clearance of railway bridges spanning roads in 1 or 2 places in the Blue Mountains made deviations necessary, all the buses being double-deckers. All along the route from Sydney to Cobar, the column of buses was given a hearty and cheery welcome and regaled with refreshments. Binney kept reporting progress by wire, and in due course they arrived at the scene of the bushfires in time to make a big contribution to getting them under control and cleaning up the danger spots. Not being present myself, I can give no details, but I received a number of letters from graziers in the district expressing their appreciation. There was only one who was not altogether happy, or so I gathered from a telegram he sent me, saying the men were eating so much mutton that if it continued for long, he would have to charge 10 shillings, a wether for his ration sheep. At the time it seemed to me that providing free mutton for having bushfires put out was not an extortionate price to pay. Actually, the maintenance of the party cost quite a bit in spite of the great amount of food that had been supplied when they set off. Fortunately, we received quite a substantial sum from well-wishers and were able without difficulty to meet these unforeseen costs, and also to give a number who were broke £1 or 2 to help them along. I cannot call to mind who these benefactors were other than that Clifford Minter sent a substantial cheque. The outstanding feature of this operation was not the value of the work the men did, but rather the admirable spirit they showed in volunteering at a moment's notice to help their fellow countrymen who were far better off than themselves. Throughout the whole history of the movement, the men stood foursquare behind me and backed every decision I made and every activity I undertook. Chapter 20. Comparisons. Over the years, I have been asked many times, what was the difference between the new guard and what you called the old guard? I have hedged the question a bit in this story by telling what happened and leaving it to the reader to make his own deductions. This perhaps is not altogether an adequate method of dealing with it, because I may not have gone into sufficient detail, or my narrative may have suffered from the blight of conscious or unconscious bias. So first of all, let us look at the component parts of both organizations. As the old guard, the Gillespie-Goldfinch Committee, was in the field before the new guard was thought of, we will deal with it first. The old guard was conceived and set in motion, very slow motion, by representatives of Sydney's vested interests, the establishment. The establishment was no new thing. For generations, the fortunes of Sydney town had been guided to a marked degree by the influence of a number of families who had dug in and consolidated in a new land. At the time of the Depression, this control was passing from the families to the institutions they had helped to create, and the executive control was rapidly being captured by a less spectacular but more efficient class that was guided by a will to win and steadied by a fear to fall. This rising executive class were largely in the 50 to 60 age group in 1930 and would have been born in the 1870-80 decade, either here or in Britain, and brought up in the Victorian era in the provincial and colonial atmosphere of Sydney. Few of them, very few indeed of them, on account of age and family and business responsibilities, had volunteered to help put the Kaiser where he belonged, and I would be the last to blame them. They were a capable holding force, maintaining and extending the objectives gained by earlier pioneering generations against the time when the new development offensive of the 1950s took over. They were an honest, clean-living lot, but desperately narrow and devoid of imagination. I know nothing of what happened prior to the Gillespie-Goldfinch committee meeting which Jack Scott and I attended, Chapter 4, but it is more than a fair bet that there would have been many discussions behind closed doors before they decided to organize. How they ever nerved themselves to be so devilish completely defeats me. The situation, as regards likely inflation and socialization, must have been far more serious than Scott and I imagined. They had, of course, far more information and experience than we had, and I feel I am not being unjust when I say that from my observation the motivating force was the preservation of money bags and purchasing power rather than the general welfare of the people. I have often thought, and still think, that it would have been a better plan to have gone to Lang direct and offered to reduce interest rates and give industry a chance by a sane credit program if he would agree to scale down wages temporarily. I believe that Lang was a big enough man to have played. In this kind of thing, they were masters and had the influence to carry such a scheme through. As organizers of a defense force, they were not in the race, and if they had managed to recruit sufficient men, they would not have known what to do with them. Robert Gillespie was a man I had respect for. He was a hard-headed Scot and a sound and honest businessman, and though as a flour miller he was mightily successful, as the poor country millers can testify, he did not live by bread alone. In the administrative field of finance, he was a principal rather than a nominee. Philip Goldfinch, a member of an old and respected Australian family, had few equals as a senior industrial executive, but neither he nor Gillespie had the qualifications for the job they had undertaken. It was not as easy as the musical comedy song of that era would have one believe, "Give me 10 men, 10 stout-hearted men, and I'll soon get you 10,000 more." This recipe just did not work, and it is small wonder that Scott and I were invited to do what they couldn't. I've already told that story, Chapter 4, and I will not go over it again. Now we come to the new guard. Its origin and composition, predominantly the returned servicemen of all ranks and grades, have I think been suitably described in earlier chapters, so we can leave that aspect and go on to a number of points of radical difference. For a start, take the question of control. The old guard was directed by a committee from behind closed doors, and what the committee said or did was not subject to review. The new guard elected its own leaders in open meeting and could depose them in the same way. The rank and file of the old guard were spared any anxiety on the question of leadership because they did not know who their leaders were. There was just a committee, but who appointed it and to whom it was responsible no one knew. What were their aims? No one knew. It was just a case of, "Stick around, we might want you." A new guardsman knew the aims, objects and policy from the attestation paper. A member of the old guard gave a blank check to people he did not know. As far as one could vaguely infer, the old guard had the protection of money bags in the forefront of its ideas, while the new guard was actuated by a determination to protect life, limb and property, and above all the liberty of the individual. But the only real stumbling block from a doctrinal point of view was that absurd word, constitutional, which figured so largely in our discussions with Colonel Macartney. What it really meant none of us really knew. From what I gathered from Macartney, the old guard would not countenance opposition to any government action that had the veneer of lawful origin, and he waved aside in horror my suggestion that one constitutional authority, Sidgwick, from memory, supported the view that there was a constitutional right of revolt in the face of continued bad government. After the Macartney approach, there was no chance of the two movements coming together, but nevertheless, as far as the new guard was concerned, there would have been no occasion for friction had not the old guard masters brought out their secret weapon, the whispering campaign. In Chapter 14, I have mentioned my reactions to this form of attack, but new guardsmen in the main thought it very low down and grew accordingly hostile to those responsible. They did not reply in kind by counter-rumor, but by ridicule. Here is an instance. It was learnt by us that the old guard were going to have a parade, and of all places in the city. The object was to give the secret organizers, the committee, visual evidence of their rank and file numbers. So at 1:30 p.m. one day in May 1931, the exercise took place. At the entrance to Union Bank Chambers in Pitt Street, two well-dressed men stood talking to each other. one facing so he could look down the street towards the quay, and the other so he could glance up towards Martin Place. Both wore dark suits, and each had a white handkerchief showing in his breast pocket. Then the exercise commenced. The passers-by or the occasional observer would not have detected anything, as the staff work was in the best tradition of the Secret Service. But to one observing from a window on the first floor, directly opposite, there appeared to be a sudden outbreak of colds in the head across the street. As men coming from either direction passed the two well-dressed gentlemen, still nonchalantly carrying on an endless conversation, the man on the pavement would pull out his handkerchief and wipe his nose. One of the stationary men would then take out his handkerchief and wipe his nose. This went on until nearly 2 o'clock, and about 200 handkerchief men must have passed by. The original pair, after shaking hands and looking quite pleased, parted and went their several ways. The exercise had been a success. There was a pleasant satisfaction of a job well done, jolly good show, in fact. That is, until it leaked out in that inevitable way things do leak out, that among the handkerchief men in the street, many were new guardsmen and not members of the old guard. It had needed only 10 or 15 of our lads to create the illusion. They just walked up and down past the waiting two and gave the secret nose-wiping sign of recognition first on the up journey towards Martin Place to the man looking that way, and then turning round at Martin Place, they would return and give the same sign to his mate, and rounding the corner at Hunter Street, they would again turn about and repeat the exercise. We only wanted to help. So much for the old guard rally. In the employment of the secret weapon, two facts really stand out. There were 2 points of attack. 1, the new guard itself, and 2, myself as leader. There were literally hundreds of men more important than I and a number of highly distinguished citizens in our organization, and yet not one of them was subjected to being sniped at, not as far as I know at any rate. I have often pondered why this was so. I know the old guard committee deeply resented that I would not come to heel. They were an arrogant crowd, and also that unaided by their influence and funds, I could do what they could not. These reasons, or rather possible reasons, seem to be insubstantial and probably not valid. I'm inclined to believe that the tactics were designed to break down my resistance against putting myself in the hands of one of those carefully selected groups of leading citizens I had heard so much about. Once there, they no doubt thought I would be in the bag. After all, the Riverina movement was gobbled up for the price of a seat in the Senate and the AFA for a knighthood. So what price the new guard? I was not interested in finding out. Should I be off the beam in my attempts to hazard a probable or possible explanation as to why the Gillespie-Goldfinch group adopted fishwife tactics in their efforts to bring me down? And if in truth they sincerely believed, tactics apart, the stories they spread around, then I suppose I should feel somewhat flattered. To transform thousands of sound and reputable citizens into bloodthirsty revolutionaries, one would need to be endowed with superhuman powers. It must be remembered, too, that in the new guard there was no means of compelling a member to do anything. He was free to walk out of the movement at any time. The only driving forces were loyalty, patriotism, and common sense. Another respect in which the two organizations differed was that in the case of the new guard, the leader was out in the open to take the pats on the back and the kicks in the pants as they came along, whereas the leaders of the old guard, if there were any, lay doggo and unknown. I keep mentioning the Gillespie-Goldfinch committee as a means of identification, but I doubt if 0.001% of the population knew of the existence of either Gillespie or Goldfinch in relation to the old guard. And when it comes to numbers, let us face it, the new guard had a disciplined, highly organized force of probably 50,000 effectives, as against a few hundred names, many of them names of very good men, whose owners were in no shape to do anything. Even in the country, the cream of the old guard had silently put themselves at our disposal. And when the job was done by the dismissal of the Lang regime, here was the final difference. New guard. Repudiation of promises made to it to outlaw communism, verbal undertaking by Prime Minister Lyons and written undertaking by Sir Archdale Parkhill in the federal sphere, verbal undertaking to me by Premier Stevens and written promises of 17 members of the state government. Old guard, Sir Robert Gillespie and Sir Philip Goldfinch. Can you wonder that I haven't much time for the politicians of the Depression? Chapter 21. Aftermath. It must be accepted as an historical fact that the new Guard, through its voting power and general influence, was responsible for the results in the federal election of December 1931 and in the New South Wales election in June 1932. This conclusion is demonstrable by simple facts, without the necessity of delving into general statistics, where the result in any case would be largely inferential. The number of localities in and around Greater Sydney was 93, and apart from the city where, as previously stated, there was only one locality because the permanent residence there was so small they spread like a chessboard of irregular shapes and sizes all over that area. There were not more than 6 localities that had an active membership of less than 250. The rest varied between 250 and 350, and a few had considerably more. It would be more than conservative to put the strength of the new Guard at 24,000 men in the Sydney area. 30,000 would be nearer the mark. From the political angle of votes, this figure was the small end of the stick. There was also in every locality a substantial number of non-practicing new Guards who were important from the voting angle, but the real voting power was in the families and friends of each member. It was the womenfolk of the members who were the keenest of all, so much so that I had to consent rather reluctantly to the formation of a women's auxiliary at a later stage. Most members were householders or sons of householders, and with collateral relations and friends, the voting strength of the movement itself was, according to my figures prepared at the time, between 96,000 and 120,000 in the Sydney area. Without question, a large proportion of this number would have been anti-Lang quite irrespective of the new Guard. On the other hand, Lang's large majority in the House demonstrated that the swing to Labour in the previous election meant that a large number who had previously voted for the Nationalist Country Party coalition had supported Lang. It is a fair inference that a proportion of these were now in the new Guard. But the deciding factor was the large number of trade unionists, and therefore traditionally Labour voters, who were members of the new Guard. These men turned from almost feudal allegiance to Labour to active opposition to the Lang government. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, fear of communism, and secondly, the belief that the direct approach to the problem by the new Guard was the answer. Without our organisation, these men, or any rate a large proportion of them, could have been won over to communism. It follows, then, that around 1/2 of our voting strength had been recruited from the other side. The number of votes indicated, spread over the state and or federal seats in the Sydney area, meant that except in the case of the blue ribbon seats of Labour and UAP, we held each candidate's majority in our pockets. The same applied to a number of country districts. In the federal sphere, another consideration that cannot be ignored was that the new Guard highlighted the shortcomings of Mr. Lang, and Labour suffered accordingly in the other states. I believe, too, from information gained at the time, that the extreme right-wing deflationists, who disliked us nearly as much as they did Mr. Lang, worked flat out for both Lyons and Stevens in turn, as they felt by this means they would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And so it was all very satisfactory. Although these political activities were well within the scope of the attestation paper, they were never even in contemplation by those who first formed the new Guard. They just grew out of the situation as it developed. They were undertaken with the unanimous approval of the localities, and of course, without such backing, our various operations and activities could never have achieved the success they did. When the Stevens government had been elected and the shadow of the Lang plan finally dissipated, a new Guard convention was held in the old Highland Society building to take stock of the situation. There was a full attendance of locality commanders and administrators, divisional and zone commanders, and I was in the chair. It was over 12 months since I had been appointed chief commander, and as soon as the meeting had been called to order, I pointed out this fact and stated that I would be glad to make room for someone else if it were decided to keep the organization on foot. But I hadn't a chance. The meeting unanimously and vociferously insisted that I continue in the job. However, to enable any debate, I left the chair and the deputy chief commander, Captain Reg Cox, took my place. But there was no debate. It was merely proposed and seconded that I be asked to continue as chief commander. Without debate, the motion was put and carried unanimously and with much hand-clapping. So the meeting proceeded with me in the chair once more. The statement in the Australian Encyclopedia to the effect that in November 1933 I and the executive were deposed from membership of the New Guard is completely untrue. It is equally untrue that I was re-elected Commander-in-Chief in July 1934, but then this is only in line with the general tenor of the article, which can be found in Volume 6. Its allegations are almost entirely without foundation. The main business was to decide on future policy. Would the New Guard continue or not? It was generally agreed that by ousting the Lang government, there was now no fear of communist activity in the immediate future, and so we had thus achieved our main objective. On the other hand, it was argued that the aims set out in the attestation paper could not be considered to have been attained until the new government honored the written pledges signed before the elections. This view prevailed, and it was ultimately decided to keep the organization on foot until we saw how the government stood up to its obligations. As one of the locality commanders said with a good deal of emphasis, votes are the only things that count with politicians. As we stand, we can swing any election, and until the promises made to us have been carried out, we would be absolutely mad not to hang together. This summed the feeling of the convention, and so it was decided. At the same time, it was pointed out that we could no longer expect to receive finance from our well-wishers outside the movement, and that accordingly, the headquarters would quietly wind up and remain in reserve unless occasion arose for fresh activity. Localities, as independent units, were left to their own devices. A number of members who were academically minded and keen to increase their knowledge of the science of government, political economy, and the like formed study groups under the guidance of the Sydney University. Mr. Percy Watts, a well-known practicing solicitor in the city and a senior lecturer in law, helped considerably in organizing these activities. Without going into details, I merely record as a fact that the Stevens government did not honor the written pledges of so many of its members given in consideration of receiving the active support of the New Guard units in their respective electorates. What private griefs they had, alas, I know not. One thing I do know, however, and that is, almost on the eve of the 1932 election, I had a brief interview with Mr. Stevens at the Premier's department in Macquarie Street. The interview was of my seeking, and I asked him unequivocally had he read the undertakings, and did he agree with them. He replied that he had read them, that he agreed with the contents, and that they would be carried into effect. On this assurance, I told Mr. Stevens he would have the unstinted support of the New Guard. As is not surprising, the almost cheery unconcern with which the government ignored these pledges caused deep and lasting resentment amongst the many thousands of responsible electors who comprised the New Guard. I have often wondered, and still do, although I have no basis of fact to go on, whether the failure of the New South Wales Liberal Party, the present alias for the former United Australia Party, to gain office in the state parliament for over 20 years is not in large measure due to the above circumstances. It should be borne in mind that it is the marginal seats that count, and it was in the marginal electorates that the pledges were so freely given. Viewed from the perspective of 32 years after, one can, I feel, be much more tolerant and understanding. After all, they were not free men, and in consequence their lives, like the policeman's, were not always happy ones. The old gentleman behind the scenes, who held the purse strings of the party funds, called the tune, and the puppets in Parliament, whether they liked the tune or not, had to dance. Then the Liberal Parliamentary Party were, with few exceptions, the same deadbeats of the old Nationalist CP coalition who paved the way for J.T. Lang and his merry men. There were a few men of ability, but they hadn't a chance, and apart from them it was the old silk purse sow's ear story. It was not surprising that the general substitute for courage, common sense, and forthrightness was fear, equivocation, and evasive cunning. And to them, the boundaries of County Cumberland contained the known world, and New South Wales was a kind of terra incognita. Realizing these things at the time of writing, I can almost forgive the gaucheness of an approach that was made to me soon after the Stevens government took office. At the time I found it revolting. It is quite a short story. One morning about 11 o'clock, a man I knew slightly called to see me at my office. I am not quite sure what his job was, but I knew him as the Premier's publicity secretary, and I know he had his office in the Premier's department. Previously he had been a journalist, and for a time was associated, I think, with the Guardian newspaper. His name was Voltaire Molesworth. I knew him as Val. I suppose it should have been Vol. As soon as we had shaken hands, Val said to me, "The Premier has asked me to have a quiet chat with you." "Right," I said, "go ahead." "No," said Val, looking round my room, "not here. It's quite soundproof, and we won't be disturbed," I replied. Rather you came down and sat in my car. It's just near your door." "Have it your own way," I said, and off we went. We sat together in his small two-seater car, and he drove very slowly around the block: Hunter Street, O'Connell Street, Bent Street, Pitt Street. The quiet chat resolved itself into one question and answer. "The Premier has asked me to find out what you want for yourself for all your work in the New Guard." I promptly answered, "For myself, nothing at all. For the New Guard, the fulfillment of the promises already made." And I added, "If he does this, he will have our continued support. If he doesn't, he will have our opposition." Val just looked at me. "Eric," he said, "you are a bloody fool." I replied, "Don't let that worry you, Val. I always have been." We then chatted of this and that, and he drove to my office entrance, and the interview was over. It is indeed heartwarming to note that in Australia's magnificent advance, since the end of World War II, towards real nationhood, the quality of the politician and the standard of political institutions have correspondingly risen. Great Australians have made their appearance in all parties, and no doubt the speed of air travel in bringing us in closer touch with the other countries of the world is largely responsible. Australia is too big today for the patriarchal control of the Liberal Party, and Labour is breaking away from domination by the ghosts of the Industrial Revolution. There is even hope for the Country Party. Australia is building up a way of life and a national asset that are worth defending, and the nation's most urgent need is a defence force based on an efficient form of universal service that is capable of defending that way of life. To depend on a tiny professional army, navy and air force is sheer lunacy. To expect protection from friendly nations overseas is both unfair and unrealistic. To my mind, the program should be defence first and the welfare state second. I left for England on 7 January 1933 on a business trip. As the Oronsay steamed down the harbour, my wife and I stood on the saloon deck and waved to a large ferry hired for the occasion by a representative crowd of New Guardsmen. It escorted us to the heads, and from its crowded decks came cheers, and on the roof of the top deck stood the Deputy Chief Commander, Captain Reg Cox, who was holding by the hand our 7-year-old son Alan, and beside them was a piper. It was a typical cheery and affectionate farewell, and apart from a few small meetings and conferences later on, it was my goodbye to the movement. On my return from abroad on 3 August 1933, I found that there was a distinct improvement in the financial and commercial outlook. Wool prices were advancing and unemployment was falling, and there was a feeling of hope. By common consent, the members of the New Guard felt their task was finished and turned their attention to rehabilitating their own somewhat tattered fortunes with that same vigor and resolution as they showed when they combined to build that rather unique and happy fellowship called the New Guard.